start us. Thank you.
Here we go. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for January 24th, 2022. There is no public testimony during the review session. The first item is adjournment. Item number one, Douglas. Item number 86348 BZ 259 16 Union Turnpike, Queens. Item number 523 58 BZ 11730 Farmers Boulevard, Queens. Item number 5-98 BZ 1861 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number 29999 BZ 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard.
Stop. Slow down a little bit. Sorry. I'm sorry.
We're gonna go back to McDonald Avenue?
No. For 52358 BZ,
Last adjournment.
11730 Farmers Boulevard, Queens. That'll be the third and last adjournment. So note to council, please send a letter. This has been in hearings for almost a year. Sometimes we'll go to a fourth adjournment, but this one's been in hearings for a year. I don't know why it's still dragging on like this. That's 52358 BZ, and then for 5-98 BZ 1861 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. Again, it's the third and last adjournment. So please send a dismissal warning letter. I just want council to acknowledge that they heard that.
Yes. That's 52358 and 5-98 BZ.
Yes, please. And again, this one's been in hearings for actually over a year, or originally scheduled for November of 2020.
Well, they changed applicants though
They changed.
This one was the for Mitch Ross's, that was Haywood Blofo, remember? And they changed the applicant, and then he made a submission.
When did they change the applicant? It's 2 adjournments in a row. How much time do they need?
Yeah, true.
It's been adjourned since March. It's a year of adjournments almost. I want to rush
Isn't
into
that
March.
I don't know, Daryl, you know better than whatever.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but they need to understand that they just can't keep dragging on. They need to,
Sure.
So they should get a letter. Okay, I'm sorry. Now you were on 299.
Yeah, item number 29999 BZ 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Okay, item number 3611 BZ 270 Greenwich Street, Manhattan.
Okay, so this is a PCE. I'm sorry, Tony. So this one, we're adjourning all the PCEs because the physical cultural establishments, because of the change in the zoning text, which allows them as of right in a zoning district like this one, C63, the applicants all have an option to withdraw their cases now, or to wait until the end of the challenge period, which will be sometime around the end of April. So we're adjourning all of those cases until the end of the challenge period, at which point they'll have to be dismissed or withdrawn, because we won't have authority, assuming the text is still valid, we won't have the authority to grant these special permits. Okay, go ahead.
Item number 6, 2016 4463 BZ 6202 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, this one also, this is the fourth adjournment. We have a notation of 4 adjournments already on the calendar, but one of them we excluded because that was a BSA adjournment due to the change in the executive order about remote hearings. So it's actually, this will be the 4th adjournment, and it's been in hearings for 2 years. So that's just not okay. There's no explanation. There's no change in applicant or anything. So they must receive a dismissal warning. Okay.
All right. Item number 7, 2020 55 BZ 1284 East 19th Street.
And ditto, this one's been in hearings nearly a year. This would make it the 3rd adjournment in a row. The last time it was heard was March of 21. So it should get a dismissal warning.
Sorry, let me make notes. Okay, postponements.
No, we have,
Oh, the adjournment, I'm sorry, yes,
294.
sorry. Item number 29, 2019-294 BZ, 241, 243 Throop Avenue, Brooklyn. So there's also
Okay, so-
adjournments.
This is to be adjourned. I don't want to send a warning letter, even though there's been many adjournments, because we requested that they adjourn to make modifications to the materials. So we'll hear it again at another time. Okay.
Okay. Item number postponements, item number 8, 19708 BZ, 341 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. That one's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Deferrals, item number 9, 52871 BZ, 13340 150th Street, Queens.
Also okay.
Okay. Item number 10, 2019-198, 40-17, 28th Avenue, Queens.
Also okay. Mhm.
Okay. Item number 11, 2019-255A, 621 Alonzo Road, Queens.
Mhm.
Okay, and, sorry, my vote sheets. Withdrawals, item number 12, 2019-298 BZ, 506 West 181st Street, Queens.
Okay, so on this case, it's the school that originally applied for this application for this site is no longer the applicant, so we really don't have a case. So I'd like to make a motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Commissioner
Commissioner Sheta.
Sheta. Oh, you have to turn your mic up. We can barely hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you. This is withdrawn. Decision items, item number 13, 83785A, 16618, 73rd Avenue, Queens.
Okay, 1 second. They didn't have, there was no submission requirement required, and there was a request to, or let's say we decided to eliminate the term. So I'd like to make a motion to grant and to clarify for the resolution, without, there will be no term imposed anymore.
No term. Okay. Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
This item has been granted. Item number 14, 4208 BZ, 182 Girard Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, also no submission on this, and no conditions, because to answer Chase's comment, there are no conditions because they responded to all of the concerns at the last hearing, and it's all shown on the drawings. So in other words, that the Department of Buildings doesn't have to verify anything. Okay, so then motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Sorry, Chase had the question about a 4-year term starting from today.
okay.
Okay,
Chair Perlmutter,
aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application has been granted.
And I just want to clarify with that one, it's a 4-year extension of time to complete. It's not a termed waiver, right? It's just an extension of time. I said term, that's not the right
4-year extension.
language.
Okay, item number 15, 2409 BZ, 78-10, 164th Road, Queens.
Okay. This very bumpy application. Hold on a second. Has a lot of notes. Scrolling, getting there. Okay. So our compliance officer, Ted Ricketts, visited the site on December 6th and observed, as we requested, that the gate that enters into that sort of strange side yard has a swing stop on it that prevents it from obstructing the sidewalk when it swings. The owner was directed to remove, Ted directed the owner to remove an abandoned car from the site. And we received a photo showing that the car was removed. And they even, for some reason, showed us that it was donated to a not-for-profit. Photos provided by the applicant of the removed car, though, show scars in the sidewalk that are caused by the dumpster, the steel wheels of the dumpster that gets rolled in and out. So it's actually, it breaks the sidewalk. It's too heavy for the sidewalk. So I would like to make one of the conditions that the sidewalk be repaired. The other thing that I would like to do is to put this on a 6-month, and this is, do we have Ted on our?
I don't think today, no.
Not today. Can someone let Ted know? I'd like to put this, Carla, you're working on a system for him. Can you let him know to put this on a 6-month regular site visit schedule, where he should take photos to report to the chair, to ensure that the site around and in the side yard's been maintained, and that the trailers have been moved out of the required side yard, which was what DOB said had to happen. Okay. And in terms of the sprinklers, just to clarify for Chase, according to Chief Daly last time, the sprinklers are already installed. The issue was whether you could put antifreeze in the sprinklers, and they were okay with that. So they signed, we have a sign-off letter from them from December, or actually, no, from November. So, okay. So I would like to make everybody understand that. Are we good?
So this is a 6-month continuous site visit, like 6 months, 6 months, 6
Every
months?
6 months, yeah. So what we're doing
Okay.
with Ted is with compliance is on certain cases that are problematic cases. He does essentially like a drive-by visit on his routes to some other sites, and then just stops there, takes a look, takes photographs, and submits them to the chair so that we can see what the status of the site is in case they need to be brought in, because this is a site, for example, that's likely to fall out of compliance easily. So yeah, so this is one of those sites, like Linden Boulevard, for example. Even though it's not under our domain, it's another site that, as long as you're in the neighborhood, please take a look at how it's being used so that we can report it to DOB. Anyway, so, and we have another case that's surely going to be one of those coming up today. So I would like to make a motion to grant on condition that they, to clarify the conditions, that they repair the damaged sidewalk and the parking area, that the gate cannot swing onto the sidewalk, that the sprinklers be maintained in accordance with fire department direction, and that the trailers be moved out of the required side yard according to Department of Buildings direction. And they have 4 years to complete. This is a 4-year extension of time to complete, which is unlikely to be enough time for them to complete, but they'll have to come back. I just want council to indicate in the resolution that this is a problematic site as to its relationship to the neighbors, and that the board should continue to monitor the site over the course of the 4 years. So to indicate that there's going to be this regular monitoring. Okay, got that?
Got it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so those are my conditions.
Call the
Motion
motion.
to grant on those conditions, yeah.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
I don't think we heard you.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. Item number 16, 220 to 221 14BZ, 8-10 Underhill Avenue, Brooklyn.
So I'm very confused about what's going on with this case. Vinroy, I sent you an email this morning asking what's going on. There's nothing in the folder. Nothing's been submitted about this since we closed in September, with one deferral since. There's something about them not being able to clear violations, but we don't need them to clear violations. We need proof that the Environmental Control Board penalties are 0, which I looked up myself. The last time I looked, they were 0. So I don't understand what's going on. And there was a list of things that we asked them to submit back in September when we closed, and they haven't submitted them. And all I know about is emails that explain why they're not submitting them. Like, what's going on with this case? And I didn't get a report. There's nothing in the folder since September, before September. So I'm very confused.
So, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I did update the folder as it relates to the email correspondences to the applicant. And the last set of requests as far as like proof of payments to ECB, I didn't get those things. And the last email I sent this morning was to let him know that the board would not be able to vote because those outstanding submissions have not come in.
Okay. So in future, all the communications from the applicant have to be in the folder. Otherwise, it's an empty void. And the applicant has to be, if they need a deferral, they have to request it, not submit nothing. So, but I don't understand why they needed deferral. There were a few things they needed: construction timeline, certificate of correction if they were going to submit that, otherwise proof of ECB violations filed, and paid. And let me see, there were some other things here. Oh, and changing the waiver. Their original statement of facts had the wrong waiver. I mean, I don't understand this. The lawyer who for the applicant stated that those things would be done. So don't understand. All right. So we have to defer this. It's not okay. I'm hoping that the applicant is listening. It's not okay to be doing this. That's not prosecuting the case. Very bad for your client, etc. Okay. And Vinroy, please stay on top of this case. Don't let it end up the way it is today. Okay.
Okay, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, next one.
Item number 17, 2020 84BZ. It's 161 Emerson Place, Brooklyn.
Okay, so this one, the only things that needed to have been submitted were the restrictive declaration, some very minor tweaks that was done, and then some clarification on the drawings just to make it read better graphically in black and white, because for whatever reasons, the drawings had color and that doesn't render well in black and white. So those are really the only things that were submitted. I just want to make sure. Sorry. And we have closed seeker. The final EAS was received and appears acceptable according to our Jella Prenga. And so the only thing I wanted to say is the condition is that the restrictive declaration be recorded prior to the issuance of the resolution. The declaration has a provision that if the project isn't built, then the resolution is void. So it doesn't matter whether you record it today. It could be voided out if the project doesn't happen, but I certainly hope the project happens. So a motion to grant on on that condition.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application's been granted. New cases, appeals calendar, new cases, item number 18, 2016 900A, 2016 981A, 2016 992A, and 2016 1058A. This is for 18 Center Place, 54 Seafoam Street, 16 Topping Street, 25 Wave Crest Street, Staten Island. This is a Build It Back project.
Okay, it's a former Build It Back.
Sorry, former
Yeah.
Build It Back, it's an HPD.
Right. It's so to clarify, because I was quite confused about the new relationship, because we used to be Build It Back and that's how it was originally granted. So I did some research. So HPD is the applicant and the city of New York is actually the property owner in these cases. Which actually I verified on the deed search, because we had an unfortunate situation with another site where the city of New York is not the owner. Notice has been served to related city agencies by the applicant. The GCL waivers that were granted in 2016 under the Build It Back program were specific to that program and that applicant. And that's why any modifications requested have to be heard again, because the conditions were specific to Build It Back. In 2018 and earlier, as early as 2016, as far as I could figure out, these properties and the ones that are coming up in the next case were transferred by the individual property owners to an entity called Project Rebuild, Inc., which is therefore not a city agency, right? So I looked up what's Project Rebuild, Inc. It's described in a 2016 request for proposals as a not-for-profit affiliated with a housing development finance corporation to administer the Build It Back acquisition, relocation, and buyout program to determine eligibility of contractors' experience in demolition of vacant homes. So I don't know if it exists for any other reason. That was the description in the RFP. But basically its job is to handle the demolition of those homes. And have and essentially let contracts to allow those homes to be demolished. So they, so as of December 2021, those properties were transferred. So people transferred their or sold their properties to Project Rebuild, and then in December of 2021. So just a month ago, these properties were transferred from Project Rebuild to the city of New York. So Project Rebuild is not the owner of these properties. So the statements in the cover letters from HPD, actually the cover letters are prepared by contract engineers, that the sites are in Project Rebuild ownership is not correct. So it's the city of New York and no agency is specified in the deed. So one of my questions is, what agency controls the site now? Because we've seen this, actually we saw this on the situation of, I think it was of a street, a roadbed, where it wasn't held by DOT, it was held by DCAS. So it was in the wrong agency hands. And as a result, and DCAS somehow or other, let's say DOT refused to accept control of a DCAS owned site, which is so weird because it's, yeah, Carlo, I see your hand up. So it's really weird because it's the city that owns it, and one agency is not willing to accept site control. So what I want to make sure is, and unfortunately, I've seen lots of errors in conveyances over the last 8 years with government-owned property. I'd like to know who has site control here. The city of New York is a big place. It could be the police department for all we know, right? So, and then the cover letter states that eventually the sites will be transferred to a developer known as Resilient Homes HDFC Inc. So that's, again, not a city agency. That sounds like an independent HDFC who will, I guess, build the new houses. But the buildings were supposed to have been demolished under Project Rebuild's management and, I guess, ownership. So the other part of my question is, were all the houses demolished, or have those contracts not been let? And if the contracts are not been let, then what agency gives Project Rebuild the authority to demo the houses, develop the sites, or sell them to the private buyers? Like, I don't understand any of these. You know, once they don't own it anymore, they don't have any site control unless someone gives them site control. So I'm very confused. We also had another experience where a site was transferred out of city ownership prematurely, so that all the things the city was supposed to do couldn't be done as of right by the city, like we're using the city's authority. So I hope they didn't transfer ownership prematurely. Yeah, Jella, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jella. Your hand is up, but we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Oh, I am speaking, but you can't, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now you can.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi. Sorry about that. I just wanted to state that HPD will attend the hearing, as well as the engineer. And my understanding is that they will be able to answer all these questions. I don't want to put any words in their mouth or anything, so I'll let them answer these questions. But I just wanted to let you know that that will occur. Thank you.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
I hope someone who actually knows these are legal questions, most of them. So I hope that the person who attends, and you should let them know, is someone who can answer questions about title. Also, since New York City is now the owner, not Project Rebuild, I'd like to know what it should say on the BSA resolution, because on our existing resolutions, we say HPD is the applicant, but these are for build it back homes. What should we say now? And by like what authority can we say it? That's part of it, right? Also, we need confirmation from the applicant or the fee owner, actually, which is the city of New York again. It's confusing, right? That the development on the sites will comply with the original conditions of the grants. And I have to say, with all of these GCL waivers, the conditions of grant were very, very, very carefully worked out with DEP, fire department, and DOT. Every word in those conditions was worked out with coordination with those agencies. So the idea that that those conditions will not be met is a problem, because we'd have to go back to all of those agencies and say, with these, in this case, 4 houses, they're not complying with the terms of the original grant. So, and why not, right? So, so those are my comments on this case. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Sorry, I have no comments on this. I mean, I understand that there has been a change in the program and the ownership is now under HPD, and HPD will then, this is not a very uncommon practice at HPD when programs change. But I actually walked away from the documents understanding that nothing of the prior conditions will change. So if that's the case, I am okay with it.
Okay. Just a little parenthetical. I see someone's hand up who's in the attendees. This is a review session, and we won't be hearing testimony until after the review session. So he took his hand down. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
and Commissioner Shabeta.
Build Back Better was started in 2013. It's Hurricane Sandy is 2012. We're going on our 10th year anniversary. I really hope that we can get these legal questions answered as soon as possible to get this to get this project completed, because frankly, Staten Island needs this to get done sooner.
Yes. So just to comment on this one, the property owners in a certain way, so there are probably still property owners who are sitting on houses in really bad shape that still have not been renovated or whatever. I'm not sure about that, but I'm thinking there probably are, given what we know from our site visits, however long ago that was. But in this case, all of the sites were purchased from the property owners for what I have to assume is some version of fair market value. And now a new owner is going to take over. So the owners of the sites are no longer suffering from the terrible condition after Sandy. They received compensation. And now the city is taking over development of the sites by transferring ownership eventually to I don't know if they're for-profits. It's supposed to be affordable housing, but you know how affordable housing is profitable. Yeah, so what I want to say is, though there are vacant lots or lots that haven't been developed, it's not the property owner who's suffering anymore, the individual property owner. So
I think that I think we need to take a step back and recognize that these neighborhoods, they're still dilapidated houses that are neighboring homes where people are living. It creates an infestation. It's an eyesore. These neighborhoods need repair.
yeah,
With that in mind, while I'm fully aware of how the program works, I think we should, with all electricity, we should move this as quickly as possible.
Well, that's the intention. So yeah, exactly. But I'd like to know whether the buildings were demolished, because one of the photographs shows a nice clean site. I don't know if that's the case for the others. Many of them, the photographs are taken from the street, so you can't see because there's a fence. You can't see what's going on. So, okay, let's move on to the next one.
Item number 19, 2016-2712A, 2459A, 2424A, 2426A, 2468A, 2425A, 2431A, 2715A, 2741A, 2745A, 3827A, 3826A, 3093A, and 3117A. This is for 770 Patterson Avenue, 176 Kiswick Avenue, 181 Moreland Street, 187 Moreland Street, 457 Lincoln Avenue, 183 Moreland Avenue, 185 Moreland Avenue, 529 Greeley Avenue, 1142 Olympia Boulevard, 1144 Olympia Boulevard, 477 Mill Road, 479 Mill Road, 208 Windman Avenue, 214 Windman Avenue, Staten Island. Once again, these are HPD projects.
Thank you, Tony. That was a mouthful. Okay, so I have the same exact questions as in the prior application as to the legal structure and ownership structure, and as to the conditions of the previous grant applying in all of these cases. Also, though, I have a general question. So with respect to this, so these are GCL 35 applications, building in the bed of a map street. But as far as I can tell from the surveys that are provided, none of these houses actually sit in the bed of the street. You know, and sometimes we get GCL 35 applications where they're sitting fully in the bed. what I remember from these applications was that if they were going to be if the existing houses were going to be lifted or replaced with a prefab, they were going to be located in the same footprint essentially as the existing house. But in order to get to the existing house, now that it's lifted, they were going to have to be installing ramps and stairs that were going to be extending into the front yard. And in many cases, extending past the widening line, street widening line, where there was one. So, but my understanding in this program is these houses, all the existing houses are going to be demolished. And as far as I could tell from looking very quickly at the surveys, all or most of the sites are in normal depth. According to the zoning analyses that were provided, all of them are going to comply with zoning. It says yes, yes, yes in terms of compliance all the way down. So I don't really understand why they need GCL 35 waivers. It doesn't look like, in some cases, there is no street widening line on the surveys. And I know that, these were done originally as, remind me how many, like 4,000 sites all at once, right? And so and in order for the Build It Back program to just be able to proceed really quickly, we just gave them sort of, if you fall within the bed of a map street, you get a waiver. If you don't worry about it, right? But now you have it narrowed down to these actual 14. And it seems to me, why would you want to encumber a site with a BSA waiver, which forevermore will show up on Department of Buildings website as like a hit, right? So every time the owner wants to, I don't know, add a bedroom, really anything, the Department of Buildings may say, no, you can't do that. You were, even though it's just a GCL waiver, we often get DOB returns saying, is this okay for them to make this change? So it seems to me that there should be a more careful analysis of which sites actually need a GCL waiver, and just and don't have those anymore subject to the BSA. Just withdraw the BSA approval for want to be cheaper for the future owner to not ever have to deal with this, et cetera. So, and that would make it, and it's not hard to do. I mean, if I spent more time and I understood better what these cases are, I could probably figure out which ones need it. So far, I didn't find any that need it. And so I would like the applicant's representative to talk about that. And also, I guess part of it is, are they, yeah, I guess that's the main thing. And then, let's see, the zoning chart that's applied. Yeah, so at all the zoning charts that I looked at, I didn't look at all 14, I probably got to 10, had a full compliance of zoning. So again, if it's fully compliant, why does it need a GCL waiver? It means it's setting back adequately from the front yard line, front lot line. It's got the required side yards, all that. Yes, yes, yes. So I'm pretty confused about why these are here even, and why not just withdraw them from this part of the application. And there, I don't know if these are also GCL 36 sites, but it seems like no, because they didn't come back to us for with the first group of cases. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering, and this may be a legal question or a question for our legal team, but is there, for the cases that do need to be here, is there a way that we can waive ongoing jurisdiction on those cases moving forward?
It doesn't work that way. As soon as it shows as a BSA decision at the DOB gets nervous. They'll see they come back to us even for what we call A cases where it was for like a waiver on a sprinkler system in 1949. We have a case like that. In fact, that doctor's office
Right.
that we just voted on, that's a 1949 or something, or 50 something waiver on a fire code, and they sent them back.
Do you think that if we were to at least attempt to put that in a resolution, that would make any difference for the next buyer?
You know, the big part about all of this is the Department of Buildings depends on always who's there. So there was a period where I always love to tell the story. The ZRD ones that were sent, or they were called interpretations. There was a period where Department of Buildings, all the commissioners there were very liberal in their thinking, because their thinking was, we're going to just get this done. And they would come up with all these really creative solutions in interpretations. And you would get an interpretation and you'd bring that over to the plans examiner and you'd get your building permit and you'd build it and you'd get your CO and you'd be done. Then X years later, 10 years later, contests, challenges on those sites, buildings department said, you know what, all those interpretations, no good, they weren't allowed, they're not good anymore, right? So it really just depends on which era you're in at DOB. And so I'm just trying to protect these owners from having even the slightest little click on the BSA site if it's not necessary. And it seems to me if it's not necessary, that's something you could figure out between today and tomorrow.
Absolutely.
It's not going to take weeks. It's going to take hours. Right?
Maybe. Right, absolutely. I agree
There's
with you.
already architects doing the zoning analysis. They said yes, yes, yes to everything. They could try out a few typical houses on the site. I don't know if they did that, and say, oh, look, it's true. It's 100 foot deep. We don't need a waiver. I mean, it'd be different if the sites are only 50 feet deep or something like that. Then where are you going to put the house, right?
Right.
So, yeah. But thank you. Okay.
Go on.
Mhm.
Okay. SOC cases, continued hearing items. Item number 20, 37845BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Sorry. I'm scrolling, but what I wanted to say first, because I'm scrolling and trying to get to the notes, is they did this really nice detail for the trash enclosure.
Put it on our samples. Do you want those in our samples?
I love it because I'm begging always.
Jella, we're gonna put it in our samples.
Oh, wait, let me just say, I'm begging always, please don't use like crappy, what do you call it? Masonry block that's not finished. And then the applicant looks at me like, you're so mean. Why are you making us do anything? And then I'm like, well, at least stucco it. Don't just paint it. And they're like, oh, you're so mean. You're making me stucco it. These people instead use an 8-inch smooth face block with white brick veneer. Wow. So I want to thank them very much for doing that. They provide a lovely detail. Yes, Jella, please include that in our sample detail. And this is a very cooperative applicant team. So, and creative. So I always think, I thank them for taking that approach to all of our applications. Now I found my notes. There is, though, a bubble plan that they provided with red lines and so on, which seems to be, which is quite confusing. And I think it should just be moved into the void folder. It seems to be a comparison between what they started off with way at the very beginning and now. And our drawings are only supposed to be the difference between today and what was last submitted, which would have been submitted in October for the November hearing. That's what the bubbles are supposed to show, only that difference. So when we're reviewing the application, we can easily spot the changes from the last time we looked at the case. So that red line bubble thing should be moved into the void folder, and project managers should always pay attention to the bubble diagrams to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Only the difference, the delta between the last submission and the current one. So the drawings do add the arbor vitae bushes along the entire property line as requested. Thank you. And street trees are shown added along 148th Street. And they're showing distances. And of course, that's DOT's call about where they can be located and so on. They're showing them close to the property line. I don't know whether DOT would approve that, but they'll approve a location. So we did ask, though, for proof of request to the Department of, not DOT, sorry, Department of Parks. I guess they work with DOT on that because that's their sidewalks. But Department of Parks has a form you fill out for street tree requests. If you could fill that form out to show that you're requesting those trees, so we know it's in the pipeline. I know it'll take a long time before you actually get the trees, but at least it's in the pipeline, and submit to us that form filled out. I also didn't see the detail that I requested, and maybe you didn't understand what I was getting at. I requested a detail of the in-ground planting beds that are located along the residential property line, where there's that 5-foot deep planting bed that now is shown to have arbor vitae. That's a much different build condition than the condition of the planting beds along 148th Street. So I gave to Daryl, to your project manager, a section detail that we had received on another case, which is not as good as probably the detail that this applicant would produce, but it gives you an idea of what we're getting at, which is basically that you've got curbing on the two sides, and then there's an in-ground pit, planting bed pit. So to make it clear that it won't be above ground and to show that it will be curbed so the soil stays in place. So please add that to your drawings. And then I already talked about the trash enclosure. So those were my comments. And again, thanks very much to the applicant for their cooperation. And yeah, okay. Vice Chair Shonda?
Thank you. I am satisfied with the applications, the revised plans. I'm satisfied with it. I also had similar comments with regards to the location of the street trees. That would be up to Parks and DOT. And maybe we should be clear on that notation somewhere in the drawings. It's for Parks to approve and not as shown in the plan kind of thing. But otherwise, I'm satisfied with it.
Okay, so let's be clear, because this applicant really listens to our comments.
Okay.
So be clear about the notation. That location of street trees to be approved by Department of Parks and Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I have only one question concerning the lighting plan that they put forth that shows that the light spreading towards the residential home on 148th Street is due to a lighting post that's closest to the residential home on 148th Street. And it shows the lighting above 0 at the lot line, but drops off to 0 on the residential side of the lot line. So my question is, and it's still, quite low anyway, will just a simple shield reduce that lighting to 0 so that we could just dispense with it?
Okay, so and exactly where is that? It's a post. Oh, there's 2 posts on 148th, right?
One's in the vehicle parking area that's closest to the residential home.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Commissioner Brown for her comments on the lighting. I do have a concern. It's not a comment. I'm not sure if like accepting drawing BSA-007, this is the maneuvering plan. If you look at the Google Maps, and you look at this maneuvering plan, I see that the maneuvers shown on the plan allows for crossing double solid. One of them coming out from Folk Boulevard into the station, and the other one coming out from the station onto Sutphin Boulevard. So I'm not sure if they can modify this like sort of maneuverability, or if this is something that's okay by the police department. I'm fine with it, but I don't want to like something happen in the future and somebody says BSA accepted this maneuverability plan. We're not accepting any kind of plan that like facilitate any illegal activity, neither on or around the site. Just wanted to make this clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure how we deal with that exactly, but if the applicant could research the permitted traffic maneuvering, however that is. It's like there is a Department of Traffic Management or something like that at DOT. Right? Commissioner,
it's a controversial thing. Trust me, I drive in New York for 15 years now. Some people say if you're coming out of a driveway and you're making a left turn, you can cross a double solid. I don't think this is accurate, but my concern is that the maneuverability plan shows the car coming out of the station on Sutphin Boulevard is going to the other direction, meaning that it has to cross the double solid to make the left.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, if we just, I want to just be like careful. We're not allowing any like illegal activity on or around the site.
Okay. One way to do that, one way to fix it is to take out that maneuverability diagram and only show ones that don't cross the double solid. But again, there might be some provision that allows it, in which case it should be cited. I see hands up, but let me just finish with the commissioners. Okay. And Commissioner Shavetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further on this.
Okay, so Vice Chair had her hand up first.
Yeah, I think best is to kind of, our understanding is everything that is being shown with regards to traffic movement is not something that we're approving. We just want to see the curb cuts are located in a location that would allow for that movement and the flow into it and not block any pedestrian movement and traffic flow. So with that said, I think if you want to be safe, you can put a note there saying, yes, all traffic circulation pursuant to DOT regulation. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And okay. That's, I mean, we are not reviewing that. That would have been reviewed by DOT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the reason that I asked the question is that sometimes we need to see that, for instance, the tanker truck is able to make it into the gas station to actually do the work. And if they can't without crossing the double line or whatever, because they're not physically able to do it, that's a different question, right? That's completely depending on the street system to get in and out of the site, as opposed to, you know, when you leave and you go off on your merry way, that's your business if you want to break the law, you know, kind of thing, right? So I guess that's it. All right, so we'll just add that note. And I think that was responding. Carlo took his hand down, so that must have been what he was going to say, right, Carlo?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was also going to suggest either if the maneuverability diagrams are more illustrative, then you know, perhaps it would be something that we take out of the set to approve to stamp, or if it's confirmed that no left turn is permissible there, then maybe a note or some sort of signage be placed saying that no left turns. But I heard the discussion of the board members. I'm not sure what is legal or not, but something to consider is perhaps not approving the maneuverability plans. And the other plans would still reflect the curb cuts, and those could be considered just illustrative for the board.
Right. But then we have to start changing how we look at all of our maneuverability plans. If we just add notes all the time, that we're just looking at curb cuts, not the traffic circulation. You know, a note like, as was suggested, all
Though
traffic.
there are times, Madam Chair, sorry, there are times where we do put a note saying no left turn from the exit or something like that.
Yeah,
So that also does happen. But I think in this case, we are not making that, we are not making any difference. It's whatever the underlying governing regulation is applies.
yeah,
So I think we can just leave it that. I don't think it is important for us to leave these drawings, because oftentimes when the next board gets these approved plans, for them, it would be difficult to understand why a curb cut was there. Now you have that complete set to understand, yes, there's a reason why those 3 curb cuts were placed.
yeah.
I agree with Vice Chair, we should leave it in.
So I
Yeah.
think we should leave it there. Just put a note in this case. In another case, that may not work because we may have put an exclusive no left turn.
Right, good point. Yeah, and it's true, we often look at the maneuverability diagrams from the last case.
Yeah.
So, and otherwise, they would just maybe disappear from the sets that are submitted to us or that we
Yeah.
dig up when we go to our archives.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, I agree with the Vice Chair. We don't have to like leave this away. We can just stamp it, put the note, and in some specific cases where the way the maneuverability is shown impacts our looking at the specific site, we could give this some sort of like a more deep study. But for a case like this where there is like a plenty of space, I don't think we should like hold it or leave it without stamping it approved. We should just stamp it and put the note that we're not making any determination with respect to any illegal turn or something like that. Some sort of language like this.
Yes, okay. Good. All right, thank you, everyone. Move to the next.
Item number 21, 7-95BZ, 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Okay, so this is actually a PCE concealed in a variance or wrapped in a variance. So it's, it gets tricky with these cases in a C1. I looked at this in depth with staff to see if there was a way, see if the new text amendment would affect the site, which is in a C1 too. Applicant's representative was really concerned about the idea of relying on the text amendment in a C1 too, particularly because the existing PCE above grade is 12,000 square feet, not the maximum 10,000 square feet, right? So, and then we had some discussion about, would it be viewed by DOB as an existing non-conforming condition? And so we started to look more in depth at the language in the new text. And I have to say, the zoning text in the new 1210 definition for what's known as health and fitness establishments could not be more confusing as to existing non-conforming PCEs that were the subject of special permits or variances. So the idea of relying on that incredibly confusing language to essentially abandon the variance would be perilous at best. So I agree with the applicant that we should extend the time to obtain a CO and then add another little layer to it. And so the term expires 2025, but I would like to suggest, given the situation and given are kind of feeling that it becomes a non-conforming use, even though that's not been decided by DOB or contemplated somehow or other by city planning. I'd like to suggest that even in this case, that we eliminate the term, but we don't do it until April, when we know that the text has fully vested without a challenge. That way, the applicant's owner never has to come back to us. And it's effectively the same as if they had a non-conforming use, like in permanence, right? Because why should they be treated differently than any other PCE that is allowed to exist permanently, starting with this new text amendment, right? So that's my proposal. And then just a little bit more on this. The original application was a request to amend the variance to allow for the relocation of the existing PCE in this former bank building to another location in the shopping center, so that the bank building could be replaced with a more profitable building. It's a bizarrely little building or something, that doesn't lend itself well to retail. At that first hearing, commissioners did not agree that an A or a B finding, or even maybe a D finding, could be met to support the relocation of the PCE elsewhere in the existing retail complex. So that portion of the application is or was withdrawn. We mentioned at that time, at the last or long ago, last time we heard this, we mentioned that the PCE text amendment was in process. So a PCE would be allowed as of right by the end of 2021 or thereabouts. And so we instructed the applicant to come back after the text was approved, and we set a continuation date for October, which was then adjourned because the text had not been approved yet. So although, as I say, I agree there's a need to continue with the variance for the existing condition, the owner needs to be advised, in case the the owner's representative has not advised him or her of this, that health and fitness establishments of up to 10,000 zoning square feet are now permitted in the C1 as of right. And there is no limitation on the amount of floor space for the health and fitness establishment in the cellar. So the original proposal to relocate the PCE to another place in the retail compound could be done now as of right, provided that it complies with that zoning floor area limitation and other limitations that have to do with noise and so on. So I just want them to understand that they can actually pursue as of right what they were interested in doing before. I don't know if this complex has any cellars, but the other aspect of it is the limitation is per establishment. So you could have many different kinds of gyms, different names, different, an Exhale over here and an Equinox over there and like that, as long as they didn't exceed 10,000 square feet per establishment. Okay, so those are my comments on this. So Vice Chair Shonda.
Yeah, I have no additional comments, and thanks for that clarification.
Okay. I guess my question is, I don't know if there's an impediment to us eliminating the term before it's officially applied for. We might need an amendment of the application. I'm not sure. Carla, go ahead.
Madam Chair, yeah, I mean, even though they didn't request it, I mean, the term itself is at the discretion of the board. So I believe that the board has the authority to do as it wishes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's the variance.
Yeah. Okay, good. So are you okay, Vice Chair, with eliminating the term?
Yes, I am okay.
Okay. And Commissioner Ollie Brown.
Fine with them eliminating the term. They'll still have to get their C of O though, which is what this is. So they just need to give us a timeline for how much time it's going to take to get the C of O.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with eliminating the term and I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabetto? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Okay. You're okay with them eliminating the term?
Absolutely.
With us eliminating their term? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Go on?
Yeah.
Okay, item number 22, 1201BZ, 2829 Edson Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, so just to clarify for commissioners, I know they put in a request to adjourn. We denied the request to adjourn because the community board and neighbors are watching this case closely. And I want them to be kept up to date by listening to us and not being put off for months and months and months. And as a result of denying the adjournment, they made a submission. We gave them more time to submit. I had also asked staff to find out why the retaining wall is not being installed on the subject property instead of on city property. As was discussed at the last hearing, I was surprised to see that the retaining wall is still on city property. So just as a reminder, this case 12-01BZ is now running in tandem with the companion case 1301BZ for the site next door that shares the parking lot, landscaping, and sidewalk issues. Though we'll hear them separately because they have separate concerns. From now on, they're traveling together. This is the first time we're hearing them together. The submission for 1201BZ states that there is no longer a proposal to install the ATM machine in the parking lot with that's kind of separate ATM area or other modifications to the parking lot. And there were a lot originally proposed with interior landscaping and so on. Hence, there's no opportunity for reconfiguration of the lot that would have allowed for additional parking lot landscaping, as I just said. There is a statement that the applicant met with the community board again in December, but we didn't get anything from the community board about their most current views on the application. So I'd like the project manager to reach out to the community board and find out what the board is thinking about what's going on right now. The letter also states that the retaining wall must be on city property, as placing it on the subject lot would require a major reconstruction of the storm drainage system at great expense. I'd like more explanation on that. I'd like them to provide an existing drainage plan to support this contention. I frankly didn't see any drains near this area in the photos that were provided. Of course, there's a lot of stuff in that area. There's a fence. And when our compliance officer, Ted Ricketts, went to visit, I don't think he was able to get to that spot. And by the way, we didn't know that he should be looking for drains. The retaining wall that's shown in the builder's pavement plan as being located some distance from, is being shown as some distance from the property line, but we don't know what that distance is. That needs to be dimensioned. And why is it located at that distance? I was guessing that they don't even want the footing to go underneath their property, but I didn't see that there's any drains in the way. And the idea of not wanting to dig up your parking lot, I don't think is a good enough excuse to be building your retaining wall fully on city property. So I'd like to know what, and also there's this kind of sloped area to be planted between the retaining wall and the parking lot. That's not dimensioned either. I'm not sure it's going to support really any planting because looks small. The builder's pavement plan, just to point out, has a section through the proposed sidewalk and retaining wall with landscaping. That's what I'm referring to when I talk about this. The submitted drawings that were dated January 20th of this year show the entire parking lot bubbled. I'm confused because the cover letter states there will be no change to the parking lot. and that the landscaping has already been installed as of May 21st. My question is this bubbled set comparing today, that submission to the submission in September, which is actually what it's supposed to be doing? But if that's the case, then we need an accurate existing conditions plan, because they're saying that the planting is already in place, so it should be shown as existing planting as opposed to planting to be placed or new planting recently installed or something. There should be an existing set. They also need to provide photos to support the contention that the planting has been installed. I'm relying on the Ted Ricketts compliance visit photos that were taken in September of last year that show the parking lot surface is very cracked with potholes and water puddling after a storm. So I'm not sure how great your drainage system is. So the parking surface needs to be repaired and recoated and striped. The photos also show the landscaping area is sparse and pretty sad in September. So if it was planted in May, by September, they should be filling out. They don't look very good. If the parking lot is not to be modified, then the planting in the existing planting beds has to be increased and maintained. Applicants count in the cover letter of the number of bushes added to the site actually sounds a little bit dismissive of the landscaping requirements. The drawings also show the landscaping has gaps. Gaps aren't acceptable on a landscaping plan unless you've got an object there that cannot be planted. I need the applicant to remember that this is a variance that allows a use that's not permitted in this district and that people live here. So please be respectful of the fact that people live here and are looking at this parking lot as their view, right? There's trash on the street side of the site that must be cleared up. And also, now going back to that, sometimes I'm just writing free association here, but so as I study the existing sectional condition on the builder's pavement plan, I have a question actually that I would like to present to DOT. I ask why a revocable consent is needed if the entire portion that is sloping down to the parking lot is city property. So this is the first time I actually saw a clear section through the site. I think the last time we looked at a section, it was that radiological, I don't remember what it was. It was a structural survey and I didn't really understand where the property line was. So now if the property line is correctly located, it seems to be at the bottom of the slope. So it means that it's the city property that's sloping. And if the city were going to be building this roadbed, then the city would have to build its retaining wall on city property. So I actually don't understand why a revocable consent is needed. And I think we should be reaching out to DOT. I'd like to hear from the engineer for the site. And I see Vinroy's hand up. But I'd like to also have a conversation with DOT. Vinroy, go ahead.
Yes, Chair. The last correspondence I got via email from the district manager, Mr. George Torres. His email basically summed up that they were in support of what the board is doing regarding the case, and that he will be present for this today's hearing.
Sorry, this is the community board?
Yes.
Yeah, George Torres.
Okay. All right. They're in support of what the board is doing, as opposed to what the applicant. So the applicant said they're in favor. The community board is supporting whatever they're doing. That's different than supporting what we're doing.
Well, he's saying that he's in favor of the board's position in terms of what the board expects.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so but to clarify, please, please make a note that I would like us to reach out to DOT to find out why and this is something to, I'm not sure who the DOT contact is. Tony, you have a contacted DOT.
No, I think that, I believe that during the course of discussion with the community board, Mr. Torres, there was Kevin Daniel, I believe, Vinroy.
Yes, we have a name. We do have
We
a
have a
name for
name
that
of
person.
someone that we were
On
dealing with
contact. Yeah.
Okay,
on this specific case.
Mhm.
okay. Okay, so I'm gonna give you that task after we speak with the engineer for the site. To wonder and to make sure, I mean, maybe I think the survey should show clearly, I don't have the survey in front of me, where the property line is relative to the slope, but I just don't get why that's a revocable consent. So that's the one, and then and then we'll talk about the next one next. Okay, so those are my comments for now.
Chair,
Yeah,
yeah, did you look at that? I believe they gave us the location of the property line.
but that's different than the other one. No,
Is this the
wait
most
a
recent?
second.
Right.
It's not the most
This is-
recent submission.
I
There's a-
believe it
yeah,
is.
Wait a minute, I'm looking at one, so mine doesn't look anything like that. The property line got moved to the curb. See that one? See below? On the left side?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. No, above, existing. See, the property line is on the other, is right next to the curb. That's the one I'm looking at.
Okay.
I don't
let
know
me
where
check.
the property line is, right? So, and then they show, yeah. So what,
Let me check the date on that. Hold on one second.
and maybe that's why. So the property line keeps moving. So where is the property line? This shouldn't be that hard. Well, you can see, it should be the.
Yeah, this is January 20.
Okay, now go back down to January 20.
Yeah, this plan is submitted January 20. The date is here. The date is here.
Right, but that's where the property line is at the curb.
Sorry, it's very slow.
I know. I think it's the other sheet, not this one.
Madam Chair, I think the property line in
There,
all
well,
the sections are along the parking
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
curb.
So just a second, Commissioner Shetta, can you blow up that one? Yeah, you see, it's showing the property line of the existing parking lot right at the curb where you're down at the lowest grade. So if that's an accurate location, because as you say, before, the last time we looked, the property line was someplace else. It's the survey that knows, the surveyor needs to confirm that the property line is at the curb of the existing parking lot. If that's the existing condition, is that truly the existing condition? Otherwise, I don't want to embarrass ourselves and call DOT if it's not correct. Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, go ahead.
No, I was just I'm not quite sure I'm following the question that you have raised, but anyway, I'll let Commissioner Shetta respond that through the plan.
Okay, so, but do you have any further comments on the application? Because I.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, so it's my turn?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't have any comments on the revocable consent. If that's the direction DOT wants the applicant to go with, let them proceed with that. But when I was comparing the plans that were submitted when the ATM was being proposed, which is dated September 10th, 2021 submission, to what has been proposed, and the applicant is saying, since they are eliminating the ATM machine, and therefore all the parking layout stays as it's currently built to, I began to review the September plan. And in the September plan, if you notice, the applicant had proposed, because of the ATM machine, was proposing a reduction of total number of parking spaces from what was currently approved, which is the number as 94, to 90. And if you look at the width of the accessways, the aisles, the pass-by lanes, those were also reduced from 30 feet to 27, primarily the main accessway for the trucks, and also the layout was changed. So my question is, I believe, and I correct me if I'm wrong, I think at the September hearing, the board was okay with this layout. Our concern was more with the Grace Avenue and how it was being treated. And but if we were okay with that layout, and if we are okay with the reduction of space from 94 to 90 with a reduced aisle width, it would give much more greenery within the planting area. And I, for one, I would be okay with it. It may even allow, if you have a reduced width of that accessway from 27 to 30, maybe it'll allow a little bit more planting along the edge, or maybe not, but it will at least allow more planting within the site. And I would be okay with that, to take the element of the parking layout from the September, which allows for more greening within the site, and let the revocable consent from DOT take care of the sidewalk location and planting that can be accommodated within that. That's really what I wanted to take.
Because I only saw the drawing just now, so I'm trying to understand what you're getting at. So they're saying.
If you look at plan sheet 4 of 10 from the September 10th submission.
Okay.
I know
Maybe.
Commissioner Shetta is very efficient in locating these. But,
September 10th, 13.
yeah, 9/10/2021.
Oh, okay.
That was the submission, 9/10/2021. This is the revised existing and proposed plan set. And if you go to sheet 4 of 10, the layout was changed where the accessway, the access easement specifically, the width of that was reduced from 30 to 27 feet.
Sorry, when you say access, slow down, okay? Because we don't have the drawings on the screen. So
okay.
when you say access, very specific, right? So I think when you
try to, so this is the September 9th.
we
September
can't,
9th.
no, we can't see it. It's too little.
Can you see this now?
A little better. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, that's the most modern I can get.
Yeah.
This
Maybe
so this is Grace Avenue.
Yeah.
This is Grace Avenue. So the location of the parking layout changed in this area, and it allowed for a reduction of the pass-by lane from 30 foot to 27 feet. And the total parking space within this combined was reduced to 90. That's what the number says here. And once this results in more greening within the site and around it. So my point is, if we were okay with that, then why can't we go ahead with that, where we reduce the number of parking spaces to 90 to allow for more greening within the site?
Wait. Now you have to slow down. So more greening within the site.
Yes.
In order to do what so I keep thinking, when you say that, I think what you're referring to is greening along Grace Avenue, not the whole site. Or if you're talking about the whole site, then you are talking about what they don't want to do, which is to dig up the parking lot in the middle where they enlarge the, so we asked them, we said to them, you need to comply with 37, whatever section it is, 07. And we said, you need to provide greenscape islands in the middle of the parking lot. So the difference between their existing condition and that proposed condition in September were these large landscape islands in the middle of the parking lot. They're saying they're not going to do that. They don't want to spend the money to do that. That would mean digging up the entire parking area. So if you're talking about that, then we're asking them to dig up the entire parking area anyway. Or if we're just talking about what I thought you were getting at was the 27 feet drive aisle along that parallels Grace Avenue, which would allow another 3 feet to for planting along Grace Avenue. Are you talking about the entire parking lot or just Grace Avenue?
So my first one was go with what the 910 was. If the 910 doesn't work, and my focus is on the 27-foot reduction. However, I'm not sure if that can happen with the existing layout. If it can happen and that gives you an additional 3 foot along Grace Avenue, proceed with it. There was a reason why that 27-foot worked with this revised layout.
But again, so now I'm looking at the existing plan. Okay, existing situation according to the same 910 drawing. So 910 submission is sheet 3 of 10.
Right.
Yeah, sheet 3 of 10, right?
So the existing one works. For the existing layout, you need to have a 30-foot because there are 2 back-to-back vehicles parking, right? There are 2 rows of vehicles that are parking. So in order for the vehicles to back out, you need that 30-foot. So if you
Wait, that's not what's shown on the 910 drawing. If you look at the proposal.
No, I'm not talking about the 910. I'm talking about the existing. And that is
I'm talking, wait, stop. The 910 drawing, the proposed drawing shows 27 feet between as a drive aisle with a whole bunch of parking spaces backing into each other. So
yes, it's only 1 row. It's only 1 row. If you look at the existing, there are 2 rows on 2 ends. It's like 2 bookends of vehicles parked. If you look at the existing plan, you will see on one side, there is 1 set of parallel on the 30-foot, and there is another set of vehicles parked. So you need, for that reason, 30-foot width of aisle. If you have 2 sets of vehicles that are going to back into it, you cannot have 27. So in order for it to be 27, the layout also within it has to change. So if you look at the existing, you have 14 rows on the inside that will back into that accessway, and then you have 20 plus 9 that will be backing in to that accessway. So in order for those 2 such activities to happen, it cannot be less than 30 feet. It has to, so for it to be reduced, the layout has to change.
Okay, I don't understand, but anyway, so there's also 13 on the existing. There are 13 cars, more or less, not a whole 13, that in the existing situation that also back to the 20 that are along Grace. So I'm only seeing like a drive aisle in between. So I don't really understand this whole concept that you need to have 30 feet when they've already got 11 spaces that are backing up into each other on the proposed. This is the part I don't really get. But anyway, we don't need to keep talking about it, but I'm trying to understand what it is you're actually suggesting.
Basically, I'm suggesting.
Let me finish my sentence. Are you suggesting that they landscape the entire site the way it's shown on that 910 drawing, or only the Grace Avenue frontage area?
So I'm giving 2 options. One is go with this 910 solution as is, which will allow for greening of the entire. That, to me, that's my preferred ideal site. If that cannot be achieved, then try to maximize as much of the greening along Grace Avenue.
Okay. I mean,
using the reduction of some of the layouts that has been shown on the 910.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Anything else? You're speaking, but you're muted. You're muted.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown?
My only comment has to do with the location of the retaining wall outside of the lot line, which I support actually. And the reason I just wanted to lay out my reasoning, which is that because Grace Avenue is higher, the dirt that flows is flowing onto the private property from the public property versus the standard retaining wall we see where we're trying to protect the public property from a higher incline on the private property, in which case it would make sense for them to locate their retaining wall within the property line because you don't want private property to impinge on public property. But this is a case where public property would be impinging on private property. And so therefore, I'm okay with them locating their retaining wall outside of the lot line and not disturbing or ripping up their parking lot pavement any more than they absolutely have to. And that's basically my only thoughts on it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I want to say two things. Number one, I don't have preference for where the retaining wall should be located. I don't care about that. I care about the need for this work to be done. And I recall that probably 2 hearings ago, or maybe more even, I did advise them to look at the design of the retaining wall. And for me, it's kind of like a beefy one. And I'm not sure if there is difficulty constructing a retaining wall on a city property. And it shouldn't, I'm not saying it should be easy, but I'm saying why not just exclude the solution of the retaining wall, that traditional one. And if the structure, their structural talk to their geotech, like I said 3 hearings ago, they can come up with a solution that, in my opinion, it should be much cheaper and much easier. And how's that? Think of a lagging system. As far as I understand, and I will need to share my screen to explain myself. This is the existing condition there. Now, according to that latest submission, property line is here. And currently this is a sloped section like that. If you do something like that, if you put a pile here, let's say helical pile, or even a steel pile. If you want to drill, you could put a helical pile. If you want to drive, and you're not going to cause like any issues to that area, you could probably bang these piles in 2 or 3 days, drive them. And then on top of this soldier pile, put a fence and slope that, actually not slope it, it's already sloped. So you don't have to pay for like reshaping this area, just pave it. And there is not like any dirt to flow from here to here if you protect that slope, let's say by paving, or maybe paving landscaping mix. And for the other section that they presented as a retaining wall, I believe if the retaining wall is eliminated, again, put a pile between the property line and the curb. With a pile, there is no digging. It's just drilling, and probably it's a hole every 6 or 8 feet, probably could be even 10. And then put the fence on top of that. What you're gonna gain is, number one, you're gonna save this gigantic, let me show that section for the retaining wall. Sorry, my computer is slow. Yeah. You're gonna save this concrete argon. This retaining wall that like the footing for it is almost 9 feet wide. It's a 1.25 feet thick, and the height of this is probably 10 plus. It's more than 10 feet. So all this concrete that's continuous to the entire length of the fence is going to be safe, and it's going to be gone. And what you're going to do is you're going to replace all that with just a soldier pile every 8 feet, let's say, to be like even pessimistic. So a soldier pile with a capping beam on top of that, put the fence on top of this, and outside to avoid like significant lateral forces, just to slope this up, pave it, put some landscape in it to make it look nice, and you're done. You don't have to build on a city property, and you don't have to spend that much money for this gigantic retaining wall. That's easy. I don't know why they don't want to go that route.
That's interesting. So I have a question. So when you say pave and landscape to look nice, how much has to be paved to retain the slope? And how much has to be landscaped?
The slope is very gentle. If you look at this, they say it's 20%, but even if you look at the other section, this section, they could control that slope, that green, you see that green line? They could control that slope by controlling how close the sidewalk to the fence is. If you enlarge this distance here, you could make this guy very gentle slope. And again, you could even like landscape the entire slope. It's doable, but it needs somebody to look at the survey and prepare some sketches, and then get the structural and the geotech to talk to each other. And I have said this, I believe, I'm not sure, was it the first hearing or the second hearing? I said people need to communicate. But instead, I see this retaining wall thing over and over and over, and it's not cheap. It's expensive. This is the first time I see somebody who's willing to pay to get in trouble by asking the city to build on their property. I don't understand. Thank you.
What do you mean to get in trouble by asking the city to build? What do you mean by that?
Isn't it time consuming and money consuming? Is this a nice thing? If I have a property, would I like to go that route? Of course not.
Right. Okay. Very interesting. I hope the engineer participates in this hearing. Otherwise, it's not useful. I see, and Commissioner Shabeta, and then I'll see Vinroy. I see his hand up. Commissioner Shabeta, go ahead.
I have no further comments, but I think what Commissioner Sheta explained seems like what could be the best solution. I'd love to hear a response to that, if that could be done.
Okay.
The only exception to what I said is that could probably, and I'm not saying this is the case, probably could make what I suggested is difficult a little bit, is that rock is shallow. And even if the rock is shallow, you could sacrifice, you could drill into rock, and instead of you need to drill 10 feet into soil, you're gonna need probably to drill 3 feet into rock. It needs somebody to look at it, evaluate it, and I'm pretty sure that it's doable. Not just doable, it's gonna be like the most optimum solution in a case like this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Vinroy, go ahead.
Yeah, just to provide you with the name of the DOT person that the community board has been in contact with. We have not directly contacted him. His name is Keith Cobb, and he's a deputy borough commissioner in the Bronx.
Keith, can you spell his last name?
The way I have it spelled here is K-A-L-B.
Cobb. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other comments on that? Thank you. That's very helpful. Let's go to the next one.
Item number 23, 1301BZ, 2875 Edson Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay, so now these are traveling as in tandem at the same time. I'm very upset with this submission, actually. The other one, I understand where they're going and so on, and we're learning more things about the retaining wall or not the retaining wall. But what I get from this submission is that the applicant refuses to do anything the board directed it to do at the last hearing, and instead to make excuses for why it's not going to do those things. The sidewalk continues to have a huge jog, significantly reducing the Grace Avenue road width, and the applicant plans on using city property to install its required landscaping. There is no documentation to support any of applicant's technical contentions that following the board's directions is not possible. Applicant argues that the retaining wall that they need has to be set far away from the building face. But when I look at the builder's pavement plan, for a full 18 feet, the retaining wall runs close to the building face so that it can connect with the retaining wall on the 12-01 BZ site. If the drawing is drawn to scale, but of course they don't provide a dimension, that the retaining wall for this site is approximately 3 feet away from the building wall, and then jogs and jogs to, quote, avoid utility poles that it wouldn't hit if it continued more or less on that same 3 foot away from the property line with the retaining wall. The location of the utility poles isn't dimensioned either. So on the builder's pavement plan, though, there is a detail someplace else that shows their distances. I just don't know if those are guesses or what. And the plan actually shows the footings under the retaining wall reduced in width so that it can clear the utility poles. So what are you talking about? So at the spot around the utility poles, the footings are reduced to clear the utility poles. So then I just don't understand. And then furthermore, so after that, and I'm not buying any of the excuses, there is no reason to jog the sidewalk and make Grace Avenue so narrow. Whatever it is currently, it's because the applicant never built the sidewalks they were supposed to build. So you can't say, oh, Grace Avenue is thin now, so we're just keeping it thin. They just didn't do what they were supposed to do for all this time. And, so you can't rely on what you weren't supposed to do. So furthermore, applicant expects a sign variance where this board has only granted sign variances for hospitals, as far as I know. I can't speak about the 2004 letter of substantial compliance that allowed illuminated signage to be mounted higher than is permitted in both a C2 zoning district and in an M district. But I'd like to know, what was the point of obtaining a letter of substantial compliance if the owner just ignored it and located the sign where they wanted to? If this site had been in an M district, no illuminated sign at all could face directly towards the R6 district that's located across the thruway where you see, I believe that's Co-op City, right? Wouldn't be allowed at all. So because it needs to face 90 degrees away from the residence. So if this had been an M district, no illuminated sign, period, the end, finished, right? In that location, in that direction. So any other comments there? Yeah. The photo provided shows the parking area is a cracked mess, even worse than the one for the previous application. So that whole parking area needs to be repaired and resurfaced and restriped. And then their explanation about the lights on, lights off makes zero sense. Lights off, they said, oh, the lights off is higher than the lights on because there was a passing car or because there's some other light source. That's the whole point of the lights off. You measure lights off and you take into account all the existing lighting. And if a car passes while you're doing the measurement, you take another measurement and you take several measurements until you have sort of an average. It's sort of obvious, so it's a ridiculous explanation. And so I'm just not happy at all with how this applicant responded to the board's concerns. I don't know how other commissioners feel. And then they make even some comment about a door, that if they put the retaining wall where they should, it'll somehow make the door inaccessible. I don't know what that little side door is for, but there's other ways into the building, and I doubt that it makes your door inaccessible. So just like you can cut the foundation, I don't even know why it would make any difference, frankly, about where the retaining wall is. So yeah, so I'm very disturbed by how they responded to this application. Vice Chair Shanda.
My concern with this application was with the signage, and that was a question I had asked at the last hearing for clarification. Now, when you look at the photos that's been provided and you look at the Google Street View, there is not only the signage that is above the height that was previously granted, but there's also another banner that is located more or less at an eye level. So there are two signages. I have to say, given the board's rulings with signage along Expressway, granting this, albeit this is from 48-foot height to going to 50-foot height, and the total signage size would be reduced, it still is inconsistent with what per zoning would be allowed. So I'm not very comfortable granting that waiver. I don't have any comments on the retaining wall issue. And I think the explanation provided with regards to where the Y supers unit are located, I'm fine with that, and I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Brown.
I actually had a similar question as you did as to the reason why they can't fit the landscaping on Grace Avenue by obstructing the entrances, because those storage unit entrances face in a southerly direction and the Grace Avenue is west. So I didn't quite understand that reasoning myself. So I'm not convinced by that argument about putting in the extra landscaping. They would have to explain that better for me. And I feel the same way about the retaining wall location as I did on the other case. And the only thing that I'm not quite sure I understand, and if they could just quickly explain it to me, actually, that I didn't mention before, was just why they can't eliminate the jog due to the retaining wall construction. Why can't they just keep the retaining wall in that same linear kind of line down the west side without moving it? I'm not sure. Is it that the lot levels off at that point? The street bed levels off with the lot, so it's not needed? I just need a little bit more explanation.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another point. When you look at the builder's pavement plan, the retaining wall continues along from the adjacent site 18 feet, and then it does this weird joggy thing to come out to where the sidewalk's going to be. I don't actually even understand why you need a retaining wall over there, because there's a building. Isn't the building functioning as a retaining wall and the site is level at that point? That's what it looks like on the photographs. It's
You mean
not like
the telecommunications building? That little hut building? Is that the one you're talking about?
No. So the building, the storage facility.
Right.
That building is right at its own property line, right? As opposed to what's happening on the other site where it's a parking lot. I get why you need a retaining wall. It's a parking lot. So the slope goes from here down to the parking lot, right? But on the other, the retaining wall is the building. So you don't need a retaining wall anymore. I actually don't get it. And so, and it continues for 18 feet for some reason, parallel to the building. And I don't understand why you need that either, except to spend a lot of money, because the building is lower than the roadbed. And I assume the foundations go down lower than the parking lot area. So like, I'm sorry, why are you building a retaining wall there? We'll wait for Commissioner Sheta because I know he's always amused when we're trying to learn about structure.
All right.
But so, yeah. So any other comments?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, better that the foundation be like deep enough to be compliant with the code. Otherwise, it's the problem. But yeah, no wonder. I believe the design of the site retaining walls on this site need some like collaboration between, like I said before, the two disciplines, the geotech engineer and the structure engineer, and probably the site civil too. And the most successful site retaining wall design comes when these three folks talk to each other. If you do not talk, it doesn't mean that the design will be screwed up, but at least will not be efficient enough from the financial perspective. So I urge them to talk and coordinate and discuss what is the most optimal solution. And optimal here doesn't mean that the least expensive, but means least expensive and feasible in the meantime. And I'm not gonna say anything beyond that. I'll be waiting for them to respond.
Okay, thank you. But I don't know if you've already looked, I'm not asking you to respond on this, but I just want to make sure you looked at the section, the builder's pavement plan for this site, which is different than the other one, because it shows that wild jogging retaining wall up against the property line, and I just don't understand it at all. You don't need to talk about it now, but if you could make sure you take a look at it before we get there.
I'm taking a look at it right now. I haven't looked at it actually,
Okay.
because the submission was made on the 20th. On the fly right now, I just looked at the documents that were submitted, but I didn't get a chance to look at the PVP.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it right now. So
okay. So yeah. So my confusion is I have a building on the property line with a wall that sits on a foundation that's surely as deep as the retaining wall that's about to be built for unknown reason. I don't know what it's retaining. It's already, the soil is already retained by the building. I don't get it.
Like I said before, that retaining wall for this site, the one that we looked at in the previous case and this case as well, its design is really exaggerated. I don't know why. Like I said, this is a 10 feet wide footing, and the height of the wall is 10 feet. I don't know why. Why is that? This is a massive retaining wall, especially if it's continuous for a considerable length of the property line. It's gonna be significant cost. And like I said, if you don't want to build something like that, the footing for this wall is 4 feet below grade by code. I'm not sure if for a retaining wall that's needed. It doesn't have much bearing. And I'm not sure if the code call for frost protection for a retaining wall footing. For a basement wall or a foundation wall, yes, totally understood. It's a building. But for this wall, I'm not sure. And even if it does, why would you put waste 4 feet of the stem height into ground, and instead make these 4 feet, make him 8, and instead of continuous, to just to explain myself, that thickness for that stem for the wall itself, not the footing, is about 15 inches or 12, let's say it's 12 inches. And now it's 4 feet below grade to make sure that the footing is protected, the bearing surface is protected from frost. And then you have a perpendicular to that, you have the footing, which is almost 10 feet wide. And then above grade, you have the rest of the wall. Imagine that you're replacing all this by just the 4 feet, the embedment, plus another 4 feet. So you still have 6 feet out of the footing saved, plus probably another 6 feet above grade. So all this is saved. And it's not even continuous all the way. It's scattered every 8 feet. And instead of you build a continuous wall, you put a pile, like the footing for the fence, like when you build a middle picket or so. You don't build a continuous beam. You build you put a footing, circular footing, put it down 4 feet or so, and then another one and another one. What I'm saying here, that could be done. And on top of that, if you need a continuous element, just put a grade beam and put the fence on top of that grade beam. I did build something similar to that, and to withstand actually a huge slope on top of that. And I did design it to make sure that it's working. If that, probably the structure is not like thinking of something like this. He believes that, oh, come on, this is a fence. It's not a big deal. But it's with the length of the wall, it's significant cost. And if they took the structure, like I said, the structure and the site civil guy and the geotechnical engineer talk to each other, I'm sure this is going to be done in probably like a click.
Okay, can you see my screen? Hello?
Hold on a second. Yes, 1 second, please. Yes.
Can you see everyone see my screen? Okay, this is the builder's pavement plan for the 1301 application, the one we're talking about with the storage facility. This big, you can see the cursor, this big dash line is the building wall, right, of the storage facility. They're proposing,
that wall, yes, the dashed one.
They're proposing this 18, this is the existing, the retaining wall that's needed for the parking lot. Then for 18 feet, they're continuing a retaining wall, something like 3 feet away from the building wall. And then they're jogging a retaining wall. You can see the footings, right? They're jogging the retaining wall all the way over like this. And they're arguing they have to jog the sidewalk all the way like this. And I'm like, what in the world is this retaining wall for? That's my question.
I can't answer that. I looked at it. I see no reason for that. Probably they have a reason that we don't see it. They owe an explanation to us on why they are going that route, and to their client actually. If you have a building in place, the only explanation I would take for something like this, if that building has a cellar, and that cellar has a basement wall, and that basement wall is not designed to withstand the lateral force from the soil outside. And you know what? Even if this is the case, I know how to do it. Just, you could put some self-sustaining material that doesn't exert any lateral loads on the foundation wall of the building. You could build some geogrid reinforced soil mass and put it there, and it's not gonna give any lateral force on the building. But geogrid and these kind of tricky things are geotech guys, people who play with the dirt. The structural engineer probably is not like thinking of something like that. And probably the site civil. They need to talk to each other to do two things. Number one, move this project forward. And number two, to save their client money, potentially.
Yeah. And I do want to point out that the community board and the community have been waiting long enough for this sidewalk. And I'm really concerned. One of the reasons that I said, what's the revocable consent for, is because, like, why can't DOT allow this to proceed? It's their retaining wall or whatever, lag beams or whatever. Is because I don't want the community to be waiting for a year for the approval of a revocable consent, which could take a lot longer than that because of agency backlogs and short staffing and everything like that. And it's just like an excuse in a certain way to just not do this for, for more of forever.
Especially it's not technically needed and it's not a viable excuse.
Could I just ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh,
Chair,
but I
I
didn't,
just,
before you do that, Commissioner Shabeta hasn't spoken yet. We've been wrapped up in the structure. Let me get back to you in a second, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have much to add to this. I think
Can you
Your
speak up?
volume, your volume.
I'm sorry, I have nothing further from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Otley
so
Brown.
I was just looking at the January 20th plans for this lot, and the retaining wall is on 1201 and ends before it gets to this lot. So I'm not quite sure if you look at page 4 of 10 in lot 13-01, at property 13-01, it shows the retaining wall ending at the end of the lot.
That seems to me like you have a lack of coordination, which is what Commissioner Shett is talking about, between the group that drew up the architectural plans, the structural engineer who drew up the builder's pavement plan, or maybe that's a civil engineer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So to your point, yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Move on.
Can I
Item
add
number,
one thing? I'm sorry, I just want to add one thing. I would want to know what DOT in its review considers in its revocable consent, especially with regards to narrowing of Grace Avenue. A lot of the traffic movement, all of this, and this, we are relying on DOT to make the right decision. So that also would be helpful to know.
Okay. Just 1 second. I'm trying to make your notes. So what are DOT's criteria? So DOT is certainly looking at two different questions, right? One is, however it reviews the revocable consent, will we give you permission to work on our property, right? But then the other is, are we okay with the width of Grace as proposed and the sidewalk configuration that requires someone, when I see this, because I studied wayfinding at one point in my varied career, right? And one of the things that you do with wayfinding is that you think about being a blind person, or a person who, you don't even need to be fully blind, somebody who has real difficulty seeing. Elderly people, for example, have difficulty seeing the ground. So you're walking along the sidewalk, which you assume is going to be straight, and the next thing you know, you're in the bushes. And for example, you're walking at night along Grace Avenue and you don't have good night vision, extremely common situation. Next thing you know, you're in the bushes, right? So there's a lot of reasons why sidewalk's supposed to go straight. It's not lovely. It's not like the little meandering garden path in the woods. It's supposed to be a straight sidewalk. And I do not see any reason to allow that to be the case here, other than it's more expedient for the developer, but that we're not about expedience. Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just show something that I need them to think of it until they respond to us, either today or later. This is the plan. I just downloaded it and I looked at it. This is the area that we're talking about. This narrow thing, and then this portion here and this portion.
Yeah.
And instead of building this, and this is my sincere advice to them, think of the following. If you look at that, number one, I said if this building has a cellar, probably this foundation wall is not designed to withstand additional. Probably they spoke to the structural engineer. He said, no, don't put anything on the foundation wall. It's not going to take it. If this is the case, if you look at the difference in grades between here and here, it's probably 22, 23, bottom of curve, to, if you look at the grades here, it's about average 19 or 20. So it's that grades adjacent to the building are 19, and up here, let's say it's 20, 23. Difference is 4 feet. So they're gonna need to put 4 feet of dirt to use the building as the retaining wall itself. If they are saying structurally it can be done because of the foundation wall, I would suggest that they dig here, they put either lightweight fill, I'm giving them clues now, they think about it. Either lightweight fill, and on top of that, they could put landscaping. It's gonna be much nicer and more comfortable to people walking on the sidewalk. The other solution is they can put any geogrid reinforced soil to make sure that no lateral forces goes to the building. Of course, if from the beginning the building can take these extra 2 or 3 feet of fill, done. And the cost, imagine the cost as compared to the retaining wall, the cost is nothing. You eliminate a gigantic retaining wall, concrete made, construction time is this, and the cost is for the concrete is that, no rebar, no nothing. And just put fill there, compact it, put landscape on top of that, and you're done. Think of that and respond to us why you want to go the other route. I'm not saying do not go the other route, but I'm saying if this is your intention or this is what you want to do, you owe us an explanation on why you want to do that.
Yeah. Yes. You know, when I review these kinds of responses that are just no to everything we say, I feel like the team gets together and it says, all right, we need excuses for why we're not going to follow any of their instructions. Let's show them how hard everything is. But we know how to look at the reality of how things are handled. And so instead, I frankly find this kind of insulting. Because there's simple ways of solving problems and there are ways of making things sound like problems that aren't problems. I see, just a little side, I see someone's hand up in the waiting room, in the attendees room. Suzanne Perkboyer, this is a review session. We won't take testimony until the review session is over. So please put your hand down. Thank you. Okay, I think we can go on to the next.
Commissioner Shedd, are you done? Oh, all right, he's done. Forget it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we can-
The final case is 16008 BZ, 651 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, so this is the last case we're discussing in review session for the public listening, and then we're going to take a few minutes break, and then we'll come back to the actual hearing where we'll accept public testimony. Okay, incredibly problematic case. We had instructed the applicant to notify neighbors of this upcoming hearing. And the BSA sent a notice on January 5th to the applicant to then forward to the neighbors. It doesn't look like notice was given, and instead there seems to have been a little email exchange like, why do we have to give notice now? Isn't it premature? Shouldn't notice be 20 days in advance instead of whatever it ends up being? And so it doesn't look like notice was given, or if it was, we weren't given any proof that notice was given. Commissioners should be aware that because it just got added to the folder on Friday, that our compliance officer, Ted Ricketts, conducted a site visit on January 18th and added photos of the site's perimeter and a site description to the folder. So please look at that if you haven't seen it already. The photos show huge disrespect for the community and neglectful ownership. Fencing is in, to use the word poor, is really euphemistic, poor shape. It's covered in graffiti. Some portions have razor wire and otherwise has this kind of wrangled overgrowth of vines that's filled with trash as the trash blows into it. So more abandoned and terrible looking. I'd have, this is like movie material. You can use this for a film set for some dystopian condition. So my first question is, why should such a disrespectful property owner be permitted to continue with a variance in a residential zoning district? This is an R4. In addition, so This is really a terrible site, and the applicant and owner's response to our directions are unacceptable. In addition, since the request to renew the variance was filed almost 8 years after the expiration of the term and 9 years after the certificate of occupancy was required to be renewed, a request to waive the rule that a new variance application be filed was required. That's something standard in our rules. At the last hearing, permission to file this application on what's known as the SOC calendar as a continuation of an existing variance was denied. So what are we doing here? And the applicant, I know, said, oh, let me make one submission to persuade you that it shouldn't be denied. So we directed the applicant, therefore, at that time to apply for a new variance and make the 5 findings from the beginning, right? As far as I'm concerned, you're not going to be able to make the 5 findings. So just to save you a little bit of money, but just to say that's what we directed them to do. Okay. I note the horrible history on this site with illegal usage of this city block and an eventual padlock closure order in 2009 from the Department of Buildings that ultimately led to the uncomfortable variance grant in 2010 with an open C finding. I know there are a lot of people listening, so there are 5 findings that are required to be made. One of them is the C neighborhood character finding. In the resolution states that the C finding at the time was not made. And as a result, the applicant had 1 year to accomplish a whole bunch of things in order to make the C finding. So it's a very bizarre, I've never seen one like this before, very bizarre variance grant that sort of held in abeyance the actual variance for a year pending proof that all of those things that were supposed to be done are done by July of 2011. The applicant here attempted to establish that the C finding was met, actually, by providing photos from 2010 showing the terrible site conditions, and then stating that because a sidewalk was installed, there must have been full compliance by the summer of 2011, as listed in the grant. But that's the way maybe you would have proven it before there were aerial photos readily available on so many different sources. And so even city planning has great aerial photos that go back to, I don't know, 2000, not like 19 something, 90 something. So aerial photos from that period being readily available, I looked at the 2010 and 2012 photos, which show that the situation is identical and that there was no sidewalk or fence installed as of 2012. You can also there was no change to the site. The site looked the same from the air in 2010 as it did in 2012. That's the same for the aerial photograph in 2014, no change. The first image that shows sidewalks is 2016. So if we just use the standard rule, independent of a site that doesn't have a missing C finding, you failed to vest your variance because the work was not substantially completed in the 4 years, and you didn't come back to extend the time to complete the terms of the variance, right? So we have 2016 is the first time we see sidewalks in the aerial, but you can do the same with Google Street View that shows the required fencing and the 2-foot deep planting tree pit along the fence never installed, but you do see sidewalk by 2016. So basically, I would say the C finding was not met ever, and therefore no variance was granted in 2010. Done. We're done. So applicant attempts to argue that the C finding is the same as not complying with conditions of a grant. It is not. So there's conditions of the grant, and the board has the authority not to extend a variance where compliance with the condition of the grant has not been met, or there's very bad behavior on the part of an applicant who never complies with the conditions of grant, like we did with Linden Boulevard. Never in the history of that application did they comply with conditions of the grant, so we denied the variance renewal, right? So, but in this case, it's the C finding. It's integral to the variance. The variance was never granted. So we have many reasons why this variance should not be allowed to continue, and the extension should not be granted. I note also, there's a letter from a neighborhood association that was submitted. I think, the day before the last hearing. So I'm not sure that everyone saw it. It may have even been submitted on the day of the last hearing. I'm not sure that everyone saw it. So it notes that that association opposed the 2010 variance and opposes the continuation of this one, and added that there is a need for housing in the area, and making reference to the environmental justice issues that Commissioner Otley Brown raised, that we should take very seriously here. And I know if you look at the aerial views from 2010, for example, there was the beginnings of residential development surrounding this site already. But by 2016, there was more residential development. And now, if you look at an aerial view of today, 2022, actually, Google Aerial is ready to go right now. This is the only site in the residential area that still has a non-residential use on it. Everything else is developed with semi-attached two-family houses. And so this is an outlier in the R district. So, and the argument that was made back in 2010, I guess, that frontage of residential on Fountain Avenue wouldn't be appropriate because it's facing a manufacturing, is not borne out by the fact that there's residential frontage on Fountain Avenue in the neighborhood. So, you know, you can do all kinds of buffering with landscaping and things like that to deal with the frontage on Fountain. But the fact is, there are other developers who decided that's not an impediment to building housing a conforming use. And there's lots of other kinds of conforming uses you can build in an R district. And I note, because in order for me to understand what was going on, I was doing a lot of, Zola has an extremely handy site, the city planning site, where you can just click on sort of shapes of sites and instantly find out who the owner is of everywhere. So within 2 seconds, just out of curiosity, I looked at the site across the street. It's across Stanley Street from this site, which is also in an R4 zoning district that has three, it's sort of like a funny little triangular remnant in the R4 that is adjacent to residences. And then it's adjacent on the other side to manufacturing. That site has no recorded anywhere in the Department of Buildings. So therefore it's owned by the same owner as this site. And it's being illegally used, most likely for manufacturing, or let's say a non-residential use, the same use as on this site. And so this is another thing. And, you know, kind of my theme, and I think Commissioner Otley Brown's theme for the last several years, has been the subject of environmental justice. And I want to say that the sad part about environmental justice with respect to those neighbors who are living next to a residential district, but there's trucks parked there, is that people who have not historically had voices to protect themselves in their neighborhoods actually don't know where to go to find their voices. And today, I'd say people are listening better. And the answer is you go to your property association or you create one. You go to your community board, your borough president, your city council member, and your state elected officials. And if you keep pounding, they will listen, but you can't let up. Um, so, um, yeah, so that's what I have to say about this. I think we should be done with this case, and it should go the way of Linden Boulevard. And I hope that DOB issues the same kind of padlock orders today that it did in 2009. That was, yeah. So on to Vice Chair Shanda.
I was disappointed in seeing the application submission because it really didn't respond to any of our comments other than trying to justify how it was complying. I think to me, the fact that the applicant was not at all responsive or respectful of the neighborhood in terms of the way it continued to show the same plan was very telling. And I'm not at all convinced, even if, let's say, for whatever way they can justify that this use is the only viable use on this site, that the ownership can maintain the site given its given such a tardy approach to the current condition. I'm not very sure that such a big site can be retained in any way that would be respectful of its neighborhood.
Okay. Oh, and I just wanted to add, I left out, I believe, but I need to check the language. The prior approval was for bus parking. If you look at the 22 aerial shot, there are a lot of buses. There are also a lot of semi-trailers, a lot. I mean, this is basically a gigantic truck storage facility and parking facility.
I think the only thing the applicant, yes, maybe the proposed, those smaller vans, those first mile vans are much smaller in scale and they're probably less of a noxious use because they won't be able to repair anything. But I still am concerned about the operator, the user, the owner, and how they maintain the site and will continue to maintain the site. And right from the day one, I think those are things I'm not convinced and I was very not satisfied with the submission.
Mhm. Okay.
I mean, the plan itself, it's just done wrong, even if we were to consider it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Hold on a second. I just need to finish my notes. Okay, Commissioner Ali Brown, go ahead.
So I want to second all of the comments made by the chair regarding this property. They have never been in compliance with any conditions. They did not meet the C finding. I fully agree with you. They flouted all of our authority here. And I have no confidence that even a new owner, as they are alleging here, there is a new owner, would do any better. And the reason why is, if you look at the compliance photos taken by Ted, the compliance officer, it shows a lot that has fencing that is in disrepair, crummy construction materials, full of graffiti. And I have to tell you, if I was an owner who was trying to show you that I intended to change the reputation of this lot and deserved a second chance, the first thing I would have done was rip all that fencing down and put the fencing that was approved in the previously approved plan and the landscaping in place. And they can't argue to us that, well, the site is about to undergo redevelopment, so we didn't want to destroy anything, because the bottom line is you're just using it for another parking lot. It's not like you were building anything on it, so you're like, well, let's leave the fencing in place because, you know, anything new we put on is going to be destroyed. They can't even use that argument because they just wanted another parking lot, which leads me to think that this owner is just going to be a repeat of the previous owners of this property. And frankly, I agree with the chair. This neighborhood has suffered long enough with this lot, and they don't need to suffer anymore. And I think we as the BSA should use our power here and say, absolutely not. Now, if you want to come back and bring another variance before the board and try and meet the findings, go right ahead. But times have changed in the past decade. And now this property is surrounded on 3 sides immediately with residential along Fountain Avenue south of here on both sides of the street. The neighborhood is totally changed. You will never make the C finding here with anything other than some form of residential development. You just won't make the C finding. So don't waste your time. Enjoy the ride that you had for the past 2 decades and just let it go, basically.
Thank you. Agreed. Commissioner Shaitan.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I agree with the comments made so far, and let's move forward.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Expecting.
And we cannot hear you.
Sorry, I was expecting a much more thorough response. It didn't seem as if it seemed as if we were being ignored with our comments. And as it's been said, the pictures that our compliance officer, Mr. Ricketts, found provided us tell a story of an applicant who is not interested in being a good neighbor. If that's how he's acting now before the board, I'm not very confident that it's going to get any better when he's not before the board. So I agree with the statements made. I'm a bit surprised that we didn't get something a bit more responsive.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the subject of the findings. I guess the original so-called hardships that were described in the original variance had to do with the site shape and others, which I will mention. So the site shape being an odd shape, if you look at the history of this board looking at triangles, because you could argue this is either a trapezoid or a triangle, it doesn't have a point, right? But it's an enormous site. And this board has a pretty big history of looking at a triangular site and saying, yeah, you're right. The site shape is unusual, unique. Explain to us exactly why the site shape is a burden. It's enormous, right? And to the point also, just now up the street on Fountain, there's a site that was developed as of right. And for whatever reason, it must be that the property itself was triangularly shaped on a block that's not a triangle. They developed a triangular housing development. So they use the triangle as part of their site plan. So you can't say you can't site plan on a gigantic triangle, you can. So I would say that argument would probably fail. Then the other had to do with subsurface conditions, one of which was groundwater. As Commissioner Sheta often mentions, groundwater is a condition that's not unique. If it were, every place that's in a flood zone would be entitled to a variance. So I don't want to go on in details. I'm trying to discourage a future application because this board really is busy. And we shouldn't be spending time on applications that really don't have a chance of success. Okay, so let's move on. So now, Tony, you want to say that we're moving on to the next and we're going to take a break. So, and my question to everyone is, do you want a 30-minute break because it's 12:30 or you want 10? I can't hear anybody respond.
I'm fine with either.
Fine with either. Anybody have a preference, 30 or 10? Masa. How about this? Why don't we do 30, do a lunch break, and at 1, we'll start like a 1 o'clock session. That's pretty typical for us.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session. We will commence at 1 o'clock for the public hearing. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay, if everyone could come back, please, 1 o'clock. Thank you, Tony.
Everybody ready?
We're still do we have a quorum? Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone's.
We do.
Mhm.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 24th, 2022. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. New cases, item number 18, 2016 900A, 981A, 992A, 1058A, 18 Center Place, 54 Seafoam Street, 16 Topping Street, 25 Wave Crest Street, Staten Island.
Okay. So if whoever, unless they're already in, who's ever representing this case could raise their Zoom hand, or if you're calling in, I see one hand up. Oops. Here we go.
Kevin, yeah, this is Kevin Paris.
And to use your video, you need to become a panelist, so please accept.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Do I just go ahead?
Are you and Ms. Cragnolan, pardon pronunciation, the only two people that are participating?
I believe so.
Okay, so you may just state your name for the record and you may proceed.
Sure
This is
thing.
in case you don't have to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Paris. I'm the director for the Queens and Staten Island planning team at HPD. Do I turn it over to Melanie to introduce, or can I just, I have some brief remarks and then I can turn it over.
No, you can address
it.
the board's questions.
Got it. So thank you again for your time. I did want to take some time to address some of the comments that were made earlier with respect to calendar items 18 and 19. Project Rebuild, with oversight by HPD and serving the role as the city's representative through the Build It Back program, had acquired the subject sites and completed the needed demolition work on those sites. Also, as noted earlier today, as of December 23rd, 2021, these sites were processed to be transferred back to the city, specifically to HPD. The intent is that HPD will be the agency that will dispose of these sites for affordable housing to our selected development partner. In this case, will be Resilient Homes, HDFC Incorporated.
Just slow down a second. So
sure, no problem.
just to clarify, all that we're talking about on this, in both cases, the buildings have been demolished on all of the sites.
That's correct.
Okay, so then the next question is, you're saying that the sites were transferred to HPD, but it doesn't say that on the deeds. How does HPD know that they own these sites?
So I reached out to my property management team again this morning to confirm, and I was told that it's still a process. The process of the site transferring from Project Rebuild to the city, specifically HPD, is ongoing. I didn't get confirmation that it was 100% complete, but the end goal is for HPD to be the agency that has the jurisdiction of these city-owned properties.
Okay, so these are serious legal questions, because we're looking at which is kind of why I wanted someone from legal at HPD to be on your call. I don't know if it's possible for you to get them to join in for this one or the next one, but anyway, the issue is very specific, because we've had unusual situations where the property was transferred either to nobody at the city, therefore like floating around, which then ends up falling to DCAS as the default position.
Right.
And then DCAS, it was a road. It ended up at DCAS's portfolio, and we're asking DOT to do something with the road, and they're like, nope, we're not interested. it doesn't belong to us. It's DCAS's problem. Tell them to go figure it out, right? So I'd like to see something official from HPD legal or the law department, something like that, to clarify this ownership, because right now it says the city of New York. And I frankly have no idea what that means, because it's a big place, right? And it will default to DCAS because that's what our experience has been. Okay, you don't want it to default to DCAS.
Understood, understood. I can reach out to my legal to see if we can have something provided to you, the commissioners, to that effect.
Okay, great, thank you. Continue, Vice Chair, you have a question, comment, whatever?
Yeah. First of all, hello to Mr. Perez. It's really good to see my former colleague and sitting here in his new capacity. Congratulations.
Thank you again.
And so my question is, you must have had to go through a land use process to acquire the sites back?
That's correct. But well, so I believe we did receive the approvals for the acquisition as well when these sites originally went through that land use process.
Okay. Can you also submit those?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, okay. So because you're saying there must have been a ULURP. So the way that it went though, which is quite weird, right? The ownership was in Build It Back, the ownership was in a private property owner who then transfers it to Project Rebuild, which is a not-for-profit. So that doesn't require any kind of ULURP acquisition, right? And so from Project Rebuild to the city of New York, there must have been, as you say, a disposition hearing at city planning, I guess, I don't know, to allow for the acquisition of these sites by the city of New York. And that document, whatever that looks like, might clarify what was supposed to happen, right?
Yes, and exactly.
Right.
And so that's what I'll be providing to you all following this meeting.
Okay, thanks. Okay, keep going. Thank you.
So yeah, I would want to turn it over to my colleague Melanie to talk through some of the other comments that were made, but I'll also stay on to answer any other questions as it relates to the city's role in this.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Melanie Craig Nolan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you have a weird echo. I don't know if there's anything to be done about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can do anything about that. I'm using computer audio.
Ooh. Do you have headphones?
I do not.
Okay. I don't know if whoever's listening on our YouTube, to make sure that that overlay of sound isn't sort of canceling out.
Let me double check my audio settings. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Another option is to call in also. Jella, go ahead. Yeah, you know what, Ms. Cranolan, if you could call in also, just tell us what the last 3 digits of your phone number are. Then you can speak on the phone and we'll see you on video. And you just turn your speakers off on your computer.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Say a little bit, not much. Should we have her call in, Tony, you think?
I mean, I don't know if that there's a reverberation, there's like a reverbing sound back there too.
So can we just show you the phone number to call?
Yes.
There we go.
So, I was just gonna call it, okay. Can you see it, or should you want me to speak it out? So the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The passcode is 905-893.
And so when you call, just tell us what the last 3 digits are of your phone number, if you know.
5356 is the last 4 of my phone number.
Okay, so when you call in, we'll admit you, okay?
Or *6 to unmute.
Yeah. We're waiting for the call. Sorry, everyone.
I'm sorry, it's saying the meeting ID does not exist.
Oh, great. Do we have the right display here?
Yeah, I have webinar ID number is 927-7460-8120.
Yes, that matches.
Right, and the webinar passcode is 905893.
Let me try again.
#893 right? We should always put a pound after that.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it, sorry, pound sign, sorry. Yeah, we should always put that on the screen. I never remember it.
Well, that would confuse things for using Zoom.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you, Kurt. She's having difficulty. Maybe we'll just do the audio the way it is.
yeah, we don't have a choice.
I believe if she tries to stay away from the mic or the computer, it's gonna be better, probably.
Okay. Are you able to dial? Oh, I see another number again. What are the last few digits?
She said 5356.
We don't have that.
You know what? Maybe she's just.
Yeah, okay, so let's just continue unless you're able to finally dial in. But I don't understand why you're having problems dialing in. Not good.
Dialed in,
Can
I'm trying to turn the sound off of the computer.
Can someone, oh, wow. Can someone test on staff, test the dial-in to make sure that they're able to get in? Because I'm concerned that the public is having the same problem.
Steve says you probably have your audio up too high. Our text person says you probably have your audio up too high, but let's just call anyway.
Yeah, but the fact that she's having trouble dialing in, Steve, if you could try dialing in just to make sure that it's working, because I'm concerned that the.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I'm not sure who we're hearing now.
That's mine. Sorry.
Oh, you're
Sorry, I
trying to
should
do.
mute. Sorry.
Yeah. So you're trying it, but I want to make sure that people are able to get in. Yeah, I see somebody called in. I think that is Tony.
I called in.
Oh, there's a few people who called in. Okay, good. Now we're all reverberating.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Not
continue.
entered any numbers. Please re-enter.
Okay, everyone, please mute yourselves because we're hearing all the computers.
I
Carla,
was
did
able
you
to get in. I just hung up.
Okay, Carlo, did you want to say something?
Carla.
Your hand.
I tried the number as well, and I got the same message that Melanie got, that the password is not correct.
No,
I just did
there's-
it though, Carlo.
No, I think we should clarify. It's not, you don't need the password by telephone.
Oh,
You just press pound. It asks for the participant ID and you just press pound.
I tried it. I called in, was able to call in, but you guys could not hear me.
Oh, wow. Stop me. Okay.
I've
All right,
never had
let's
this happen
proceed with.
before. Sorry.
let's
Let's
continue
proceed with.
this, but I really do need to have staff check on what's wrong with this, and so we give correct instructions to members of the public. It's disturbing me because we're going to have a number of people from the public who will want to participate in later hearings, and I don't want them precluded because of technical reasons. Okay, so keep trying to figure it out, and raise your hand when you come in so we can admit you and just do a little test run. Okay, So Ms. Cragnolan, please turn your sound down on your computer and let's see if it's any better, and unmute yourself. And tell us how
Okay,
you pronounce it. Speak again.
Can you hear me now?
Oy. Super bad.
Okay, put it back up a little, I guess.
Okay, I wonder if I stop my video. Is that a little bit better with the video feed off?
Not so much, but let's just continue. Yeah, and we'll do the best. I don't know what to say. Okay, continue. Go ahead.
I'm the design professional of record on behalf of HPD. The only
Okay.
thing I have to clarify is these GCL waivers previously were issued under the Build It Back program. And we are simply requesting that the board amend them to reflect the current HPD program.
Right, but that's not, I don't know if you heard my comments from the review session. Mr. Paris, were you able to hear the comments from the review session?
Yes, I heard the majority of the comments, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
as did I.
Okay, so my questions were, I know that you want to sort of, you're thinking of it as a name change, but I'm not thinking of it as a name change because at the moment, ownership is in the city of New York. It's not Project Rebuild anymore. So our application, our resolution has to say something. And we need to know what that is. That's part of what Mr. Paris is looking into, right? So at the moment, the resolutions are the beneficiary is Build It Back. So we need, and so I just, who's the person who just called in on 316?
It's Kurt.
Kurt, okay, so Kurt got in. What, did you do something special?
No, I think the confusion is that when you dial in, you can hear, but you can't automatically talk because you're just an attendee. And so then when we see your name and you raise your hand using *9, you can be promoted or be allowed to speak.
Okay. But when Ms. Cragnolan called in, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm so sorry. When she called in, I didn't see her number show up on the attendees list. So there wasn't even a chance to allow her to speak. Her number didn't show up, so I'm not sure whether it's a problem. So just to clarify, you call in and you just press #, or you have to put in the passcode?
You don't have to put in the passcode. You put in the webinar ID, and then it says to press #, and then it asks for the participant ID. But if you're a member of the public or just calling in, you just press # after that.
So you put in the webinar ID and then #, right?
Basically 2 pounds, because the first pound is to say yes to the webinar ID, and the second one is to say that you don't have a participant ID. If she has a phone number, we can just call her.
Yeah. Okay, but maybe I don't want to give everybody her phone number. If you could text the phone number to Jella, perhaps that would.
Jella, the number in my signature, the 516 number, you can add me to the call with that number.
Okay, I'll try to add you.
Okay, but so when we display the for requesting testimony from the public again, I'm going to ask Kurt to explain very slowly how the public gets on, because I'm not sure I understood the direction, but let's not spend more time on that at this second. Okay, so okay, thanks. So go ahead, and in the meantime, maybe we'll try to call her. But so actually, no, what I was trying to clarify was the following. I don't know what the resolution should say anymore, because it used to say that this is for Build It Back only. And the reason that it matters is these special approvals are only for like HPD programs, because we also have these special permits and so on issued for individual property owners, but we don't do them in this expedited fashion in a group like this. We do them one at a time. So we need to know that the beneficiary is a something from New York City. And at the moment, the only thing I know is it's New York City because that's the fee owner, which is maybe not the intended ultimate owner. So we need the answer to that question. You don't have to answer it right now because this is a legal question. The next question is about the, in the case of these GCL 36s being built not on a map street, that your agreement that all the terms of the prior grant would apply in this case, because every one of those conditions was required by fire department, DOT, and DEP. And so we must have your assent that you will comply, that the future property owner essentially who will be bound by this will comply with the terms of the grant. And
can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, there you are. Yay. Great.
I made it. I made it. Thank you, Della, for calling me. Can you guys hear me all okay?
Perfect.
Yes?
Now it's excellent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just to clarify, all of the proposed buildings for these sites shall comply, which we indicated that in our narrative. We will be complying with all of the special conditions that were outlined as part of the existing GCL waivers. So we are not changing any of that. We're simply changing or trying to request, and I understand there are ownership issues that HPD will resolve, but there is a line in the GCL waivers on both GCL 35s and 36s that indicates that these special, these GCL waivers apply to the Build It Back program. And that was an objection received by the Department of Buildings, which said if they are to accept the GCL waivers, that it has to, the language referencing Build It Back must be removed.
But removed to be what? Because again, we don't want it to be general, because that's the thing about these particular collected waivers. They're only available to these HPD programs that we did en masse. So we can't take out the specific beneficiary. It needs to be another beneficiary, and the project rebuild is no longer the owner. So it's either HPD or something like that. I don't know what to say because I don't know what it is, and there's no clarity. And then the other thing that I'm very concerned about is, as it says in the papers, that eventually these sites are going to be transferred to a for-profit developer. And so this has, the terms of the grant of the transfer have to include our requirements and our conditions. So I'd like to know what is it that HPD is doing to ensure that those conditions will apply to the developer, who might just say, you know, it doesn't apply to me. It only applied in this case. It has to, there needs to be some sort of a regulatory agreement, or I don't know what you have, that all of the terms of our grant apply to the developer who will eventually build these houses.
Yeah, all of our projects and sites, they, you know, at the time of disposition, will abide by regulatory agreements that's produced by our legal team. I'm going to come back to the commissioners with the specific information I said earlier, but I also just want to mention that, you know, our projects and our sites do abide by land disposition agreements and regulatory agreements for the programs that they're under. Yeah,
but this is very important, Mr. Paris or Kevin or however. What's very important is we know what your regulatory agreements look like. They're sort of a boilerplate. We're not a boilerplate part of it. We're a different thing. So your regulatory agreements must include the terms of the grant.
Right.
Otherwise, fire department's deal, DOT's deal, DEP's deal are broken, right?
Understood. Understood.
Must have that all of those terms are included in your regulatory agreement or referred in some way to our resolution, something. Otherwise, it'll go away. And I've watched it go away. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? On this set,
Madeline,
this is the.
that's no questions of me.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else wanted to add? Other commissioners, staff? No, Mr. Paris? No? Okay. So then let's go. Sorry?
I should have raised my hand. Sorry about that. You had a question about the street widening line.
No, that's
the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is the GCL 36. Apologies. Yeah.
Okay.
So the case we're currently discussing is, cases we're currently discussing are 2016 900A, 981A, 992A, and 1068, 1058A. And this is for 118 Center Place, 54 Seafoam Street, 16 Topping Street, and 25 West Wavecrest Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. Webinar ID number is 927-7460-8120.
So Kurt, could you now explain slowly what you do when you call this 646-558-8656?
Yes, so first you put in the webinar ID, which is 927-7460-8120. Press pound to confirm. Then Zoom, the Zoom operator asks for your participant ID, but if you're on a telephone, you don't have one, so just press pound. So basically it's 927-7460-8120, pound, pause, pound, and then you'll be an attendee. And to raise your hand in Zoom as an attendee so that we can let you speak, please press *9.
There you go. Perfect. So now we know for future use. I'd like to sort of give more instruction on this little thing. I'm not sure whether we precluded people from joining in because they got confused. So anyway, okay. What I would like to do then, we'll go to the next one. But what I wanted to say is we can close this, but I do want the answers to our questions so we know what to do, because actually at the moment, I don't know how to write the resolution. So, and we close, but we won't vote at the same time. And we can discuss. Well, Jella can discuss with you how much time you need to answer our question so that we could put this on for decision at the appropriate date to give you enough time to answer, and that you could be submitting the materials to us so we can understand what it is we're supposed to write in our resolution, because at the moment we don't know. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so is everyone okay with that approach? Okay. So I'd like to I don't see anyone calling in from the outside on these cases. So I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Okay.
Commissioner Shabeta, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the next item is item number 19, 2016, 2712A, 2459A, 2424A, 2426A, 2468A, 2425A, 2431A, 2715A, 2741A, 2745A, 3827A, 3826A, 3093A, and 3117A. The addresses are 770 Patterson Avenue, 176 Kiswick Avenue, 181 Moreland Street, 187 Moreland Street, 457 Lincoln Avenue, 183 Moreland Avenue, 185 Moreland Avenue, 529 Greeley Avenue, 1142 Olympia Boulevard, 1144 Olympia Boulevard, 477 Mill Road, 479 Mill Road, 208 Windman Avenue, 214 Windman Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. Mr. Paris, do you want to start on this one?
So for this one, my remarks would be similar in scope. I'm in attendance to speak to more of the ownership questions that were related to both of these items.
Okay.
So the similar feedback that I received from the commissioners and the materials to provide you will also reflect these sites as well.
Okay, great. So then, so Miss can you pronounce your name for me, please?
It's Craig Nolan. It was, that's the confusion. It was like an Enya sound, so it's Craig Nolan now.
Okay, Craig Nolan. So you pronounce it like it's spelled, as they say. Okay. Thank you. So if you heard my comments, I'm really concerned about continuing a BSA relationship with a site that doesn't need one. So I really would like you to go back and look at these sites and make sure that for instance, I don't know who did those zoning analyses, but of the 10 that I looked at, because I just didn't look at every single one, they all said they comply with zoning, yes, 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 yes. So that implies, more than implies, it says that it complies with the front yard setback regulations. Therefore, they're not being built in the bed in any way, relying on the bed of the map street for measurement. To the extent that they are relying on the bed of the map street for measurement, that's a different thing. Or if they're like staircases fall into this widening line, which was actually the case with many of these when it was the existing house. But if I understand correctly now, all of them are vacant lots, which should actually calm Commissioner Sciabetta's concerns that these are not eyesores. These are in fact now vacant lots with well-maintained fencing around them. I hope the answer to that is yes. HPD built usually handles the sites that are eyesores, and they're the ones who we've seen them come to the rescue, right? We see a site that's a terrible eyesore, and HPD comes in, demolishes the terrible structure on the site, puts up a nice fence. So I'm guessing that's how this was handled. I'm hoping because Commissioner Sciabetta.
This is a program that everyone should be very well aware of and proud of. It will be developing affordable housing in the Staten Island area. It will be modular construction, so it's going to hopefully be rapid construction. As to your question regarding the street widening line, we did not submit any property that did not already have a GCL waiver in place due to a street widening line being noted. I think the confusion is maybe some of the surveys that were submitted didn't reflect the street widening line as they should. I will double check that, but all of these have some sort of DOT street widening line. If we do not get the GCL waiver for these properties, we will have an issue with the Department of Buildings. They are the ones who are insisting that we show this, even if it doesn't impact, even if it complies, they want to see the waiver.
What?
Why?
So that makes no sense. Sorry.
I've been.
But by the way, to let you know, had a lot of absurdity conversations. It was like the absurdity Department of Absurdity with DOB asking for waivers on these cases where it like says right here in the zoning resolution, you can do it. And they said, no, you need a waiver. So we're like, well, what are we waiving? It says right here, you can. So it's not to say that you're not coming across these bizarre things, but what we have in the folder doesn't show your module, I don't think, doesn't show the modular unit set on the lot. We saw, of course, under Build It Back, many modular units, and saw that, you have a choice of however many different kinds. I guess the question is, were these sites tested? Like, did you try this? Did you drop a modular unit in a typical, whatever they are, 20 by 100 lot, and DOB still said you need this waiver?
So just some background, I was a design professional of record for over 500 homes with the Build It Back program, 150 which were modular, at least 50 that were located in Staten Island. So we have seen this before, we have dealt with this before. We understand DOB's position. We understand that it has no impact, but we have to make sure that we, as they say, cross all our T's and dot all our I's so that our documents are correct. Also, the ownership situation has to be rectified. That expired in December, by the way, the ownership, which is why we're dealing with this in January. Just so you know that was the history when I submitted this. The ownership was intact. It just expired right before Christmas, I believe.
Well, it didn't expire. The property was transferred mid-December
Yes.
to New York.
Yes.
Yeah, didn't expire. If ownership expires, then I'm actually not sure what happens because someone has to own the piece of property. It doesn't expire.
The ownership went changed in right before Christmas, which is why it affected these filings. But yes, again, the DOB wants what they want, and I have to give them what they want so that I can get my permit and construct these homes. That's what I have to say to that.
Okay, I understand. Back to the Department of Absurdity department. It's like catch-22 or something like that. Yeah, Vice Chair, go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure that nowhere in our statement do we say that these would be prefab buildings, because it can be anything. They need to comply with our guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, when Build It Back first started, it was either a lift, a rebuild, or a modular, and it just depended. And when we started to issue the special permits, they were mostly the result of the modulars just not being able to be tweaked enough to stay out of the required yards or whatever it is. So that's why I thought, well, maybe these modulars are not able to stay outside of the required yards. You just drop them down kind of thing. I don't know. But now I understand what's really going on, and I'm sympathetic to this problem. And so I won't dwell on that, even though I wish we didn't have to do something like that. Okay. All right.
Putting this application together. So I wish I didn't have to go through this overall either. But hopefully the ownership situation will get rectified sooner than later, and we can move these homes forward. Thank you.
Yes. Well, we're just going to put this on ideally for the next hearing date for the decision. So, but that's you and Jella will have a conversation to see whether you can get that answer the question. It shouldn't be that hard. I'm sure that the law department will be helpful on this because they deal with these transfers all the time. Jella, go ahead.
So you don't want anything regarding the street widening lines or anything like that. The tax maps are submitted in the maps for each property.
No, you don't. They don't need. Now that I understand that the reason is this sort of odd affectation at DOB, it doesn't matter whether it has a street widening line or not. They basically said.
Okay.
So
thank you.
It doesn't matter whether it's relevant or not. Okay. So the only thing I care about is what does the resolution say? Who is it in favor of? And how do we make sure that it runs with the land, that our resolution terms run with the land to the point of private ownership? Because in order now to transfer this to the, whatever the name of that group is, that's going to be the final HDFC that manages these sites, that's again a ULURP because you're going disposing city property to a private developer. And unless this is already kind of, they're blended together and it's step by step, you're going to need to go through some kind of ULURP process or some kind of process, whatever, for the disposition of city-owned land. So we just need clarity on that. And that's the other part of it is at the moment it's owned by HPD. At a certain point, it's going to be transferred to a private developer. We need to make sure that our resolution applies sort of to those people, right? Because at the moment, like it says, only applies to to Build It Back. Then if we were to say only applies to HPD, that won't be good because the purchaser or property owner, it won't apply to them and DOB will be in the same place, right? This doesn't apply to you, right?
I do have can I follow up with a question? So could we just have that owner be indicated as the future intended developer that the HPD will be working with?
Yes,
Or does-
you could
it
do
could be.
that, but at the moment, it's the city. You could name that HDFC, but be careful what you wish for. The HDFC
Understood.
never gets formed, goes out of business, who knows what,
Understood.
right?
All right.
One
that makes
suggestion
sense.
I might have is that HPD, the resolution say HPD and HPD's designated whatever, HDFC, which designated whatever is, is approved by the BSA by a letter of substantial compliance or a letter of no objection or something like that, because it can't just be an unknown. We have to have somewhere in the record that it's an accepted transferee. You know what I mean?
I do. I understand. That
Um,
makes sense.
Okay, Vice Chair?
Yeah, I think I would be a little bit wary of specifying an entity because entities can change, and these are unfortunately, as much as we are trying to expedite at our end, things do take a little bit of time for whatever reason. And I would say try to give yourself the flexibility so that you don't have to come back to to BSA, but give the board the assurance that it will carry through all the requirements and resolution once it's transferred from HPD to whichever entity.
Right. But yeah, okay, so we'll work this out with HPD's law department, legal. Okay,
Yes.
so our legal and your legal have a conversation, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Okay, any other comments, questions, anything? All right, so let's go to the public on this group. Tony, just read the
Okay.
numbers, not the addresses.
Just read the numbers, okay? The cases we are currently discussing is 2016-2712A, 2459A, 2424A, 2426A, 2468A, 2425A, 2431A, 2715A, 2741A, 2745A, 3827A, 3826A, and 3093A, and 3117A. Should you wish to call in, the call-in number is 646-558-8656. You enter the webinar ID number, which is 927-7460-8120. You will hear a request from Zoom for a participant ID. Please ignore and just press pound. Once that has happened, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Once permitted to speak, press *6 to unmute.
Very good. Thank you, Kurt, for adding that. It's very helpful. Let's keep that on our panel from now on. That's really helpful.
Yes, thank you, Kurt.
Okay. All right then. So as I say, I don't know that there are callers on this application.
So do you want to call?
There was somebody who raised her hand, but then put it down. Okay. Hold on a second. Panelists. Yeah. Okay. So, so you'll clarify with Jella Prenga how much time you need to submit, and based on that, we'll put it on for decision at the hearing that allows for that submission. And in the meantime, we can close this case. So,
Chair
motion.
Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Just want to say again, hello to my former colleagues. Miss you guys.
Hello, we miss you too.
The next case, thank you for appearing. The next case is SOC calendars, continuing hearing items, item number 20-378-45 BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, I see a hand up.
Mr. Cole, sorry.
They are. Here you go.
Hello, everyone.
You by yourself?
I'm sorry, Tony, I didn't hear you.
Are you by yourself or is there another participant? You're by yourself? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. I guess we just received 4 comments and I'll address them. First is regarding the proof of the filing of the ST1 form. Is that correct? Which is a street tree form.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to confirm that although this application is exempt from filing street trees because it's not an enlargement of more than 20%, the board still would like us to move forward with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was discussed at the last couple of hearings on 148th Street. We needed street trees. So that's why we asked the street trees to be shown. And we also asked that there be proof that the trees were requested from Department of Parks. And then specifically where the trees are shown is unusual. It's really on the inside of the sidewalk as opposed to the usual location near the curb. It's not that we object to that location, but that's for DOT and Department of Parks to determine whether that's okay. So we wanted a note, unless you're going to move it to the curb line where it's more typical, we wanted a note saying that DOT and Department of Parks will, what did we say? Will review the location of the street trees.
I just want to see. Okay, I see what you're saying. I think that's the way they want it. I will confirm with our environmental engineer on that. And
All right, who's the they?
Department of Parks, Department of Building.
You actually got in touch with Department of Parks and they said that they would put it up against the property line like that?
What I'm trying to state is not so successfully, obviously, is that my civil engineer who does these drawings state that that's how they require the drawings to show the street trees. We'll confirm, we'll comply with whatever they require.
No, so here, let me explain. There is a standard drawing that's required to show that the trees are not closer to a hydrant or a bus stop or another tree pit or a driveway, things like that, right? And there's a standard methodology for showing that. But where they're shown in this case is very unusual for a sidewalk street tree. It's being shown close to the property line, whereas most of the trees, street trees in New York, I can't actually think of any exceptions, are installed at the curb, at a tree pit located at the curb. So this was usually shown in a different location, which is why we want the drawing to say Department of Transportation and Department of Parks shall approve the location of the street trees. We want that on the drawings, okay? So that it doesn't look like we BSA directed the applicant to put the trees where DOT and Parks would not want them. Understood?
Understood. So if we can conform to the typical drawings, we will. If we can't, we'll put in the language that you suggest.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I just downloaded the street tree guidelines. I will forward that to the project manager to share it with the applicant.
Good, thank you.
It may not be the latest one, but it gives you an idea of what we're talking about. Thank you.
So Daryl, Daryl, can you confirm that you received it and you forwarded it to Mr. Kochesaroli? Hi, Daryl. You unmuted. Are you speaking?
I will when I receive it.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kochesaroli.
We heard the board's comments regarding a section of the planting bed along the residential property line. We're conforming the drawings to reflect those.
Okay, so Mr. Ruffin sent you a sample detail, right?
He did.
Did you-
I received it. I've already forwarded it.
Okay, it's not necessarily the sample that the version of the detail that they have to use. It's just the closest we have of an example like that, okay?
I understand. Thank you. And there was confusion. I didn't understand that you wanted during along the residential property line, but
Yeah,
now I
also.
get that.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the lighting post that is closest to the residential line, I'd just like to remind the board that the property line that's residential is already has arborvitae plantings all around it. So that should also efficiently reduce any light that gets to the residential line. Well, the one thing that we can look at is probably maybe moving where the light is hitting, but the only concern that we have as the applicant is safety to the community and the people at that location. That corner won't be that well lit. So we'll take a look.
We're just talking about putting a little longer shield on that side. You can't count on bushes because, by the way, these poles are taller than your bushes. So, or taller than the current bushes. Eventually the bushes, if with any luck, will grow very tall, but at the moment they're not tall, right? So we're just talking about a longer shield on that side.
We'll definitely look at it, but I think it's already at 0.0 at the property line, but we'll take another look. And if a shield is required, we'll definitely do that.
Okay.
And regarding, I think the last one was the maneuver plan and double yellow lines.
Yes.
Although I'm a lawyer, I'm not a traffic law expert and I'm not making a legal representation. But my understanding is that, and I'm not even sure if this is still an issue, is that you're allowed to cross double yellow lines when ingressing or egressing out of a driveway, which is all along Sutphin Boulevard and Fox Boulevard.
Okay, so we, unless we knew that for sure, we'd be uncomfortable without knowing it for sure. It makes sense to me, but I don't even drive. But I think just adding a note as suggested that all traffic circulation shown on the maneuverability diagram is for informational purposes and must conform to DOT regulations. That would be enough.
Can we make it all traffic circulation or traffic maneuvers on site shall comply with applicable city and state regulations? That simple.
On and off-site or on-site?
On and off.
On and off-site shall comply.
On, I would make it on and around the site. Yes, on and off, that's fine.
How about all city?
All city and state regulations.
Covers everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that city are different from state?
For the traffic, no, I don't believe that they're different.
So it doesn't make any difference there.
Well, city and state. That way you.
I'm happy to do whatever the board requires.
Right. I just want to make sure that you understood the whole sentence. Could you repeat the whole sentence, Commissioner Sheta?
Yes, all traffic maneuvers occurring into the site and out of the site will comply with all applicable city and state regulations.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I don't think we had anything else. I do appreciate very much the cooperation of your client and the consultants that you work with and yourself for coming up with such responsive solutions to our requests.
You like
So-
the trash enclosure.
And I love the trash enclosure. It's the little things in life. You would not believe how hard we fight for these little tiny things. So let's go to the public now with the new and improved instructions.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 37845 BZ 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens. The dial-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 927-7460-8120. Press pound. Once you press pound, there is a request for participant ID. There is no participant ID required. Press pound. Then press *9 to raise your hand. And once you're in *6 to unmute to speak.
Right. Hope everyone got that. Okay. Well, I doubt that there's any callers on this. So can you just tell me how much time you need to make those small changes? And give us a copy of the filing to the Department of Parks for the street treatment.
Sure. I don't think it'll all take more than a week or two at the most. And I would actually suggest that, given the minimal changes that are required, that the board respectfully move to close the hearings, and then we can do a submission.
Good idea. So, all right, so I'm noting 2 weeks to submit, right? Okay, so based on that, and you know what to do, and in case you don't remember, listen to the hearing again, or ask your project manager, Daryl Ruffin, okay? So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta. Commissioner
Shabeta?
Shabeta,
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carsar.
Thank you.
You'll be notified of the new date.
Thanks, Tony.
Item number 21, 7-95 BZ 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Mr. Becker. Here we go. Mr. Becker, you're supposed to put your hand up. But I found you anyway.
Picture.
Okay.
Video. Press
I do have it. I should have. I'm looking for the video. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
We hear
can.
you, but you need to, what is it, accept panelist?
Yes,
Join as a panel.
join
Yeah.
as a panelist.
Okay. Don't know why you don't. Oh, here. Start video. Got it.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Been sitting in. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to city board member questions?
I do. Thank you.
Go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. I listened to the executive session. And first, I would agree with the chair that the language is confusing, as I discussed with Mr. Costanza earlier this week. It seems to raise more questions than answer them. But putting that aside, I agree. I appreciate the chair's position and the board to extend the C of O. We do need that, and we are in the process of getting that. I would ask for 2 years at this point, just because the DOB is taking 3 times as long on anything it's doing. I appreciate the offer to eliminate the term in the future. The owner has been notified of the change in the zoning text. He nonetheless requested that I proceed with this application. As of now, there is no underground space available that is not floor area, so we cannot move at this point. And I think that answers all of the board's questions and concerns. Thank you.
I just do have a question. do some of the spaces have cellars?
No, as of now, there are no buildings with cellars.
Oh, you mean so there are no existing buildings with cellars at
Well,
all?
no, we have a cellar in our building, but our building was constructed much later than the rest of the shopping center and is a unique building. It's a standalone building effectively, this little triangular weird thing. But right now, nothing else.
So the rest of the shopping center is slab on grade. That's kind of what I wanted.
That is
right?
correct. Yeah. Yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair. Yes, so there's.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is, so what I would like to do is suggest, because as Carlo Costanza suggested, the term is at the discretion of the board. We're the ones who think of it, right? So here's a question for council. What if we had this conditional elimination of the term that doesn't come into effect until April 2022? Is there a way for us to do that? You know, in other words, the condition is if the PCE text amendment holds, then the term is eliminated. And if it doesn't hold, then the term to run to 2025 continues. Can we do something like that? I'm asking council. Our council.
Yes, I'm thinking. I think that sounds fine. Yeah.
Because I'm trying not to prolong the, otherwise we couldn't vote on this till April. That's a shame. Yeah, Chase, go ahead.
Revisions.
I think that the resolution either way could state that it's on condition of a term that runs until 2025, but also note that the PCE text amendment, it can note both. Yeah, there's no problem doing that.
Right. No, but so the text amendment is not going to take over, right? Because unless city planning rewrites that crazy paragraph, no one will have any idea in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, what in the world they're talking about. So until it gets brought here on a challenge. So what I want to make sure is that what we're talking about is if the term runs till 2025, it can get converted to no term, provided that the PCE text amendment is not overturned by the challenge period.
We could also indicate an ability to seek a letter confirming that from the board in April.
A letter confirming
the elimination of the term should the PCE text amendment not be challenged.
Okay, we can talk about how we write this thing, but that's the concept, so that we could actually close and then shortly vote as opposed to voting in April, which I don't really want to do, right? That would be my preference. Okay.
Yes, I definitely think that's doable.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 795 BZ 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number, which is 927-7460-8120 pound. Press pound again after the participant ID number is requested because there is none. Then press *9 to raise hand, and press *6 to unmute once you're let in.
All right, so I don't think there were any submissions, right? And I'm just checking whether there's anyone who has this. If you're in the Zoom room already and you'd like to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand. And there are 2 people who dialed in previously. If you want to speak, it's *9 to raise your Zoom hand.
But this is only for 795 BZ, not for Edson Avenue, which I'm sure people are calling in for. 15337 Cross Island Parkway.
Correct. All right. So then I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, this is closed for decision.
So we'll put, as soon as we can figure out what the text is of the resolution, we'll put this on for decision. So that should be either next time or the time after, okay?
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item up is item number 22, 12-01BZ, 2829 Edson Avenue, the Bronx.
Okay. Okay, all the people being let in should be on the team. I just want to make sure we don't have people coming in who are members of the general public who will be allowed in later, okay? So please unmute yourselves. And yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
The other two I didn't hear, only two people.
I
Mr.
do.
Bissinger? You
I
do? Mr. Donany?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Eggers, you now proceed, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you able to see me?
No, can you press attendant?
Oh.
So you have to accept panelists.
Sorry, panelists. I apologize. Panelists.
I did. Sorry. Not seeing that.
Should, if you registered.
I
There
did.
you are. Oh, there's Mr. Donahue. Okay.
Ah, there we go. Join as panelist.
I don't see you, Dan.
There, he's coming now.
There we go.
There we go. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter, commissioners, and Happy New Year. It may still be appropriate to say Happy New Year, even though it's towards the end of January already. So to respond, I'm Dan Eggers from Greenberg Trog, representing the applicant. So to respond to the comments made at review session, this comment was made about the other application, but I think it may apply here as well. So I just want to start off by addressing that, which I think sets the broader context here for our discussion. There was a comment made along the lines of the applicant never built the sidewalk they were supposed to build when the site was developed. And to be clear, when the site was developed, Grace Avenue was not open. It was a map but unbuilt street, and the Department of Transportation granted a waiver of the construction of all improvements along the Grace Avenue frontage of the site. This is both the Acadia site and the Extra Space site, including the requirement to construct the sidewalk. So, and this was in fact reflected on the board's plans. So the site was allowed to be developed without a sidewalk constructed along Grace because Grace was not open. There was no one who was going to be using it. And over the years, the far side, the opposite side of Grace, the west side, was built. And in late 2018 and 2019, Grace Avenue was fully opened, and the condition as it exists today has been in existence. So it's been in existence for about 3 years. This isn't a 20-year condition where when the site was originally developed, after the initial grant of the variance in 2001, the owners did something that they weren't supposed to do, or I suppose more appropriate, they did not do something that they were supposed to do. And that this is not a 20-year condition as currently exists. It's a 3-year condition. And once the community board had asked that a sidewalk be constructed along this side of Grace, ownership immediately looked into what would be involved and began working right away in order to get this done. So, and the fact that the board is requiring that the sidewalk be constructed in order for the extension term to be granted completely incentivizes ownership, because as long as we're going through this process and the variance is not renewed. It expired back in July. It's very difficult for the Acadia ownership to lease out the vacant space in their property, which has been vacant for a number of years because tenants do not want to take a space where you have an expired C of O and the use of the site is dependent on a variance, which is not, as of now, extended. So ownership is completely incentivized to get this done as quickly as possible. And if there was any way to avoid going for a revocable consent, which unfortunately is a 12 to 14 month process, ownership would completely do that. And in fact, they sought a waiver from the Department of Transportation for revocable consent here. We were throwing ourselves upon the mercy of DOT. We had high level discussions, my colleagues did, on a non-site specific basis with an assistant commissioner at DOT, saying that in a case where you have an improvement such as a retaining wall on the in the public right of way, which is specifically one of the improvements listed in the DOT rules requiring a revocable consent, they do not grant the waiver. And we said, well, here the community board has asked for the sidewalk. The Board of Standards of Appeals is requiring the sidewalk be constructed. We have an existing site here. Please do not make us go for revocable consent. And they said, unfortunately, we can't do that. And the reason why revocable consent is being sought is because the alternative, which ownership has studied in great detail, truly is cost prohibitive. We can provide the diagram that you requested about the storm drainage system, but it really—
Slow down, Mr. Eggers, because now you're making an argument that's in the paperwork. And then subsequent to that, we had a very long discussion during our review session about a number of things. The first being your property line on the submissions that we had the previous time showed the retaining wall far away from the property line and looking like it was required because the property itself had a slope. That's first. Since then, there was a new submission in January that shows that the property line and the slope beginning seem to be coincident. So that's a different question for DOT if we're talking about the location of a retaining wall. From my perspective, that's a retaining wall required to be a street, not to be this property. And then you heard Commissioner Sheta go on at length, I hope you heard, about why a retaining wall seems like an extreme and unnecessarily expensive solution to not a big problem. And so rather than pursue like an old conversation, why don't we pursue the new one? And to the extent that you have engineers in this group, why don't we go there? Okay. I appreciate history, but I know the community board and the community is upset about the roadway condition and the sidewalks, and they've been complaining about it for a long time. So maybe that's why it felt like it was forever for me, because it feels like it's forever for them. And then just a reminder, this is an enormous variance that was granted, right? It continues to be in our district. It's a huge variance with a very, very long term. So to keep in mind that in order to persuade the board that you should continue with this variance, there needs to be kind of a return to the community that's significant. Okay, so that's one reason why we were upset about the submission, especially on the other site. So Commissioner Sheta has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at the Google Maps. Let me share my screen. This is the Grace Ave side, and this is the building. This is the street view.
Wait. Don't forget, we're talking about the parking lot case first, right? This one, not the building case. Okay, so we're on.
I understand. I'm talking about like the integral drawing that were submitted to us. I'm talking about inconsistency here. If I show the PPB, this plan, let me just make sure that I have the right one. Yeah, this is the one that was submitted on January 20. And if you look at the existing versus proposed here on both cases, parking lot, this one, that section 5 here, or detail 5 shows the case for the parking lot where a retaining wall is proposed, while here it shows the case for the building. If I zoom, you see face of existing building. This is the existing building. This is the existing building. And here it says existing condition versus proposed condition. If you look at the existing condition, you can clearly see that there is a great difference of about 4 feet or 5 feet between the street and the walkway next to the building. By the way, McLaren submitted a memo to us explaining why they need to like offset or keep away the retaining wall from the building, because there is an access door here. I just looked at it. This submission, I looked at it on the fly. But if you look at the great difference here, it's kind of like 4 to 5 feet. If you go back to the street view, this is the building that we're talking about. Am I correct, or am I missing something?
But Commissioner Sheta, you're talking about the building and we're talking about the parking lot. It's 2 separate applications.
I totally understand, yes.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is that that presented conditions to us as existing may differ from the really existing conditions on site. The reason I'm saying that, because I don't see much difference in the grades here close to the building. Let's say here, just right next to the building, right before the building here. I don't see much difference in grade, similar to what is shown on the plans. So are we getting accurate representation for the existing conditions for both cases? This is one of the points that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sheta. And Brendan Kelly, the civil engineer, is prepared to fully speak to the comments you made regarding the builder's pavement plan and the retaining wall. So to continue addressing some of the comments made at review session, if I may, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So we will fix the bubbling on the existing conditions site plan to make clear the changes that have been made in terms of planting the new planting that the board had requested. The parking surface will be repaired and restriped. I'm told that the trash on the side of the street on Grace Avenue was cleaned up. I believe that the pictures that were taken back in September was after a major storm, and that may have led to certain things being washed into that area, but they've been cleaned up. And in terms of the factual question of where the property line ends and where the public space begins, it is at the curb line of the parking lot. So when we've been talking about that sloped area, that is not the private property, that's the city property.
So the only way I believe that statement is with a survey.
Of course.
Right? You could say whatever you want. We've seen so many versions of a section through the site that I don't understand how anyone does a drawing without relying on a survey, and then you wouldn't come up with so many different answers. So the only way I believe it is with a survey. Please provide one of those, okay? That confirms that statement, okay?
Definitely. To address Vice Chair Chanda's comment.
And I just want to add,
yes,
the survey needs to be a topographical survey so we can see what the elevation changes are, because one section shows that there's this huge slope, another one shows a gradual slope. We went from 11% to what, 20-something%? That's a pretty big difference in percentages, right? Yes. So yeah, somebody's right, but I don't know who. Based on what?
If you don't have a topographic survey for now, I suggest you hire a surveyor, and I advise you actually to ask him to give you the plans in something like Civil 3D, so you can just give it to the civil engineer and he can cut a section with a click. And by doing that, you eliminate the human error in a process like that. Instead of that civil engineer start like building up the section from scratch, from an image. If he gets something in Civil 3D or so, he can just align the section, click, he got it. No errors. Unless the survey
Is one of the people here one of the engineers?
Yes.
Who's the?
Yes, I'm the civil engineer. I didn't want to interrupt. I can provide some clarity.
Okay,
so,
please.
We do have a topographic.
Wait a minute, Mr. Kelly, were you sworn in?
No, he wasn't. I don't see
You're
his
not
name.
sworn in?
I wasn't. I was. Okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, proceed now, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. So we do have a topographic survey. That survey did have all of that. That also did have property lines shown on it. I'm not sure about the comment about the property line moving and showing it in a different location. All the submissions have always had the property line at the back of the curb line.
No. Sorry, I have to interrupt you, Mr. Kelly, and this is a comment that you might not have heard during the review session. It's very evident to us that they're not coordinated, these drawings. So when I look at an architectural set, it shows the property line in one place. When I look at the builder's pavement plan, it shows a whole pile of different information. And to Commissioner Shaita's point, civil engineer, structural, and geotech need to be, and the architect who's preparing the architectural drawings need to be in the room at the same time, or the conceptual room at the same time, with all the drawings together, because we are looking at different data in the submissions, and you may not be aware of what is actually sent to us. So it may not be what you intended to have sent to us, but that's what we got, and that's what we're looking at. So yes, indeed, the property line is moving. And so it shouldn't be. Okay.
Would it be possible for me to show my screen to maybe talk through where?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pull up so this is the drawing set. So basically this property line right here is at the edge of the curb line, the existing curb line.
What's the date? What's the date of this drawing?
This is the set from you got it on the 20th.
Okay.
The date on the title block was from the 19th.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the property line we're using, which is at the existing back of the curb line. And that line corresponds here with the curb line here. So this line here is the property line.
Okay.
So that, I guess I can't speak if it was an architectural drawing that shows them in a different location, but all of the sections are shown with that property line at the curb line.
Now, yes, correct now.
You wanna look at the section and show how this is aligned with the building? Look at the section with the building in it.
The building is in a different drawing set.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
There is section 4 and 5 of the PPP.
So are you referring to the 2875 set? I don't know if you want me to go to that set at the moment, or do you want me to wait until we get to that application?
I think this is the problem, okay? Because you have, I guess it's two separate clients. There's no coordination between what we're getting. So we get one pile of things from this and another pile from that, even though we're talking about the same continuity, right?
But that's where I think I'm still, I think there might be just a miscommunication, because the drawing sets are coordinated. They're actually drawn in the same files in my set, even though it's two different clients. So they're definitely coordination. I think it's just a matter I need to clear things up a little bit. So
yes,
I'm going to show you the section that we're talking about. So and there were a few comments brought up on the call, and here's the photo of the site. So you can see at one end of the site, there's a much smaller reveal. There's not even like this makeshift retaining wall on this side. There's only a few feet. So that's why when the sections are drawn at certain locations, it's very shallow, and then other locations, there's a much bigger elevation change. So that's why it does change throughout the site, and why the retaining wall steps.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you zoom in to that lagging wall? This is the first time I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, we've never seen these photographs before.
Yeah. That's, by the way, this is what I was talking about. Yeah. So more, please. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with a wall like this? I'm not talking about the same wall.
This doesn't allow for us to build the sidewalk as is. It would have to be much higher than this to build the sidewalk. This still slopes up toward the street. And so in order to build something taller than this, we're gonna have to put in a more significant retaining wall to withstand that extra soil. This also shows the catch basin, by the way. There's one here, there's another one further up the site, and then there's another one down in this end, which has the drainage system in the curb line that we were referring to before.
I'm sorry.
So I think
maybe I didn't explain myself. I didn't mean to use the same wall. I should have said, what's wrong with using a similar concept to this to build a retaining wall? With a wall like this, you don't have a footing, do you?
I doubt that this has a footing. Like, no, I don't believe so. But we would definitely need
it's a king pile.
Sorry, go ahead.
And some sort of flagging. That's what I'm talking about. Put a wall like this and bimble, you're done.
In my experience, this is going to have to be built. This goes back to whether it will be built on our property or the city property.
No, it doesn't. No, you're misunderstanding totally. Let's start over again.
Okay.
What we have been talking about isn't now whether you're on city property or you're not on city property. What we're talking about is the revocable consent and the idea that you're putting in this gigantic retaining wall and somehow or other DOT is requiring a revocable consent. And we're trying to say, you shouldn't need to get a revocable consent in the first place, because I believe the slope is on city property. That should be their problem. But the other concern is how much time all this is going to take. Yeah. And so Commissioner Shetta was looking at this and saying, there's a way to do this more quickly and not spend as much money on a very gigantic retaining wall system. And he's asking, why are you using this gigantic retaining wall system? So it's a couple of questions. Mine is, and to talk to DOT, I need confirmation that the retaining wall, that the slope is entirely located on city property. We haven't had that confirmation because, as you say, there's been a ton of miscommunication about what has been submitted to us. So I have to assume DOT has the same miscommunication. And so if it turns out all of the slope is on city property and it's impossible to build their road without a retaining wall on their property, then a revocable consent makes no sense. That's the first. So let's just say that's the retaining wall solution. Then no more year-long process to get a sidewalk installed. The next question is Commissioner Shetta's question about why you're going with this really, really expensive retaining wall system on the parking lot site when another solution is possible. And as you say, the sections may be different through the site, but we don't know that because we only have one section through the site, right? So we don't know that there's a variety of slopes because no one told us. So now, based on that, you want to respond to his comment about not a retaining wall?
Yeah. So, all right. The first item, I understand that we're not questioning whether we're on property or not. I mentioned revocable consent from the perspective of even if we're building a retaining wall completely outside our property. Our understanding and our feedback was that just the act of building the retaining wall on DOT property required revocable consent. If we're able to waive that because it's completely outside of our site, then that's another story. But from what we were told, that's why we need a revocable consent. As for the retaining wall type, as you see here, we have like a 5 or 6 foot exposed section. The price of like a soldier pile lagging condition versus the concrete, we could potentially look into that, but I don't believe there would be a significant cost savings, and there definitely wouldn't be a time savings to install soldier piles with lagging. So we have looked into options in terms of optimizing the price on this, and also, like I said, the construction of the wall itself is not the driver. It's only because of revocable consent, which is what make this a long time period for construction. So I understand the input about potentially using a different type of wall, but again, the installation of a concrete wall is not what's causing a long duration of construction. This is a pretty standard wall construction. To pour a concrete wall would not take all that much time. And to be quite honest, I'm surprised that you consider that a soldier pile and lagging would be more cost effective and efficient. But again, I don't really want to get into, I'm not sure that's what the goal of the comment was. I think it was, another thing that came up was, why don't we just drive it? Why don't we just put the small wooden one, or like a small soldier pile and lagging condition at the curb line, and then just pave it and slope it as is? The point of the project was to, or the goal of the project was to create the sidewalk, right? So to create a sidewalk, you can see the existing condition is steep, and we have to flatten it out in order to install a sidewalk here. So to do that is what creates the vertical need for a wall. So there's not really an option to maintain the existing slope and just pave it. We do have to install the wall at the curb line. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Commissioner Sheta.
I see no point with this argument other than that we want to build something that requires somebody else's consent, which is going to take time. So we're going to delay it to the extent possible. This is what I can see.
No,
sorry.
No, so what option are you referring to that wouldn't need someone else's consent? I'm still not clear on that.
To build whatever you're proposing, you need a revocable consent from the DOT, right?
No, I was just told we didn't. That's why I was, right? If you're saying if it's completely outside our site, you said today we don't need revocable consent.
Can you go back to the image?
We want to build it as soon as possible. I think I'm just.
Can you go back to the image you put on the screen?
Miscommunication. Say that again.
Can you go back to the image you put on the screen?
I have the image up.
Yes. Can you zoom in, please? To right next to the catch basin here. Yeah. Here. Where is the property line with respect to that wooden wall?
Basically there.
Perfect. Why wouldn't you be able to put a soldier pile and lagging wall similar to the one you have and just build inside your property? What's wrong with that? And I assure you, without even looking at it, it's much less money than the wall that's proposed. I don't need even to run the numbers.
So wait, so you're saying
there's no opportunity. Sorry, go ahead.
You're saying inside the property line's right after the curb, right?
Yes,
right. I can't fit it between there.
He needs a 12-inch, probably 10-inch steel pile, drill, put it in, pour concrete around it. Probably you're gonna need like 6 feet of embedment, one every 6 foot or 8 feet, and then put a capping beam on top of that, put your fence on top, and you're done. It's not gonna take much space. It's just 12 inches. And it's not,
I don't,
like in front
I don't
of
have
this, you
12
can put
inches
whatever.
between the curb and the property line though. So that,
No,
would mean we would have to.
You keep debating this thing that doesn't make any difference. So it's 12 inches past the property line, right? But so I'm not sure that a revocable consent would be needed for that either. But what I'm trying to understand is, does this allow you to put in a sidewalk? That's my question, what you're suggesting. There's a fence with the lagging. Can you put the sidewalk then right up, well, somewhere in that distance between the roadbed?
Yeah, it would be basically the same. It would be the same design we have now, just with a different style wall.
Okay, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, he can put a sidewalk in front of it. Yeah.
But it still wouldn't go on our, like, it would be the same design I have, just with a different wall design. So
Commissioner, now I'm going to go back to you. you're suggesting, and I see that you're probably doing a little sketch. You're suggesting put this little 12-inch thing on the property line so that you don't need a revocable consent. And then my question, what's that got to do with your drainage anyway? Just avoid the drainage. Like, I actually don't understand what this has to do with drainage.
If I put it on the site, right?
Sorry, two people speaking at once. Mr.
I didn't know if that question was addressed to me.
No, it's yours. It's addressed to you because I don't know anything about the drainage.
So yeah, the way the drainage works, right? There's like a catch basin under here that has about 5 foot, 6 foot diameter, and there's drain lines that run underneath. So if we shifted, right now I have a retaining wall that's roughly in this location, right? If we shifted that onto the site, it would impact these structures and these pipes. So that's part of the reason why I can't move it onto the site. But I'm still not clear. If the revocable consent is not an issue, the design we have is.
We don't know if the revocable
there's not really
consent
any comment then.
No, we don't know if the revocable consent is an issue. We're trying to go through two routes. One is persuade DOT that a revocable consent's not an issue for whatever it is you do on their property. The other is get it off their property with an alternative solution that arguably uses a system like what Commissioner Sheta is saying. Don't know whether, without study that's doable. And then I'm not persuaded that the drainage system is really preventing you from doing that. It might mean that you have to make a little correction around the catch basin, but it doesn't mean that you're digging up, which is what was represented in the letter submitted to us, that you'd have to dig up the entire parking lot's drainage system at an enormous cost. I don't know where the pipes are for the drainage because you never gave us a drainage plan.
Do you know whether
okay, I think I can help clear that up. Sorry to cut you out. You go ahead.
Do you know whether the drainage pipe is just at the property line?
Doesn't.
Yeah, it runs parallel to the property line. But
no,
here,
is it just at the property line?
Is it just? The catch basin. You saw the catch basin.
That's the catch basin, but where's the drain?
In other words, if you want to drill between the property line and the limit for the pipe, how much distance?
Again, it's not only the drain. It's not only the drainage system. Let me just make this one point, and then I think that might help clear it up. So if I draw on the existing condition, the catch basin is basically at this location.
Yes.
Right. We're trying to, based on the proposed section, our plan is we have to flatten this area out. Then we have the sidewalk section, right? And then we have the retaining wall, which is shown over here. If we do go the route of moving it with the soldier piles and we have the piles here, right? That means that this curb then has to shift on this side of the wall, which makes the parking lot spaces shorter,
a little narrower,
right? So we would have, say it again, by like a foot.
A little narrower. So, we know we have 3 feet to play with actually from other drawings.
Sorry, when you say 3 feet to play with, that's where I want to make sure we're on the same page. So
we had a 27.
If we looked at something like this, right? Yeah.
Yes. But we had a 27-foot wide reduction in another set of drawings. So this is what Vice Chair Shanda and I were talking about, and I see her hand up. We were talking about a reduction to match what we saw in a September submission of 27-foot front to back. That means you have 3 feet more or less to play with, but we're not even talking about playing with 3 feet. We're talking about more like a foot. So it sounds like you have room to play with there. So, and this is the part where I say, imagine I'm your client and I'm telling you, I don't want to go for the revocable consent. I want a solution that stays on my property. What's the solution? Instead of telling me why you can't, tell me how we do it. Because the theme here is.
I do understand that if we put the wall on this edge here, though. This will, the reason I just want to, I do understand the point of like how that there are potential options to make this work. But again, it does impact the things that we did put in the letter, because the wall would have to go along this edge, right? We'd have to put a wall that was into the existing parking lot. On this plan, you can see there are the catch basins that I mentioned. One of them was from the photo, and then the other one there was a car on top of, which is in this corner. So those, the curb line and the everything would have to shift out into the parking lot to avoid the new wall that was put in, which is going to have either footings if it's a concrete wall, or soldier piles every 6 feet with lagging that's embedded into the ground. There will be some type of system that is now conflicting with all of this. That then
We don't
pushes
know
all
what
of these.
wait. We don't know if there's a conflict
Yep.
with anything yet, because you say it's a conflict. I just said no. You already showed us. Someone else already showed us. A 27-foot wide drive aisle is doable when you have that kind of a situation. We're not talking about 27 feet. We're talking about maybe 29 or 28 and a half. So it's still better. That's the first. The second is the only thing you've shown us is catch basins that are right up against the curb. I haven't seen a drainage drawing that indicates the actual location of the pipes. It's just you saying you think it's there, but we don't have any drawing that shows that it's actually there, or any measurement. I'm assuming you can do this with, what is it, this radiological study that indicates where the metal is. So we don't actually have anything to substantiate those arguments that it can't be done, right?
No.
So,
So the drive aisle is not the issue, though. The length of the parking space has to remain. So we'll have to make the parking space long.
Yes.
Like if we move the curb to fit the wall in, we have to move the curb to where the red line is, right?
I get
if
it.
we're going to fit the wall within the property line. So if you have to move the curb,
Can I respond
then
to
the
that
spaces,
before you proceed?
the spaces will be further out, and
They
create.
will.
Sorry, I cut somebody off. Yeah.
If you coordinate the locations for the soldier pipes with the separation lines between the spots, I would claim that you can even put the soldier pile in the middle of the parking lot, theoretically. And then you can cantilever a piece of steel beam from that to the property line, and then hang your fence on this, and then coordinate your grades on front of that fence to make sure that whatever lateral loads is going to be transmitted to that fence is going to be transmissible by the cantilever you use. If you minimize that cantilever, if let's say you wanna put the soldier pile 12 inches inside, if you coordinate it with the separations between the spots, this is not going to impact the configuration of your spot. The impact would be minimum. And then, like I said, cantilever, hang the fence, play with the grades on the front, and you're done. I'm not sure why you want to go the route of putting a wall on somebody else's property. Just
So what
think
you're
about
describing
it,
there is
you and the structural and the geotech. You will get to a solution.
right. What you're describing is basically having the soldier piles within the property line and then cantilevering over to the existing edge. But that would mean soldier piles are within the parking spaces. And I understand that you're saying space them in between, like on the white lines. But
Yes.
the 12-inch soldier piles that you talked about they will be into the spaces. We cannot put soldier piles within the parking spaces. The vertical post would reduce the drive space.
So it's not going to no. So this is the mantra you keep saying, but we know that if the parking spaces have to move out, they move out, they slide out a little bit, and then it reduces the drive aisle width from 30 feet to 28 and a half or something like that. That's all. So I so far see no impediments.
Well, okay, so as you.
Hey, Brandon, can I jump in here? Guys, this is Josh from Arcadia from Ownership, and I've been asking these same questions, right? The last thing I'd like to do is shut down a large section of parking for the property. I'm having trouble leasing up some of the space because of the variance. I'm incentivized to do this as quickly as possible for as little money. And so when I got the initial feedback that we had to do this revocable consent, we're looking at 14 plus months, I asked the team to go through this exact exercise. I said, guys, put the retaining wall on the property, tell me what the impact is. They said, fine, the drive aisle, no issue there. We have space. But the issue is this red line. You have a pipe that you're going to have to dig up, excavate, and relocate because it's currently where all of the structure would have to go for the retaining wall. In simple terms, that's how I understand it as the owner who's paying for this. So I said, price it out. The price, as you can imagine, over 160 feet of excavation, pipe relocation, drainage basins, et cetera, was dramatic. It was almost, the price of the retaining wall. And as we said in the letter, this project has been increasing in scope, and I understand the magnitude, and we want to do the sidewalk. But the reality of this is that we're looking at a small strip center that throws off, a certain amount of income, and to move this onto the property was cost prohibitive for us. So I've asked the team, how can we do this in a way that works economically and with the least disturbance, and the retaining wall solution was what the team came up with, and that's why we are where we are.
So Mr. Bissinger, this part we understand. The question that you posed to them, and the way they answered it is, you're asking us to move that retaining wall that has a 9-foot base or something like that. You're asking us to move that entirely on the property line. So look at that, the 9-foot base will mean it crashes up against wherever that drainage pipe is. No question, somewhere in the 9 feet is the drainage pipe, but that's not what's being suggested or pursued here by Commissioner Sheta. It's another solution that only impedes on the existing parking lot by a foot or something. And we don't know, because no one has provided us with that information, where the drainage pipe is. We don't have any actual information. Maybe you do. Maybe they actually did a survey where they identified the location of the pipe, but we don't have that. And absent having that, it's just their argument, which is making it hard for us to believe, and slowing down the process. And so that's why we're trying to come up with other solutions. If they had given us the drainage plan from the beginning, maybe we'd be having a different conversation, but it can't be just a sort of conceptual drainage plan. It has to be, where is the pipe right now? Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like some further engineering and study is needed. Let's just regroup. I don't know if this is necessarily the most productive form to try to come up with a new design. I think we've heard the feedback loud and clear. We sincerely appreciate the solution-oriented suggestions, so let us study them. That's probably the best way to handle this. And I can understand it further as ownership. I'm not technical, I'll have them walk me through it, and we can regroup.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta, did you want to add anything before we go on?
If you have a survey showing the location of the pipe, please submit it to us. If you do not, I suggest that you do a test pit to make sure how big is the pipe, where is it located, and regarding the conflict between what I'm proposing and the existing features. If you're afraid of conflict with the parking spot, like I said, coordinate the locations of the drill or whatever, driving or whatever, with the separations between the parking spots. If you're concerned with the conflict with the catch basin, I would respond to that the catch basin is not continuous. It's discrete, it's pieces. So you could coordinate again the locations with the locations of these catch basins. If you're concerned with conflict with the pipe, please survey the pipe, check how big is it, where it is located, and then you can move forward with a vision. But right now, I'm assuring you, a simple lagging system, soldier pile, steel soldier pile, and maybe concrete lagging or even wood lagging is much less expensive than the retaining wall that's proposed. This retaining wall has a 10 feet wide footing, and the stem is almost 10 feet. You have to dig down 4 feet below the lowest grade to make sure that the footing is protected against frost. This is significant. And you know what? When digging for this wall, you likely will undermine the existing drainage pipe because you need to dig continuously along the location of this pipe. But with, of course, with the drilling, it's discrete points, so it's much less disturbance.
Okay. Okay, I think we made this point. Let's, you need to pursue this. We don't want you to spend a year and a half, or it's going to be longer with the revocable consent, by the way, under current overtaxed city agencies, understaffed, overtaxed, delayed, et cetera, et cetera. So just saying. Okay. Anything else? Yeah. So then back to Mr. Eggers. You want to discuss the other points that were made?
Yes, but before we move on, just to tie up the point about the revocable consent. So we will take Commissioner Shetta's suggestions under advisement and take another hard look at the alternative to avoid a revocable consent. It was mentioned before, Chair, that in order that it's really two questions, right? Whether there's an alternative to the revocable consent that works, or the other question, number two, is whether revocable consent is actually needed. And it had been mentioned, perhaps the board reaching out to DOT. Yeah. Is that something that the board is still entertaining?
Yes, we're going to do that from our own end. But again, as I said, I'm not willing to reach out to them till we have confirmation on a survey with sections that show definitively that the slope begins on city property, because we don't have that consistent information on our submissions. And, you know, Mr. Kelly, that could be because the submissions weren't always prepared by your office. They were prepared by other offices, and there was this moving property line. So we need sections, several sections taken through that slope to show the location of the property line relative to the slope, so that we can, and also your survey and your plan, to confirm all of that and to show where the sections are taken on those, so that we can have a very clear conversation with DOT and not have to say to them, we'll get back to you on that, okay? Because it's not so easy for us to be in touch with the right group, okay?
Sure.
Do we have a survey on file for this project?
What?
Do we have a topographic survey submitted?
I don't know.
Have you submitted a topographic survey to us?
If not, we will provide one. We want to give you everything that you need, so that we can help you help us along that second track with respect to DOT. Because again, I think we're all on the same page where we want to get the sidewalk built as quickly as possible, and we do want to pursue both paths simultaneously.
Even if you submitted that,
we have one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have one, and it's used in the background of all of the drawings. Whether or not it was submitted as a standalone drawing, I'll have to confirm and get back to you, but we can definitely do that.
It wasn't submitted. I'm looking quickly at submission titles, and nothing's called survey. And in the back isn't useful because it's not a stamped and sealed document for DOT.
Yeah, that's understood. We can clarify that. I just meant by that the information's in there. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. If you have it as a standalone, please submit it by itself, and on a separate drawing, put the drainage pipe location on it and the data for the drainage, the locations for the catch basins, and how big is that pipe. This design task is mainly governed by the status of this drainage pipe, whether it's very close to the PL or it's far from it, and how big is it. And if you get this kind of information, I believe it's going to be an easy task.
Okay.
I just have one thing. I know I don't want to go back into the weeds on it. The reason why I keep bringing up the pipe and becoming an issue with the drainage, if we move the wall onto the site, right? Like you saw on the sketch that I draw.
You're saying wall. You're saying wall versus the suggestion that Commissioner Sheta has, which is these pilings.
Even that's a wall. Even that is a wall. Either way, whichever type of wall. His was a soldier pile with timber lagging. It creates a wall also. So either way, if it's moved onto the site, even if the soldier pile option that doesn't have an extended footing, the act of moving it onto the property will mean that we have to move the curb line to the other side of the wall, right? We're going to have to, but you see how the catch basins are integral into the curb line. So once you move that, even if it's a foot, you have to dig out that catch basin, and those catch basins are connected by a pipe. So either way, anytime you move the curb line, you're going to impact the drainage system. That's probably what I wasn't as clear about as I should have been. But even if we're only moving it a foot, even if we're not impacting the drain line with the pilings, just moving the catch basins out a foot is going to create the need to excavate and then shift everything out. That's all I was trying to say.
Okay, but I just want to add as a pinpoint to this again, please, Mr. Kelly, the solution, the goal is to find a solution, not to find the reasons why not, okay? So again, I'm your client, and I want a solution. I don't want the reasons why you can't. I want I want the direction what to do in the way that's most expedient. And now there's the force of the Board of Standards and Appeals behind you doing it, in addition to your client, okay? So please don't come back with every suggestion. This is why you can't. Because while you're doing this in your head, you're not actually doing it on a drawing with an investigation, with subsurface conditions known, et cetera, really known, right? So please get out of as I love my my general counsel's, getting to know is not an option here, okay? So
understood. I apologize if it's come across that I'm trying to be very negative with these. I guess the point I'm trying to make is we did look into these solutions, and these are the reasons why we didn't update to them. It's not the fact that I was going at it from a perspective of trying to find the reason no. And like we said, we'll still investigate it, and we'll come back to you with an optimal design. We want to get it done as quickly as possible too, as Josh said. It's not from that perspective.
Okay, good. All right, let's move on away.
Also, talk to your geotech about earth stabilized wall right at the property line. You don't need to dig inside your property. All what you need to do, play with that slope, put a geogrid reinforced soil mass outside with a vertical face, and you're done.
Yeah, I guess if it's outside though the existing line anyway, and we don't need revocable consent, it's the same. Our design here is also then acceptable, right? It's not. If we don't need revocable consent, then we would be able to build this wall now also. So I know that's where I think we need an answer on that as well.
Let's cross that bridge, because there are other bridge. Sure. If the wall is still there, if it's still a concrete wall, then we have a problem with not adequate amount of landscaping. So
okay.
That's the next part, where the stabilized soil or earth or whatever, which I don't know about, and I will look up as we speak, may be a solution for that aspect of it. Okay. So let's please move on to the next things. Back to Mr. Eggers. We had other subjects that we were talking about.
I think in fact we had covered everything now in the course of that discussion. Is there something I'm missing? Yeah.
So the landscaping is woefully inadequate on the site. It looks sad. If the landscaping was installed in May and the photographs are September, this is when you should see it looking all lush and vibrant, right? Instead, it looks just sort of sad and anemic. And so what that indicates to me is, if the board were to consider that these existing landscaping beds are all we get, as opposed to what Vice Chair Shanda is suggesting, which is not all we get, then this is not an adequate amount of landscaping on the existing portion of the site. It's little bits of sad Home Depot purchases, and that's not okay. So the landscaping plan itself shows lots of spots that are missing landscaping, and the site itself, photographs of the site, also show anemic landscaping, and it's not okay. And I want to remind, this is an enormous variance in a residence district, and you're assuming the right to continue the variance. And so my question is, what are you giving the community back. It can't be all about you, i.e. the owner. It has to be also about what does the community get in return. So in one place, we're talking about the sidewalk, but we're also talking about landscaping that's not in compliance at all with the requirements for a parking lot under the zoning resolution. So you can't have these anemic solutions to this. They have to be more robust. And you also can't walk away with a parking lot that's cracked and terrible looking, none of which is okay. All right.
Yes, and as I said before, it will be the pavement will be addressed. And in terms of the landscaping, we will take another hard look at installing much additional landscaping in the existing planting beds. And I do want to just clarify, and I know that's it probably isn't what you were saying, Chair, that in terms of the landscaping requirements for parking lots, that was enacted after this parking lot was built. And it applies to new parking lots and developments and enlargements. So it's not as if that this parking lot, when it was originally approved, got some waiver of the requirements to 3790. There was landscaping required under the original approval, and some of it was not planted. Last May, we made sure to plant the landscaping that was required under the original approval. So at least it's brought up to the standard of the original approval. I do appreciate and understand that you do want more landscaping implemented, and we will look at that and look to implement that as well.
Right. But, you know, to the point is, in 2001, they were required to install landscaping, and yay, 20 years later, when you come for a renewal, now they're thinking about installing some landscaping. So this is not a good track record on the part of the property owner who has been enjoying this enormous variance for all this time. So I just, you know, to put in perspective, and I'm not saying that the site is a horrible looking site like another one we'll look at a little later today, and we talked about earlier this morning, but at the same time, don't forget that this is an enormous grant, and it comes with conditions, right? Conditions that must be complied with. Okay. All right.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Let me see if we had anything else. Anything I left out, commissioners? Okay, so let's go to the public on this one. I'm not sure whether maybe we should do both in a row and then go to the public.
What do you want to do? I mean, they might have the same issues, but.
Yeah, because they have the same issues of the sidewalk continuity. So what I'd like to recommend is that we go to the next one and then we hear from the public on both. Otherwise, it's a little confusing, no? Is that okay?
Chase, Kurt, you're fine with that? I don't think it's a problem. We're not
Carlo, go ahead. Carlo?
Yeah, the only thing I could think of would be, you know, for purposes of transcript. Because it would be a little confusing.
No, but for purposes of transcript, we can actually say right now in the transcript, we are going to hear from the public after 1301 BZ is heard. And then in the transcript, yeah, we can just say that, no?
These are companion cases.
Yeah, they're companion, they travel together, and the sites are connected to each other. That we often do that with these companion cases. No, I mean, normally we would hear them at the same time, like all at once. We talk about them all at the same time. It's just that some of the issues are different on the site itself as opposed to with respect to the sidewalk.
Except for the retaining wall.
No, the retaining wall is still, it's also an issue. It's like a continuous concept of this retaining wall issue.
Okay. Right. So let's call it.
So let's go next to the next one. And
item number 20. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Item number 23-1301 BZ 2876 Edson Avenue, the Bronx. So let's swear you in again for all of this. Raise your right hands. Mr. Bissinger, Mr. Kelly, I'm assuming he's all still in the same group. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, proceed, Ms. Eggers again.
Sure, Tony, thank you. So I would like to note that I'm joined by Ed Donaghy representing the ownership of the Extra Space facility for this application. So to respond to the comments from review session, I will leave the questions regarding the jog and the sidewalk for Mr. Kelly. I will go through some of the others. The signs, those will be lowered to be in compliance with the prior approval. Regarding the question from Commissioner Otley Brown about the landscaping on Grace, we understood that to mean putting landscaping within the property line. And we had previously provided to the board a photo showing that there are existing loading bays for customer storage access in the area along the building line near the Grace Avenue frontage, where under the approved plans, there had been a planting bed shown. Again, another non-compliance with the original approval that had not been constructed, but there are these existing bays that customers do use, and that in order to plant there, it would be you'd have to construct a new planting bed that would take those storage units and those loading areas out of service. What the ownership has done is they plan to plant additional planting in the existing planting bed along the Edson Avenue frontage. And as shown on the plans, and I know this is part of the other discussion regarding the sidewalk, there would be, as part of the approval being sought from DOT, the revocable consent for a sidewalk for the retaining wall, a revocable consent for landscaping, which would include a lot of landscaping along the Grace Avenue frontage, up to 5 trees, about 39 bushes, a planted lawn, which will be implemented and maintained by the property owner, so that that area would be very well landscaped. It would screen from the adjacent residences, and that there would actually be a net increase in total landscaping within and immediately surrounding the site from what was on the original approval. So that's how we offer to address the comment regarding landscaping.
Sorry, where was the landscaping that you're talking about not putting on the site?
Meaning not being planted?
Yeah, you just went through a whole elaborate explanation of why we should have our required landscaping on someone else's property. Where was it supposed to have been?
Within the property, near where those existing loading berths and storage facility storage units are.
Yeah, I had misread what you had written when you were talking about the landscaping on Grace. I thought it meant it was the landscaping on actual Grace and not the landscaping on the south side of the building.
Correct.
Right. I thought you meant on Grace. So now it's clearer to me.
Wait a minute. So I'm trying to find the existing approved plans and where the landscaping was supposed to be. And I can't, oh, I see. There was a little landscaping corner right up against the corner of the building and Grace Avenue on the property that measures basically 18 by 18 because it's the depth and width of the drive of a parking lot. And of course, not in compliance with the terms of the grant, which is a little bit of a theme of this property owner. They put a door at that very spot in order to get into more storage facility, and then don't have as many parking spaces because you wouldn't be able to get into that facility there. So I see. So this is where you say, rather than put the planting on your own site, you'll put it on New York City property. Yeah. Right, exactly there. Exactly where that parking space is. Who's ever sharing, if that's Nazar?
Yeah, that's me at Donaghy.
Okay, right, exactly there is where the original planting was required, and applicant decided to ignore the board's approval. So this goes to other discussions about planting on site, which I don't know that we need to pursue yet because we're still trying to figure out what's going on with the retaining wall and so on. So yeah, let's move on from there. Let's find out what else Mr. Egger's gone.
I think that then brings us to the comment regarding lighting. And I think Joseph D'Amato, the lighting consultant, is on the line.
Really?
Mr. D'Amato?
Nope. I don't think so.
All right, then we will respond to that comment in writing.
Mhm.
So I think then that brings us to the comment regarding the jog and the sidewalk, and I'll let Mr. Kelly address that.
Okay.
Yes. Hi. I think the first thing I wanted to talk about, if something that was mentioned in the meeting was that this line, this darker line here, represented the building face. That's actually the property line. The line I have in red here highlighted is actually the building. So there's a section of the property.
Sharing your screen?
Can you share your screen?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you see it now?
Yes.
That was I apologize for that. So this darker line was mentioned to be the building line in the morning discussion. The building actually doesn't start until this red line. So that's why the wall is ending prior to the building. That's the intent of it, because I agree with you. We're trying to avoid having to have something along the face of the building. So if I show that in, you can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Basically, our property line is roughly here. So anything in this direction is the extra space. So there's a section of parking lot, and that's the section we really need the retaining wall for, and that's the part that we're talking. That's the part that's reflected here in these drawings. So like that section of parking lot is right here.
Okay.
Okay. So that is just note number one from this morning. The second part about the street becoming more narrow. I understand the jog is not ideal. We have definitely explored options to eliminate the jog. In order to do that, though, the retaining wall, and this goes back to, it's going to impact some of the other application, but the part that I have shown in like a lighter hatch here was from the 2829 that we just went over. I understand we're going to look at optimizing and maybe redesigning some of that wall, but as is, that is the location of the wall that I have highlighted in red here. The issue is if we extended it along that same alignment, the wall becomes very close to the building in this location. And I know there was mention about a doorway. I just want to show you where that doorway is. If you look here, we go to.
I saw the door, and I have to say, not sympathetic to your door problem at all.
It's just an emergency exit. I can't really eliminate that emergency exit door.
You have an emergency exit that's blocked by planting? Not
So
believing it.
see how
By the way,
it's a little bit hard to see here.
Your emergency exit is actually in the other photographs blocked by trash. And I doubt that the door swing is large enough to get out. And this is a very large building. There are other ways to get out of this building. So let's move on from your so-called emergency exit. Let's move on. I don't want to spend any more time on it. Let's hear other reasons, okay? It's a gigantic building.
Okay, I mean,
get out.
a building, I know the building will just need multiple points of egress, but I'm going to have to get back to you on whether or not that can be eliminated. The reason why we did not continue this route, though, is if I draw this retaining wall is extended here, again, it would need to be very close to the building in order to be able to build this sidewalk. And
Why do you need a
while
retaining wall? Why does there need to be a retaining wall after the building line? Why can't it
Okay,
return to
so-
the building?
Can we go back to the image?
I can go back to the image. Yes, I want to pull up the section view, but here's the image. This one you're talking about?
Yeah. Can you zoom in,
Yeah.
please? I don't see like much
on
difference.
anything in particular? Sorry. Right
Yeah,
here?
I don't see much difference in grades between that walkway next to the building and the asphalt. Is this like a?
So
I can't
it's,
see it.
It's a little
because
bit
of the
difficult to
image.
see because of the planting.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, is this 4 feet
It's a little bit
difference?
difficult to see the slope because of the planting. So I know that we were just looking at the we were just looking from the parking lot side. I think it's actually a little bit easier to see from here, but you can see how the elevation of the parking lot is much lower than the building, right? And much lower than the street. And this elevation basically right here.
Yeah, can you zoom a little bit here at that corner of the fence where the fence
yeah,
turns?
that corner. This is the best I can do from this corner, but the roadway is about here, and the elevation of the building is down at this level, which maintains all the way across because that's where the doors are. So the elevation of the roadway is continuing in that direction, and this is about here. So the slope is what I was showing in that section view, and that's based on the topographic survey we did. So again, I can include a survey with this next submission.
Sure.
But that's what was used to develop this section that you were looking at, and that's what I was in the middle. So this is what is pulled up here. So this is the first one, as you talked about this morning, is the section that's drawn on within the building footprint. And basically, what's happening here, you can see the slope is pretty gradual at the moment. The part where it starts to become steeper and to the point where we would need a retaining wall is once this sidewalk and curb is installed. So this section is drawn with the proposed condition that has the jog in the sidewalk and the curb. If we do not jog the sidewalk and the curb, that sidewalk then becomes something like this. And once you get to that point, you're going to have a vertical face here that needs a wall. So that's the issue, unless, like you said, you could fill back to the wall, but not if you have doors that you have to maintain on this side.
Isn't it
So
one door?
The condition where we were.
One door.
I think it's
Isn't
one
it
door.
one
There might be
door?
two. I have to double check that. It might only be one door. I have to double check.
Okay, if this is one door, why don't you have like 2 wing walls, 2 cheek walls that takes you from that door up to the street level, and then for the rest of the length, just use the building as your retaining structure?
Yes.
What's wrong with that? Less money, less headache.
Yes. All right, let's not
Might
have
be
a
an
discussion.
option. That could be an option.
Yeah, okay.
I said that could be an option. I have to take a look. I didn't consider the wing walls just at the door. You may not be able to get the access from. We probably have to do something with. We could probably come up with something that works.
Mr. Kelly, the door cannot drive the entire roadway that's used by the public. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people who will be using this roadway cannot be driven by a door. Sorry, it just can't. So you're going to take care of the door, however it needs to be taken care of. The door can't drive where the sidewalk goes, okay? Let's move on.
I do also just want to discuss the talk about narrowing the road. We're actually widening the roadway. The orange is the existing limit of the asphalt, and we are even with the jog, it is widening by about 5 or 6 feet. So I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. Even if we do come up with a wing wall solution that is feasible, and we do straighten this, the wall it will be wider than I currently have it. But in either condition, we are widening the street and not narrowing it.
You're arguing you're widening a street that's never been properly improved, and just basically peters out into whatever it is, which is a substandard road width, and you want to maintain the substandard basically road width. that fire department then struggles with dealing with when there's parking in the middle of the roadway. So let's just not go in those kinds of arguments. And also, as I said before, I can't be walking on a sidewalk in the dark and end up in the bushes. It makes no sense, okay? So let's keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna have to obviously coordinate the wall design with the comments we would just discussed on 2829. But I mean, other than that, the most of the discussion was about the retaining wall being in front of the building, which we were not showing at the moment. The plan is to not have a retaining wall there. We will have to introduce one though, if we're going to straighten the sidewalk, because in order to straighten the sidewalk, like I was drawing, when I put to this drawing, it's going to take a minute to open. Okay, here we go. But eliminating the jog slides the sidewalk to begin in this location.
Yes.
So that will create a much steeper condition down here. So I will have to create, like you said, some type of wing wall solution in that one area by the door. But we are going to have a retaining wall probably along some of the face in order to make this feasible. Which
why you don't want to take it flat to the building and you're done?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Why don't you
just
pull the grades to the building, use the building as the wall, and you're done? And the only spot you need this tiny wall is where the door is located. Is this an ADA access?
No, it's not an ADA access door.
So you could just put two wing walls, put some stairs. It probably is going to cost you like $1,000. Why you want to build a wall there?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to build the wall. We're not showing a wall there currently. We're going to have to add one now, right, in order to fill against the building. I also need to make sure.
Fill against the building using the foundation wall of the building. Does this building has?
You're talking about.
Does it have a
cellar? You're talking about. Sorry, there's no cellar. It's on piles with pile cap 4 feet down.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that there's no issue introducing soil laterally, but we can check that. So you're talking about adding a
fill all the way to the building.
Sidewalk in this location and then fill down basically like this.
What is your concern?
No, I'm gonna have to just make sure that this like extra 3 or 4 feet of soil.
I just want to be done with this discussion. If your concern is lateral loads, put lightweight fill. If your concern is lateral loads, put some geogrid reinforced soil mass there. You're done. There's no lateral with lightweight fill, almost no lateral. And with a building like this with Desillium piles in it, I don't think it's like somebody's leaning to your building and you're afraid that
I would agree. I don't really have too much of a lateral concern. I'm just saying that I can't confirm that this will be the solution until we do that analysis, but that is something we will look into.
Okay. And just to clarify, your sidewalk is not right up against the building. The sidewalk is set back some distance from the building.
The sidewalk would be about in this location in that sketch.
Right. So don't.
Because this roadway would be widening. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not right up against the building, to be clear.
This is the existing concrete. This is just like an existing pad there at the moment.
Yes. That's your problem.
Yeah. That wasn't the proposed sidewalk. No, the proposed sidewalk was this section right here.
And by the way, your pad's on city property. So just saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And just so everyone knows, there won't be any real landscaping other than the grass median in between the sidewalk and the road. All that landscaping buffer would be removed during the process.
Right, but then you'll have street trees, you'll have the kinds of things that a person expects on a sidewalk of a normal width, etc. Right? So it's not going to be an unlandscaped thing. And then it doesn't absolve you of landscaping requirements on site. So, but we didn't get there yet. Okay, one attack at a time.
So yeah, the sidewalk, I'm going to show it in we'll call it like this light blue, or dark blue is easier to see. So this would be the sidewalk footprint.
Yes, exactly right. You see,
Right.
that's all we
I
want.
understand the issue is going. I get it. I understand. I'm not like we said. We did look at that as an option. There is a significant elevation change from here to here. We were considering filling against the building is not an option to maintain the door. Again, that door now, the only access is going to be, we could create a access straight out to the sidewalk rather than the one that currently runs in this direction. So we basically would be sealing off this gate, but that might be something I could talk with ownership about, and we can see if we can get something that works. But that is the reason why was because I was trying to maintain access down that sidewalk to the door. But I understand the comments, and we will we'll review and get back to you.
Do you agree that this configuration is much cheaper than the proposed one?
Well, I think there's a miscommunication. The proposed one, I only had a wall in this section. The wall was not running along the entire.
But it's money at the end of the day, right?
Say that again.
It's money at the end of the day. I
Let's
just want to win
I'm still gonna need to build a wall.
I'm going to interrupt. Stop.
Go to the
I
public.
don't want to have a debate about who's saving who money. It's not relevant to what we do at the.
I'm not trying to either.
I just want a sidewalk that doesn't have people falling in the bushes. Okay.
I didn't want to win credit for saving him money. I wanted to motivate him to listen to me on the other case. That's what I wanted.
Okay, good.
Just to be clear though, the extending the wall, extending the sidewalk for like this blue hatch, we are going to need to have a retaining wall that at least gets us to the face of the building to make that work.
Fine, very nice.
So
Okay.
while we're eliminating this jog section of wall, we will need to extend a wall to about there. And it will have to basically interface with the building to retain all the soil that we're going to fill.
Got it. Okay, understood about this. So, I mean, I think part of the confusion is graphics. There was no way for us to know where the
I
building.
can be more clear with the building. Yes, I apologize for not having that.
Don't forget, drawings tell stories to story readers, and we're the story readers. You're the storyteller. There you go. Okay.
I can make that more clear for sure.
Okay. All right, great. Let's see, anything else? The signs are taken care of, yay. Anything else, Vice Chair, about the signs that you wanted to add?
No, I thank the applicant for resolving that issue. And just so you know, there is a banner that on that frontage fronting the throughway. There's an additional banner that is at a lower height. It's in your photos that you've submitted. Some giving some free deal for a 1 month or 3 months something. That's not included in the signage analysis calculation, so you need to remove that. So,
yeah.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, banners are allowed without counting on hospitals and public facilities like that, but not on shopping centers. Okay, so let's go to the public now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, I was just told that our lighting consultant was on the phone before. So can we give Mr. D'Amato a chance to chime in?
Sure, I only see one phone number with the last 3 digits 140. If that's the person, please raise your Zoom hand with a *9. There we go. That's the person. Who is this? What's the person's name?
Should be Joseph D'Amato.
Okay. And Mr. D'Amato, to unmute yourself, it's *6.
So I understood.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, this is Joseph D'Amato, New York Design. Good afternoon,
Okay.
everyone.
Okay, do you affirm to have this swear you in? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to the board member questions? Yes?
Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I had observed at review session the comment that the explanation for the discrepancy with the readings with the lights on and the lights off with some of the readings with lights off being higher than lights on. The explanation about the passing vehicles didn't make any sense, and that we should take another measurement. And Mr. Amato, I believe, is of course more than willing to do that. I just want to confirm that taking another measurement would in fact address the comment regarding the lighting.
Well, what we're trying to do is get a study that makes sense. So when the study shows lights off is higher than lights on, it doesn't make sense. So we need a study that makes sense. It's a pretty simple instruction. And to give us explanations that the truck was driving by at the time of the lights on doesn't make sense. Okay. Otherwise that, it's noise readings, it's ambient readings versus the change, right? The delta between ambient and the change, lights on.
Okay, so you want to see the difference between the ambient and the actual reading.
Of course. Otherwise, there's no way for us to know whether your lighting on your site is an influence to the neighbors, because the lights off seem to be higher. The ambient is higher. I don't even really know how to get my head around the idea that ambient is higher than the proposed, right? So, okay, that's it. Commissioner Sheta, did you want to add anything on that?
You're muted.
No, Chair. Yep, I realize that. Thank you. No, I don't want to add anything for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just, I'm sorry, Chair. Can I just make mention that, it's obviously an operating roadway. So the vehicles were coming down as we were taking the readings, obviously with, caution, we were taking the readings, but, vehicles coming down the road, and the reason why that there's higher readings at some point with the lights off is because the residential houses had motion sensors on those lights that were triggered as we were taking the readings. And, with the lights being on the vehicles, they could have some of the readings could have been captured with the lights on the vehicles. So that was some, points that I just wanted to bring up and address to the.
So, but I mean, if you were a scientist working with, I don't know, microbes or something like that, and you had contamination from a source, you would remove that set of numbers from your analysis because you've been contaminated by another source. So when the motion detector lights from the house go on, you would discount that analysis because those only go on when there's someone driving up the driveway or whatever. And ditto for when the truck drives by. You just wouldn't use that part of the data. That's the part I find so weird. You're corrupting your own data with your own data. Makes no sense.
We were just trying to take, realistic numbers. That's all. I understand what you're saying. So take the readings. It's unfortunately, as we're taking the readings, the lights were turned on. You know what I'm saying? So we did try to avoid, turning on the lights. We actually stayed still at certain points, but it was just, the lights were activated because, the residents were in front of the yard and people pulling into their driveways. So those motion sensors were activated, even though we were trying to prevent those readings. So we just wanted to take and document the exact reading as we were getting them. So I understand what you're saying, though. I'm not sure how we would achieve that, but we will try and see what we can do to achieve the readings without those lights turned on. And just so everyone is aware that we did approach the residents with no access and no response from the residents allowing us to turn those lights off.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that's it. So let's go to the public. Thank you for dialing in, by the way.
Okay, the case,
Go ahead, Tony.
The case we are currently discussing is 1201 BZ 2829 Edson Avenue, the Bronx, and 1301 BZ 2876 Edson Avenue, the Bronx. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 927-7460-8120 #. Also press pound for the next step, with no participant ID number is required. Press *9 to raise your hand and press *6 to unmute. once you are permitted in.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do that one more time, just in case. So in
Six.
order to participate, let me do it. In order to participate, you dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, press, enter in the webinar ID, which is 927-746-8120 #. Then when it asks for participant ID, you don't have one, #. Then you should enter in. And then if I see you call in, I will ask you to raise your hand by pressing *9. So let's see if we have anyone raising their hand to participate. Okay. I see some people, oh, and so anybody in the Zoom room who wants to participate in this, who's not just a phone caller, raise your Zoom hand, just raise your Zoom hand. That's a little button on the bottom of middle of your screen that says raise hand. I was hoping we'd have the community board's rep on this, but I don't see anything. So in the meantime, while we wait to see whether anyone calls in, because there's a time delay. Oops, there's there's a hand up. Okay, great. There's someone who dialed in 757. We're allowing them in, right? Hold on a second. And to unmute yourself. Turn off your YouTube. Turn off your YouTube.
Turn off your Yeah. How do I?
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Please state your name. Hello, can you
George
hear
Torres,
us?
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Say again your name.
Okay. I'm sorry. George Torres, Community Board 12, District Manager.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate, because I came a little late. I've had other meetings and I jumped on fairly late, but I was able to catch a little bit of the first hearing and then all of this one, 1301. And I just want to say from the community board's perspective, there's a lot of stuff that was discussed. It's very technical. And I just want to say that I appreciate, because there's a lot of stuff that I, as a district manager, do not understand. So I do appreciate the fact that you sort of have our back in what we're trying to see and the vision that and the discussion that we had so many months ago about this BSA. It is important to us as a community because lo and behold, it's not just this project. We have another BSA that's coming up. We're having our first public hearing on a project that's on Grace Avenue and AD Avenue, which is about a block up from this site. And we keep referencing this property as an example of what we'd like to see with that property. So, this goes a long way when we're trying to envision what our community should look like. So I just want to say that, we very much appreciate it. And, you guys have been on it from the very beginning. So I do appreciate that as well, because this has been a process. It's been a couple of months, maybe almost a year already at this point. You sort of lose track of time in this pandemic, but you have been on the ball. And I do appreciate that from the community's perspective, because when this is all said and done, we will have, basically a sidewalk. It's a small victory for us, but it's a trend, because again, it's not just this piece of property. The church did what they were supposed to do on their side of Grace Avenue. Now we're going to have these two properties mimic what was done on the church side. And then going further up, hopefully they'll take that advice and look at what's getting done in the community and follow suit as well. That's all I have to say. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I really appreciate you calling in and also your participation in this process. And I do have a couple of questions for you. Can you, and you may not be able to do this now, but so if you could submit that information in an email, can you give us a timeline about when you started asking the property owners for this sidewalk? Because I know it's been a subject of consternation and frustration. And then the other question is, we've been looking, so up until the submission in January, the site was going to be completely replanned to allow for this ATM machine. And in so doing, they were going to have a lot more landscaping that was closer in spirit to what's required generally in the zoning resolution today, or since I'm not sure what date, for parking lots. And now what we're being told by the ownership is they're not going to be pursuing that anymore, the ATM machine. Therefore, they're not going to be reconfiguring the parking lot, which means that essentially what they're proposing is only the landscaping that we currently see, only the landscaping beds that we currently see on the site. So I'd like the community board's viewpoint on the current conditions of the site and what kinds of current site-specific conditions they would like to see, as opposed to only the sidewalk issue. Because as I mentioned, you probably didn't hear this at the very beginning of the first case, I mentioned this is a very, very enormous variance that was granted and for a very long term. And I want to make sure that going forward, it's set up in a way that is responsive and let's say appreciative of the neighborhood.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I did miss the beginning part of it. So when you say ATM, am I to take that literally, like a ATM sort of store, ATM machine type thing?
They were planning an ATM like drive up location, sort of on the side of the the retail compound parking lot. And so that meant in order to make that work, the whole parking lot was going to have to be reconfigured. And then that created these sort of internal landscape planting beds. And now we're going back to what there is currently, what you would be seeing today.
Yeah. That would have been cool because as you stated, it would have, I guess, created opportunity to sort of reconfigure the sidewalk and made it, I guess, look a little better. I mean, listen, I'm very familiar with the site. I live in Co-op City. And up until recently, I was, had business with Extra Space Storage. They had my storage units until my space in Co-op City finally opened up. So I just left them like 2 weeks ago. So I'm very familiar with the site. There are not a lot of amenities. I mean, they have a Pavement store, they have an African store, they have a Pizza Hut right next to that store, and then they have the sort of a Con Edison substation along with the mobile gas station right on the other corner. And then they have Joyful Dragon, which is a Chinese restaurant. And then they have the laundromat. When they came to us as a community board initially, and this is, I believe, 1201 Edson, 1201 BZ, when they came to us, they had come to us and said, oh, you know, we're looking to get, I don't want to say better clients, but they were looking for clients. And we would have thought that, you know, they would have made their site look better or maybe offered more amenities to sort of make it more attractive for potential clients. They were asking us, like, what would we prefer to see? We try to stay away from making recommendations like that of like what clients we want to see, but we always do talk about amenities. So if this thing that they were looking to do, sort of an ATM drive-through, that would have made the site much better. I can tell you from my experience as a customer at Extra Space Storage, there are always trucks there, 18-wheelers, especially on the weekends, that are using the storage space, that are right there on the ground level. It's not always smooth. I've always thought that the other side of the part of the 1201 BZ should offer a driveway. Right now, the driveway is closer to Extra Space Storage, but then there's like a curb, or not a curb, but maybe what do you call it? So you can't drive over, like parking stops, or whatever those rubber. yeah, like you can't drive over it because I want to say that there's a curb there, but I just can't visualize it right now. And it makes it difficult because then it's not that the only exit, but the closer one to 1201 is Grace Avenue exit. And again, it's sort of a weird layout because again, it is a busy space. You have tons of customers that use the site. People are always cutting up Grace Avenue because it's a shortcut to get back onto the highway because I-95 is on the other side of that. It's on the other side of it's on Edson Avenue. So I don't want to say that, how do I say? I don't know enough about their ATM proposal to comment about like what the landscaping would have looked like. I'm sure that it would have been a much better flow because they would have wanted that for their constituents to be able to come in and out. But if some of those amenities made it easier for when they had this ATM and now they're not doing it because, I guess it just that project fell through. I would still think that they would want to continue with making access easier for their constituents because again, there's only 2 access points. And on the weekends, you have 18-wheelers that pull right up to in front of their extra space storage store. And not that they're blocking the driveway, but it makes it difficult because it's only one lane in and out because you have cars parked in the handicap parking spot. The front door or the main entrance to their main storage is right there next to their storefront. So it makes access difficult and you have more people sort of using the Grace Avenue entrance and exit because you have so much activity going on the Edson driveway. So if again, they built the second driveway, if that was part of their ATM, I think that they would want to still consider that sort of thing or those amendments or those amenities to make it easier for those people who still use those facilities, whether they're washing clothes or going to Pizza Hut or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. And I want to make sure, I'm a little concerned that you're not aware of the ATM proposal. And I want to make sure that Mr. Eggert sends every single update to the community board because we're supposed to get all of the changes.
Mr. Torres, didn't you have a December meeting?
We did have a December meeting. Dan can actually tell me, I'm sorry, like again, my brain is mush. They may have come, and I will say this about about Greenberg Trout. They have come to our meetings when we've asked them to come. They have submitted stuff. I don't want to fault them for me not seeing the ATM proposal. Just that may be my fault, but I'm not sure that I'm not familiar with it because I just didn't see it. But again, I don't know. So
okay.
that could be on me.
If you could go back to your record, whatever it is, I assume they sent it to you on emails, and take a look at that. But when I go quickly and look at it, they're not adding in another access point from Edson. It's the same one. So in order to get to the retail center, you still go down Grace or a little bit. And to get to the storage facility, you're going from Edson. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
So they're not adding any curb cuts, if I've got that right. And then there's also like a gated curb cut that has to do with deliveries, which is not open to the general public. So, okay. So if you could take a look at that, I'd be very interested in hearing your and the community board's comments on that. Okay, let's see. Thank you so much for calling in. Really appreciate it. I don't see any other hands up from the community or anybody else calling in. So, right. Okay, so my question then to Mr. Eggers is how much time do you need to respond to these comments? That's all of your various team. We are going to be reaching out to DOT immediately to see, but no, take it back. We can't reach out to DOT until we have what I asked for, which is very clear.
Right.
Say, and for Mr. Kelly, the survey really does need to show sections through the different hill, slope points, and to indicate on the survey where the sections are taken. Because I learned a lot today. I didn't understand that there were all these different slopes, which may or may not have an effect on how the solution works. But at least it's a way of describing better to DOT what the conditions are. So please make sure that that's what we're given, okay? So how much time are we talking about?
So most of this is in the court of McLaren, and Mr. Kelly and his colleagues. We do want to, of course, provide a response as expeditiously as practicable, because we do want to move this process along. I think we're all in alignment on that. But of course, we do want to be able to have the time to take and give this the thorough review that it needs to be as responsive as we can. I don't know if Brendan, Mr. Kelly feels comfortable weighing in on the timing now, or if we need to think about it.
Actually, that's okay too. What you could do is submit us an email when you finally have had a little caucus, and then we can set a time based on that, because I understand it's kind of unknown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be the best. I just have one question for you in terms of, I know we don't want to reach out to DOT about revocable consent until we have the information, but it seems like that should be step one, because
yes,
if the revocable consent is not required to install the wall in the current location, we could probably resubmit much sooner than if we have to come up with an alternative solution that moves the wall and changes the wall design. So
yes.
I think step one would probably be to get you the survey and the section, to reach out
Yes.
to DOT, and then we could probably regroup after that. Does that sound all right?
So yeah, I agree with that. And so the submission on the information for DOT, as soon as you can give it to us, that's as soon as we can reach out to DOT. And of course, it'll take us time to have a conversation with them. So, right.
I'll prioritize that, and I can get those sections around pretty quickly. We already have some of them, so I just have to supplement it.
Okay.
Just to be clear, it's going to be, there'll be a standalone survey drawing, and then there'll probably be like an existing conditions that has the section cut. Like it's probably 2 or 3 sheets, then that'll have the section.
Yeah, that's fine. Great. And then at the same time, if you're able to get us that, that's not a DOT conversation, it's still our conversation, information on the location of the drainage pipe, okay?
Understood, yep.
Because that might be sort of a simultaneous pursuit.
Right.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Very helpful conversation.
Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank you. Have a good day now.
Thank you.
You too. So we're going to take now, we went way over what I wanted us to do without a break. We'll take a 10-minute break now, coming back at 5 minutes after 4, okay?
4:05? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, if everyone could come back, please. Okay.
We're back on the record?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 24th, 2022. The final case is item number 24, 16008BZ, 651 to 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Mr. Dale's case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Allowing him, he didn't raise his hand.
I don't know, I'm assuming it's Mr. Dale's.
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh,
Anyone else with you, Ms. Todd?
No, it is just me.
Okay.
Do I have a chance? My video? There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Good afternoon. I had to wait
Okay,
for the
raise your right
panelists
hand.
to go through.
Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm. Thank you. So I did listen into the review session earlier this morning. I would like to take the time to make some comments with respect to the review session, and also be available to further address any additional concerns or questions that might be raised by the commissioners. First point, with respect.
Mr. Dale, before you say anything, there's a background noise. It's like some machine that is running.
Or a bug that has like a little rattler.
That's a scary thought.
Is that us?
I don't know from where it's coming, but I am not able to hear you properly because of that.
Oh, weird. Oh, you're even, so it's more disturbing to you than to me. Ah, so maybe what we do
I don't hear
is-
it now. Oh, no, I hear it now. Is someone eating maybe? Turn it off.
No, it's a rattle, like a rattlesnake.
Well, let me mute. Maybe it's my air conditioner.
No.
I
Try
personally
again.
don't hear any rattling. If you'd like, if you want to hold 1 second, I think I could probably plug in a set of headphones to see if it's on our end. Just give me 1 second.
It seems to be on your end. It's only
Yeah,
happens.
I think
when-
it's the audio. Whenever Mr. Dale is talking, it's.
Yes, I agree.
All right, I plugged in headsets. Does that improve it at all?
Yes.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay, lesson learned. So I'll look like an air traffic controller for this hearing.
Yay, way fun.
Let me turn up the volume just 1 second.
You're missing a hat though. You need a hat.
I just took a look. I had a hat here last week, but not this week. There we go. Okay, so anyway, following up, I did listen into the review session. I'd like to make a few comments with respect to review session, and then just be available to answer any additional questions or concerns that the board may raise. The first point I would like to make is with respect to neighbor notice. I apologize for any confusion with respect to that, but we're fully willing to notify neighbors. We would still be willing to notify neighbors. With respect to the prior hearing, I know that neighbor notification was discussed during review session. As I recall, it was not discussed during the hearing because the primary issue raised was a threshold issue. We did have contact with staff, and when it was reached out to us by staff, I reached out again to say, can you get clarification? Do you still want us to do it? And I didn't receive any additional response. So that's where it stands. But just to make it clear, we have no issues notifying neighbors. We would gladly notify neighbors and, happily take the time to discuss the application with them.
I am sorry to jump in. I am looking through my notes, and in that, during the public hearing, it was mentioned. I have it in my notes, and I think it was you who may have said, we'll do the notification to the neighborhood and the association.
Okay.
I have it in my note. I generally would not put it unless it was confirmed.
That's fine. Then
So-
how, depending on the remainder of this hearing, we're more than happy to make the notification. But with respect to community contact, I would note for the board that we have appeared before Community Board 5 3 different times for multiple hours. The Land Use Committee recommended approval of the application. And most recently, this Thursday, the evening of the 20th, last Thursday, we appeared before the Executive Committee of Community Board 5, had a very productive discussion with them, and they voted to recommend approval of the application. I do know that they understood that the hearing was to take place today, and they were undergoing their best effort to get a written report out to the board. I don't know if it's been issued. It hasn't been issued to us directly. I did communicate again with them today to see if they could give an update as to the status, but I personally attended the hearing and can let you know that at all 3 hearings, the committee's recommended approval. I would defer to their final recommendation, any concerns that were raised. The primary concern that was raised at these hearings is they wanted to ensure that there was no overnight activity, and that condition is fully agreeable. I believe it was proposed the same in our papers. And then they also had concerns about having lighting on 24 hours and having security at the site. Again, we would be agreeable to that condition, depending on how they put it in any forthcoming resolution to the board. I would note that at these meetings, the community board recognized that this proposed development represented a significant investment and commitment to the site. And they were positive with respect to that investment and commitment to the site. They wanted to see it developed in the way that it was proposed. And they recognized that this was an opportunity to take a site that, admittedly has concerns with the current state, but that this would be a chance to update and greatly improve the site. With respect to the site condition, I would note at the time of the last hearing that we were prepared, contractors are in place and ready to go with respect to paving the site, demolishing the existing structures were there, and removing the fence. In discussion with the board, we didn't proceed because we realized that the threshold issue was something to be discussed. But that opportunity came forth because the site is now vacant. There was a difficult prior tenant, the bus storage company that was there. They didn't pay rent for several years, and it took a long time to get them out, but they were managed to be removed in the summer of 2021, which set forth the proposed development, the opportunity to amend the prior grant and commit to the improvement of the site that was set forth. Now, respect to the threshold issues that were discussed and the C finding and the conditions that were noted in the body of the resolution, as was discussed, this was atypical or not typical of other resolutions we've seen with respect to those conditions. Now, those conditions were also noted in the traditional condition clauses of the resolution, and those conditions were really established because the prior application that came before the board, our office didn't prosecute that application. That was a different applicant for the property owner at the time. But those conditions were really a reflection that the prior application was a legalization of the bus company that was already there at the time. And so it was operating, and concerns were raised by the board at the time with respect to the fact that the bus storage company was operating. So, a lot of those conditions were related to the legalization. But as noted in our submission, all the implementations that were noted in that section, they are now currently met at the site. The hours were met. It's a non-issue now because there is no use of the site. It's vacant. The street improvement was completed. The street trees were planted. The shed was removed. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The street improvement wasn't done. You got a sidewalk in 2016. You got street trees, but not exactly what was approved. You got no planting along the the fence line, which is supposed to be a 2-foot planting bed, and you got no new fence. So, and who knows what inside, I didn't even bother looking at that. So.
But with respect to that, what I did say is I'm not going to deny that the time to get the street improvement completed and the street trees completed took longer than expected. I would note that the prior resolution, the grant was dated in July 2010, and some of the conditions associated with the street trees and the street improvements were July 2011. It did take longer than that to get the approval with parks. And I would note for the board that, you know, if the board were to grant on a different site, a different application today with respect to street improvement and street trees and getting park approval, I believe that the board would recognize that a year is a terribly short time in order to get something like that done. And I think that a more realistic time frame would be provided should an application, you know, similar to that be granted today. But I don't, you know, we're not disputing the timing. It was late. It was beyond the 2011 deadline. However, there is also correspondingly no dispute that it was completed. We provided photos showing that there was no sidewalk on 3 boundaries of this site. The fact there were no street trees there, it was essentially a dirt road over on Euclid. So there was significant time and effort and funds committed to improving, you know, the street and installing the street trees. And I think that that needs to be recognized. You know, there were efforts that went forth. We're not disputing right now the fact that the current fencing needs to be removed and replaced, but that's why we're proposing to take it all out. We were proposed at the time of the prior hearing to have it completely removed. And the new proposal calls not for, you know, another chain link fence with AstroTurf, which was approved under the prior resolution, or even a corrugated metal fence. That significant fencing is proposed, fully opaque, this anti-graffiti design. You know, we have typical, I would say that the prospective operator is experienced with last mile delivery stations and is familiar with this area, that they've had success with this type of fencing elsewhere. We're happy to provide those specs to the board for review and take any comment. You know, overall big picture, one thing that I do want to note here is I do recognize all the concerns that were raised by the board, but with respect to those conditions, they were met, albeit in certain instances late. And that right now with this site, with the prior difficult tenant removed and the proposal that's before the board, this proposal is seeking to amend the grant to actually reduce the intensity of use, remove the fuel storage, remove the repair, remove basically all of these old dilapidated structures and have just a small security booth and a utility room installed, to fully install this brand new fencing. And really what this is much like the community board, it's an opportunity to really invest and commit to this site and improve it to provide a use that's of benefit to the area and the community. And I would say that this is an opportunity for the board. You know, we're welcome to any suggestions the board has regarding design. You know, there's a lot of opportunity here to improve the site. You know, the threshold issue, as I said, we believe that it's been met. The board has had several cases come before it where conditions were not fully met. And it's had cases come before it where there's been delays in compliance. And waivers have been granted, and there's been extension of terms with proper conditions installed. And Chair, you've mentioned on other cases that, you know, the board now has a compliance officer. Mr. Ricketts actually went out to the site, and his photos actually show very clearly that the street trees are in good condition and the sidewalk was installed. But the board now has a compliance officer. We'd say that this is actually, you know, we're open and understanding of the fact that, you know, with this application, if it were allowed to proceed, that this would be a chance for a compliance officer to check on a shorter term and to review the conditions. And, you know, we would welcome that review, because with this new prospective tenant and the old difficult tenant removed, this is really an opportunity to move forward. And, you know, once, I believe it was today, you know, Our office, again, didn't prosecute that particular case, but, I did attend hearings where it was discussed, and I've reviewed the resolution. And I'd say that this is really a different situation than Linden Boulevard. In that case, that was seeking to legalize a use, whereas here we're proposing to reduce the intensity of use. In that situation, there were concerns about maintenance of the site where it was an existing building that they wanted to maintain that current use and keep it going. Whereas here, this is actually a blank slate. The street trees weren't completed at the other site, whereas here the street trees and sidewalks were installed. That site was immediately adjacent to residential uses where it caused disturbance, where this site is actually, because of its nature, is its own block and it's separated from other uses. And in that instance, it's very clear there was a failure to prosecute and a unwillingness to listen to the board, by that property owner and team. Whereas here, we're very willing to listen to the board as far as suggestions. We acknowledge, there's no dispute that the current fence is in poor condition. I would note that there was actually no graffiti condition in the prior grant here. That said, this fence is proposed to be completely removed and installed.
Wait a minute, stop. I see Commissioner Ollie Brown's hand up, and I want her to speak because I can see that she's needing to speak.
Sure.
What I want to say is there was no graffiti condition because you were supposed to have replaced the fence, which was never replaced. So this is a fence that's been there for however many years we're talking about. I don't even know. That just got worse and worse and worse with graffiti and growies. So you can't talk about the fence. But Commissioner Otley Brown, go
I
ahead.
need to interject quickly before Commissioner Otley Brown, just to correct the fact that the fence was replaced since the prior grant. It was replaced, because especially if you see photos on Wortman, there was no fence there. So that's incorrect. It was replaced. But please.
Yeah, show me the photos that it was replaced.
Okay, but I don't think the standard, I don't think the standard here should be we replace the fence once. And if the place falls to complete disarray, oh, well, 10 years ago, we replaced the fence, and so we should be let off the hook. I also don't think that the argument that you never told us that we had to remove graffiti is sitting well with me, because that shows a lack of respect for the surrounding neighborhood. We shouldn't have to tell an applicant, please remove your graffiti regularly. They should want to. That's the give back to the community that you get after you receive a variance, which gives you the ability to have a feasible or even profitable project. You should be willing and thrilled to give back to the community. But that's not what we've seen with this applicant. And it's unfortunate you didn't prosecute the original case. I understand that. And you're just coming into it now in 2022, but there's been 10 years of a disrespect for the neighborhood since the last grant. Over 10 years. And frankly, I don't feel inclined to give anyone else another chance to continue to disrespect the neighborhood. So I'm very skeptical here. And the fact that you're throwing up in our faces that we didn't tell you you had to get rid of graffiti makes me feel, oh my goodness, my skepticism is well placed here. Because if that's the kind of attitude that you're going to have with the board, well, you didn't tell me to, I don't see that this future for this property is going to impact the neighborhood in a positive way. Because if we don't think of every little possible thing that could possibly be abused, your argument, should we bring you back for a future compliance hearing, will be, you didn't tell me I couldn't park 25 18-wheelers on here and jack them up with hydraulic jacks. Or you didn't tell me that I couldn't have 1,000 employees milling around the property for an annual get-together of the corporation. You didn't tell me. I could think of all the different you didn't tell me's, which makes me feel very nervous about extending any grant on this property.
Okay, I appreciate everything you're saying. I think that's very fair. I don't want to imply anything with the graffiti. I know the graffiti needs to be removed. And believe me, when I talk to this current property owner, I think our office has demonstrated that we would communicate that clearly to a property owner. What I would say is a couple of things in response to what was just raised is that, I understand the board, properly is concerned for the local community and the effect a use has on them. But I would say, I think it's very important to note that the local community board overwhelmingly and positively was embracing this proposal because they saw that it would improve the condition of the site. And they also saw that it would actually reduce the level and intensity of the use. I would say,
But I could say,
sorry.
I just want to say in answer to that, you don't really know why the community board approved this use. You're saying the community board approved this use because they're supportive of the fact that you want to do something positive. And I see it as the community board was desperate for a change, and anything's better than the garbage they've had to deal with. So we all can look at it a different way, aside from having the community board come in and explain why they voted the way they did, given the track record of this property. I don't know that you want to go down that route.
That's fair, but I would say actually, having been to the community board myself personally, spending probably 5.5 to 6 hours meeting with them and answering questions, I actually would want to go down that road because I'm very comfortable with the questions they asked and the concerns they raised. And I think it's important to allow the community board to issue their recommendation here. And actually, I've been in contact with the district manager, and I would call her and email her, and I would actually encourage her to attend the hearing so she could appear here personally if she's available to support that. We would welcome that. So, it's a fair concern you're raising, and, a good point. And I think, we're all for that. We would want that. But, I would say with respect to, you noted that our office wasn't involved with the prior application, we would definitely communicate, with this. Should we proceed forward, the imperative that would be there with meeting with these conditions. And we understand that there are other conditions the board might grant regarding term, compliance visits. I would also say, I realize it's a different site and a different property owner, but I think our office has demonstrated that we do try and communicate very clearly to applicants. Little Neck Boulevard, Little Neck Parkway, which was just before your board, was another parking lot, different situation, but we worked with that property owner really to commit to improving that site. And I think that the board recognized the effort that went forth there. And I believe that with this new prospective tenant, who I said is very experienced with last mile deliveries, if agreements are finalized, perhaps we can have a representative of that tenant here available. It wasn't possible at this time because there's still some pending issues, to be here to answer any questions and to commit to what needs to be done with this site. So, we understand the issues that have been here with this site. I would note, though, that it's primarily the fencing that has been the issue and the concern that's raised here. The trees were installed, the sidewalk was installed. There have been no questions or issues raised with respect to use. I would note that no violations been issued to the site since 2011. As difficult as the bus operator may have been in getting things done for the property owner, we received no complaints about the particular bus, and there's no violations on record. But that said, this new use is proposed to be smaller vehicles, less parking spots, to eliminate one of the two curb cuts that remain. So that last curb cut would be on Fountain Avenue, and there'd be a security booth there. And we could listen to conditions and welcome suggestions as far as the operation of the site. So I just, it is not falling on deaf ears what the board has said. The board has been very clear, and we agree. We were willing to, as I said, get the work started. Last time, understandably, it was put on hold. But this is a situation where, we believe that the board would be pleasantly surprised if they had the opportunity for this to continue with the commitment that would go forth, and we would understand any conditions and compliance officer visits that would be associated with it going forward. And it really is just an opportunity that the community board recognizes to improve a site that should be improved.
To improve a site that's been a horror for all of these decades, and they're going for the belief somehow that it'll improve, but I note it's the same owner and it's a different tenant, maybe. So you didn't even sign a deal, of course you can't, with the new potential tenant. So you know how tenancies go. they work, they don't work, they come, they go, they default, all of that stuff. So there's all of that, and an owner with a terrible track record who doesn't care about the neighborhood. And as it's easy to find when I was looking on the ownership search that the owner doesn't live in the neighborhood, so doesn't care about the neighborhood, apparently, even though the entity should, right? But then the other aspect of it is the aggressive proposed use has not been discussed as a last mile. It means that, I mean, if you look at the idea that this has been a discontinued use is a little confusing to me, because there's a 2022 aerial photo. So 2022 is right now, showing buses, semi-trailers, what feels like hundreds of them parked in that lot in contravention to the terms of the grant, in addition to everything else. So that part I don't really understand. Of it having been a terminated use. I don't believe that our compliance officer was able to get inside to photograph what was going on the inside. And then the last miles, this is the potential for semi-trailers to come to the site. All of those small panel trucks that travel around the city also coming and going and going and coming from the site, so that they unload the wares from the large trucks to the small trucks. And if any of us just think about, for example, a typical FedEx or Amazon delivery day, where just in our own neighborhoods, those trucks are everywhere. And we're not even necessarily located next to a distribution center. This becomes a distribution center for the entire city in a residence district. There are manufacturing districts actually just across the street. Go locate there. That's my feeling about it. We would have to do an entirely new environmental study, because I don't believe you could rely on whatever kind of environmental study might have been done before. And I'm not sure that, and DOT would have to get involved, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So every single thing you're mentioning implicates the findings. And so therefore I go back to everything you're doing implicates the findings. There was never a variance because this was a very unusual one, no C finding made. If you had been off by a year or two, it would have been maybe arguable in terms of getting things in. But the fact is, there were many things that never happened at all. And there were some things that didn't happen until 2015 or 16. I don't know about 15 because I don't have photographs from them, but for sure by 16 they were in. That's 5 years too late, right? As opposed to 2 years too late. So, and what caused that effort? I don't know. Threats? I mean, I actually don't know. So Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
I had a couple of questions, which is, I think my concern with this is that you were saying that you had a tenant who was a difficult tenant. Okay. But then you must have had clause in your lease and things that would have binded the tenant to make this improvement, or was it the responsibility of these improvements of the owner? And for example, putting the fences and providing that 2 foot of landscaping within the property line along the fence, was that the responsibility of the tenant or the owner? I think there are gaps in the statements that is giving us a lot of pause in terms of the owner's ability to maintain the site. In the absence, the tenant turns out to be a difficult one. Doesn't matter whether it's this tenant or another tenant. So to me, it's not important whether the owner lived in the neighborhood or not. There are a lot of people who have businesses in point X and live in point Y. But the fact that one needs to respect one's neighbor is very critical, and I'm not getting that sense yet.
Understood. If I could just quickly, and realize the other commissioners may have questions, I just want to respond quickly to some things that were raised. Just to confirm, I personally visited the site. July 2021 is when it was vacant. I don't know if Mr. Ricketts is here available, or if he was able to see. I don't believe it was closed off. I don't know why the Google photos are saying 2022, but I believe we submitted photos since showing that it's vacant and not in use. You know, we can take more photos. We can actually, I could arrange to meet Mr. Ricketts there if it was needed, to give him access inside if needed, but I don't believe it was closed off. The second is just to clarify with respect to the operations chair, there is no warehouse at the site that's proposed, and there would be no tractor trailers that would come to this particular site. This site wouldn't generate anything larger than the box vans. What happens is that employees would come to the site, either commuting or driving themselves and picking up the box vans and then driving to the warehouse where they would be loaded with the vehicles. So there's no goods would ever reach this site. I just wanted to make that point there quickly. And with respect to the tenant, I didn't negotiate the lease. Our office wasn't involved with that lease. You know, we're into this now with respect to this portion. I think we were assisting them with leases moving forward, but the prior tenant didn't pay rent for multiple years. And with that difficulty, they're not the type of tenant then that would help conduct any type of site improvement. And I know the particulars, but I believe it was a triple net lease, but it was a situation where this property owner wanted that tenant out, and it took a long time to get them out, and, you know, all done in conjunction with this proposed use. So I just wanted to answer those points very quickly. And again, I understand the concerns that are being raised, but I just think it's important to note for the record that the community board, you know, it asked a lot of these questions that the board is asking now, and they were satisfied with the answers and recommended approval of the application. And they understood, you know, what this could be moving forward. And, you know, we understand that should it be allowed to move forward, that there would be a lot of conditions here. And this would be a situation where, you know, the board's new efforts towards, you know, compliance officer could be executed, and we would welcome that review and examination.
Okay. I'm just going to recognize Commissioner Otley Brown, who had her hand up, and then I think the vice chair has her hand up again, in case I'm wrong about that. Go ahead.
I just want to say that you've been giving us a programmatic needs discussion about what you want this site to be, which is a last mile parking lot installation. But what happens if the lease falls through? Because there isn't a use group called last mile small van parking. So if we're going to approve this, it's not going to be we're approving a last mile small van parking installation. It would be some kind of a use group parking storage kind of thing. And what happens if the last mile corporation does not take over this space? Then you've got a grant that you can park any kind of anything that's resembling a van, a panel van / box truck, and there would be no way for us to really monitor the situation other than going out monthly and checking to see what is actually going on.
It's an excellent point, excellent question. I would pass on just two thoughts here. First, you know, it would be, you're right, it would be a use group 16 for parking and storage of commercial vehicles. A couple of thoughts that I have towards that. One, we are proposing a reduction in the number of vehicles and a reduction in the number of parking spaces. I believe that the parking spaces that would be striped, is there could be condition with respect to the striping the spaces that would limit the size of the vehicles could be there. You know, you would have a situation where if you had it striped, trucks would be too big for the stripe. One thing that I would put forth, and this is something, you know, we would need to discuss if the board were open to this and to moving forward, and we would need to discuss with the prospective tenant. But, you know, I realize that, you know, you realize our office did a lot of special permits for gyms in the city, you know, physical culture establishments. And I realize that that's going by the wayside, but many of those grants, when they were issued by the board, required that in case there was a change in operator, that we were required to come back to the board, and it was done as a condition. And, you know, if that were a concern of the board and board counsel was agreeable to it, and we talked to the tenant, we could condition any resolution forthcoming for this site that a change in operator would require review by the board. So I think that then maybe that would address some of the concerns that you've raised.
You're only 9 years too late on coming back for an amendment of your, for the C of O extension. And only 8 years later from the expiration of the actual time to install all of these things that you're supposed to install that still have not been installed, no matter what you say, right?
Well,
so let's just say we don't, nothing on you, obviously, as an applicant's representative, but once you're done with this application, then you go on your merry way, and then the owner hires somebody else or doesn't hire someone else. It's the same owner. So the same owner wasn't motivated to come here for all of these years until they had a new potential tenant. Now they're interested. All of a sudden, now they're going to be good citizens, where up until now they were not good citizens. And prior to them coming, they were very bad citizens because the Department of Buildings issued a padlock order in 2009. And the only reason it was lifted is because they were required to finish prosecuting the case before us. So if there were truly a new owner, that might be a different conversation, but it really isn't. And now I'm going to go to Vice Chair Shanda. Oh, and I just wanted to throw out one other thing. Variances are not forever. We don't do rezonings here. We issue waivers of regulations to make a property owner whole in the event, in a situation where zoning prevents them from realizing a reasonable return on investment for a unique site, right? Way back whenever this first started, the site was arguably unique. There was a hardship demonstrated. In 2010, less clear, because the protestations that are even shown in the resolution show there was already a tendency for the neighborhood to be turning residential. And so it wasn't so clear that the site couldn't be used for residential purposes. And now it's completely clear that the site can be used for residential purposes. So I can't figure out why a variance like this should be allowed to continue. I mean, it's also not much of an improved site. Basically, there's one little shanty sort of on the site left over from before that is going to be demolished. So it's not even it's not to argue that you've got an existing manufacturing building here that's going to cost millions to demolish and rebuild, et cetera, et cetera. You basically got something that borders on an unimproved site, whether it actually, or a site with minor improvements, and whether or not it actually qualifies as a site with minor improvements, I don't know without doing the analysis, but you're close because the size of the building that's there is minimal. So Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Mr. Dale, everything that you're hearing from us shows a lot of basically element of lack of trust in the current owner. Fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that the prior lease was not written with you, your company assisting them, and it fell through the cracks. But going forward, or as we are speaking, your applicant can show a good neighborhood policy by starting to clear up the site immediately. Because if you are going to, if the current tenant is not there and you are planning to repurpose that site, you have to clean it up anyway. So why not start right now and clean up by just remove those fences, start digging up whatever you need to do. You anyway have to do all of that. Or is that the responsibility of the tenant? Is that how you're going to craft out your lease term, that all of this cleaning will and improvements will go to the tenant? If that's the case, then that's a little bit of a concern. At least start with something where we know the owner is completely committed in doing this and will follow through with whoever the tenant is going to be. I'm not getting that sense. I understand going forward there will be, but we need to know something now.
I can tell you, and just to reiterate, at the prior hearing, we were prepared to engage in demolition of any structure that was there and repaving and removal of the fence, not constructing any new structures. But it was discussed that we should wait until some of these threshold issues were resolved, or at least
But that's-
discussed
that's-
further. But let me just, if I could just finish just quickly.
Yeah, sorry.
We would, you know, as depending on the administrative procedure that happens with this case, I could say that by the end of this week, we could start removing the fence and paving and eliminating those structures. So if you're seeking a commitment from the property owner and a prospective tenant to you know, adjusting the site, I could say that that would start probably much sooner than you would ever expect, you know, if we were given the go ahead to move forward and address additional issues. So let me just say that.
Why wasn't it done
There is just
before?
something, there's just something that in your statement I liked and I bothered me, both.
Okay.
The fact that you will start going forward this week, great, go for it. The weather is a little cold, but warm up, but you'll get going. But what bothered me was that you're waiting for our administrative, whatever decision to start that. That's not a sign of a good neighbor. If you felt the site was not good and you were going to fix it, you should have started fixing it, saying, hey, I'm going to be in your neighborhood and I want to make sure I'm a good neighbor and I'm going to keep it clean. I'm going to make sure I clean up the dog poops. I'm going to clean up the mess. So I don't think you should wait on us. Fine, I understand the interior, you're going to wait for the new tenant in terms of how you want to lay out. I get that, but at least the exterior can be started with. And I think you should start with that regardless of whatever decision we take today. And that's a sign of a good owner, good neighbor.
Yeah.
That's all
So
I would.
I want to say the same. I don't get a warm and fuzzy out of this. I get if you promise you're going to let us continue with the SOC and let us have our panel truck delivery site, then we'll clean up the site. If you don't promise us this, we're not cleaning up the site. Who cares what happens to the neighborhood? Not my problem. And then, you know, and this is a sort of a typical developer threat. I'm not saying that you're the developer, just to, like, don't take it wrong. But
I'm not, that's fair. I understand.
Say, if you don't grant me the variance, I'm going to build this hideous building in this site, right? So it's the same kind of thing. It can't be this kind of quid pro quo thing. Either they're taking care of the site or they're not. And that's just, I mean, and maybe you haven't had a chance to consult with the client about this, but at the same time, as far as I don't know, there are some names in our waiting list. As far as I know, none of them are your client. And this is a very enormous site with a huge variance, and your client seems not to be interested enough in it to actually attend the hearing. That is very disturbing to me, because when we have owners who care about their properties, they attend, they apologize, they make representations, etc. But at the same time, during all of this, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that I don't think personally, and this is what the rest of the board can say, for one, we denied the waiver request. So this is no longer an SOC calendar application. One, even if we hadn't denied the waiver request, I don't believe that there ever was a variance because the C finding was not met. So we still have to go back to the BZ application, making 5 findings. Whether you do it as however that works technically, of going to the BZ application and modifying this one to make the 5 findings, or you file a brand new variance as if this one didn't exist before. Those are technical things I never really get. Nonetheless, you need to make the 5 findings. And then you have to make seeker analysis. I'm very concerned about the seeker analysis. So yeah, I just think we're at I don't know if the word's impasse, because the owner had plenty of time to make good on its grant, and it seems like it didn't make good. And other commissioners may feel differently, but that's my feeling about it. So I would therefore like to go to the community, since there are a lot of people still on, maybe they are related to the neighborhood, I don't know. So let's hear from the community. If you're on the Zoom call and you would like to speak about Fountain Avenue, I see one hand up. Please raise your Zoom hand. One person called in to raise a Zoom hand with a call at *9. So please raise your Zoom hand. It's fine to just listen and not speak, but I'm going to allow Mr. Dillon, who I believe is the person who submitted a letter, to speak.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon's been a long member of the community.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you want to call, should I do the phone thing?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, before Mr. Dillon speaks, go ahead, Tony. Yes.
Yeah. If you wish to call in to speak about this case, which is 16008VZ, 651 Fountain Avenue. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 927-7460-8120 #. You also receive another prompt for a participating ID number. None is required. You will press pound. And once you're let in, if you wish to speak, you could press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute to speak.
Right.
Mr.
Okay,
Dillon?
and we'll go through those instructions again, but after we've heard testimony from those already in. So Mr. Dillon, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the PSA on Linden Boulevard and the denial of that permit, and we believe that this is a similar situation. First of all, the Concerned Homeowners Association, I want to clarify. We're not.
So hold on, Mr. Dillon, the sound quality is really poor. I don't know where you're standing. Could you either try turning down your you're on a phone, right? No, you're on your computer, right?
Should I go off the phone? I didn't know which one would work. Would you prefer I be on the phone?
The phone might be clearer because the sound quality is really poor. Did you also call in?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Oh, you're on the phone.
I didn't know which one would work. Let me mute this and try the phone.
Okay. So the phone is, if it's 015, I'm allowing you to talk, and to unmute yourself on the phone, it's *6.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, much better. Yes, thank you.
This is better?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you turn off
YouTube?
Turn off the YouTube or your computer so you're not hearing an echo. We hear an echo.
Okay.
This is
Well,
sound on your.
I can't see now, but I turned off the Zoom.
Okay, it's good.
For the YouTube. Is this better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I just want to give some background first. The Concerned Homeowners Association is not a HOA. I think it was referred to in some prior meetings as an HOA. It is not a neighborhood association. It, in fact, is a BSA land use organization, because that is exactly why it was formed. It was formed because of a variance request of a village hut, which was on Milford Street and Linden Boulevard, which was the reason for its being formed. And over the years, it became involved with other land use issues. The main portion of the people are in the manufacturing zone, light manufacturing zone, Fairfield Industrial Park, which is located to the west of the site. And if you look at that industrial zone, there is a residential community that was in there that in 1961, when they redid the zoning resolution, it was intended or was designed that it would still be a residential district. There's no record of any comments on the proposed zoning resolution, but when it was put into effect, those blocks became part of the M1 district. And also it extended over to the north of Linden Boulevard, because those were the people who were affected by the Village Hut and then later the Linden Auto Glass. So that's basically where we're coming from. We got involved with the Fountain Auto Mall site, which is one we're talking about, because it was right adjacent to us, and we reached out to some of the people over there. I'd like to make a comment to Commissioner Otley Brown, because she made a comment about the history of the site at a previous meeting. When I first attended one of the BSA meetings about the previous variance, the representative of the applicant, who was an older white-haired gentleman, pulled me aside, and he said to me, "Do you know who the applicant is? Maybe you shouldn't testify." Now, I never woke up with a horse head in my bed, and I never was threatened. But this is, I mean, it was an interesting conversation, and I keep on hearing about how the ownership has changed. And I know the story of what supposedly happened at the site. This is the same owner. All they did was form a corporation and put the property in the corporation's name. I know that the chair talked about a property, the triangular property that is north of the site, that's a residential district that is being used illegally. It's the same owner.
Yeah.
So this owner we have complaints out on this, and of course they haven't been resolved. And the chair has also said is the community needs to persevere. Well, we die. It's a fact of life. We get nothing for 20 and 30 years. I'd like to address the community board. I was a member of the community board for 20 years who represented this area of the community. And this is the tail end of the New Lots community, the last area to be developed. It was largely vacant land, and the commissioner mentioned at one of the hearings about how these lots are irregular lots. These are farm lines. When these vacant large properties were bought up by property owners, they never changed the farm lines. And you could look to the industrial park to the west and look at the same thing. They have these aren't the normal block and lot lines that you see in the city. With respect to the community board, I'm not gonna defend the community board because it doesn't function. This is a BSA type of application, and even when I was on the community board, it was difficult to get them to review applications in the context of which they were applied. This was a variance request. And when the previous application came through, what did the property owner do? He paraded a bunch of bus drivers in a poor community to say is if you don't give this variance, these people will lose their jobs. But that's not what a variance is. There are 5 findings. I'd like to also note that this is a property between Fountain Avenue and Euclid Avenue. Between Euclid Avenue and Pine Street, which is the site to the immediate east, the board gave the property owner a variance, which we opposed, which we lost, because the property couldn't be used as residential. And guess what? When the owners had a fight and they dissolved the business, what happened? All of a sudden, the property could be developed residential. And Euclid Avenue, I'd like to see the record where this owner paid for the pavement of Euclid Avenue, because the property owner on Pine Street, when he put up the houses, paved half of Euclid Avenue plus whatever extra feet he had to do. is my understanding that the property owner didn't improve Euclid Avenue and do the sidewalks. It was the city, so that Euclid Avenue could go all the way through and not be a halfway street. With respect to the street trees, I believe the property owner had nothing to do with the street trees. Those trees were put in when the city was putting in street trees, what was it, 1 million street trees, and they were putting street trees all over the place. I'd like to talk about the environmental justice of this. There's no environmental justice to the residents that are part of the association. In the manufacturing zone, it's a light manufacturing zone. There are use group 18s. There are waste transfer stations there. And the community board and the city does nothing. You talk about urban renewal. The urban renewal that is south of this site is on parkland. It's illegal. It's alienation of parkland. But what do they talk about the alienation of the parkland? I'm talking about everything that's part of the old Brooklyn developmental site. Just because the state took over parkland doesn't make it non-parkland. And a couple of the board members have talked about how they've driven down the Fountain Avenue and seen the situation. If they're driving north on Fountain Avenue, they come across this big long fence from Seaview Avenue to Flatlands Avenue. That parkland was alienated by the city and by the Department of Sanitation and Department of Environmental Protection. And we've raised concerns about it, and we're not ignored. And we have been ignored. I'm sorry. I mean, so we really appreciated the fact that with Linden Boulevard, this board was at least looking at the findings and the situation. But I have to say is we raised the exact same things that the board has with respect to these sites before and were ignored. Because this site can be developed residentially. There's a triangular site. The owner of this property lives to the little near to the east in Howard Beach, and there's a triangular shaped building in her community. So they can come through and say, as we went to the community board, after the last board hearing, BSA hearing, I went to the community board called the community board office and asked about the hearing, and I had seen that they had a hearing the month before, and they had a month at the meeting the month I called in. And what happened was there was no quorum, which is traditional for Community Board 5. The district manager was running the meeting, and she said, this is not an item on the agenda, and it will not be considered. I never heard anything else from the board. So as one of the commissioners said, is who knows what the board is doing it, but then approving this, but they are not doing it based on the underlying premise of a variance, which is the 5 findings. I'll just make 2 more things. I've requested to see the application. I have not been able to look at the applications. I know that the applicant has said that this is a Fortune 500 company who is investing in this, and so there's no Fortune 500 in that area except for FedEx, which is in the industrial park, and Amazon, which is an industrial park. Amazon, when they went to their buildings, should have had adequate parking for these vans. When they constructed their building, they took away on-site parking. And the last thing I'd like to say, just in the interest of brevity, because I do hope that you hold the line and deny this, is that these trucks are going to be going to the residential community east of Fountain Avenue. It's a fact of life. When the association approached the Department of Transportation to put up signs about no commercial traffic east of Fountain Avenue, we were given 2 signs. That was the quota, 2 signs. One was put on Euclid Avenue and Loring, and the other one we had is on Flatlands and Crescent. But the fact of the matter, these trucks are going to go through the residential community because they will not go along the truck route, which is Fountain Avenue, and which is only a truck route because it was the route to the landfills. So I'm willing to answer any questions or clarification, but based on the variance laws, this needs to be denied. They cannot make the 5 findings.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your testimony. I'm going to go see if there's anyone else in the waiting room, and then we'll do another announcement. Let's try. So there are 3 other people in the waiting room. If you'd like to speak on this Fountain Avenue case, please raise your Zoom hand. And while we wait,
How do I?
No,
tell
that's
me how
okay.
I can this. Can I just? How do I how do I mute myself?
I'll mute you. That's okay. There you go. You're muted now. So if there's anybody who would like to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand in the waiting room. But in the meantime, we're also going to remind this case again. If you would like to speak about it, I just want to go to the right address here.
16008 BZ, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, and so if you would like to speak on this, I'm going to go through the instructions slowly. You dial the phone number. It's a Zoom webinar phone number, 646-558-8656. That number is on your screen if you're watching on YouTube. And at the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number, which is 927-7460-8120 and the pound sign. After the prompt that asks you for a participant ID, you don't have one, you press the pound sign again, and then you'll be appear in our waiting area. And then if you appear in our waiting area and you would like to speak, raise your hand with a *9. Okay, so I'm going to give it a couple of minutes to do that. I do appreciate Mr. Dillon's testimony, and I thought we might have more. Oh, that's the other thing, is there's representation about what the community board has said, but we've never received anything from the community board. So we mentioned that at the last hearing, and so far have no recommendations from the community board one way or the other. So we're just going on hearsay, more or less, one way or the other. Okay. So then I'm going to give it just a little bit more time. I don't know how many people know about this case, and I don't know how Mr. Dillon found out, but I do wish that the applicant had actually submitted the notice to neighbors that was submitted to applicant on January 5th. But anyway, that's the way it goes. In the meantime, I would like, therefore, because I do believe, unless other commissioners disagree or council disagrees, I do believe that this is not an SOC case, that it needs to be refiled as a BZ case. Therefore, there's nothing more to discuss as an SOC, and that we should, if this is the right procedure, should close it as an SOC, but leave the opportunity open to refile the case as a BZ if that's permitted. Otherwise, maybe it has to be filed as a new application. I don't know. This I leave to Carlo and council about the technical approaches to it. Yeah, any comments on doing it this way?
If I could just speak to that, I understand, Chair, you've made the position clear. I would just like to speak and state for the record that there have been thousands of applications that have come before the board that have been granted waivers and extended both term and time with conditions that were not met at the time of the application. I would say that the waiver that was requested under rules 1-07.3 B32 merely requests that a waiver is requested, and it's not noted as discretionary within the rules. And I would also like to state for the record that with respect to the C finding, the discussion in the prior resolution, that those were conditions, and those were conditions that were noted at the end, and they weren't with respect to the C finding, they were with respect to the fact that it was a legalization. And I understand the comments that were made regarding the resolution, but those were conditions as stated in the condition clause of the prior resolution, conditions that have been treated with respect to being extensions of term and extension of time, similar to many, many applications that have come before the board before. So thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify the C finding issue, because for me, that's critical. Extremely rare, never heard of it before. The board grants a variance without the C finding, one of the critical findings having been made. And they say in the resolution, whereas at hearing, the board raised concerns with the existing use and operation of the site and its impact on nearby residential uses, noting that the existing site conditions did not satisfy the finding required to be made under section 72-21C of the zoning resolution. And whereas the board requires the following schedule for the implementation of the noted site improvements: 1, the revised hours of operation, parking layout, and internal circulation at the site will be implemented immediately upon the board's approval of the subject variance application. 2, the removal of the second story of the storage shed and the painting of the metal repair structures will be completed by September 15, 2010. 3, the new sidewalks, tree pits, and planting strips will be installed by April 15, 2011. 4, the new fencing and slats will be installed by May 15, 2011. And 5, the proposed landscaping and the planting of street trees will be completed by July 15, 2011. And whereas the board notes that the implementation of the aforementioned improvements to the operational plan and site conditions is necessary in order for the applicant to satisfy section 72-21C. And whereas, as noted above, the current site conditions do not satisfy section 72-21C, thus the board finds it appropriate to condition the resolution on the implementation of the noted improvements to the operational plan and the site conditions, and to set a timetable for the implementation of such improvements. So I don't see how that's merely a condition. It's a critical finding. Go ahead, Kurt Steinhaus, General Counsel.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the board's rules specifically contemplate this situation in section 1-07.1, which relates to amendments on the SOC calendar. It specifically states, if in the course of further review of the application or during a hearing, the board determines that the scope of the application is major, it may request that a new application be filed on the BZ calendar with additional information and analyses provided. Before filing the application, an applicant may request in writing a determination by the chair regarding whether the application may appropriately be filed on the SOC calendar. So closing this and voting it out with the expectation that they have the opportunity to file on the BZ calendar seems appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. I think I have that also from Carlo, and yeah, okay. Okay, so for no more further ado, I'd like to make a motion to close, and you are of course welcome to file a new application under the BZ. Motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Oh, aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is closed.
Thank you. I just want to say, if the community board issues its recommendation, I would like the board to accept it into the record and leave the record open for the community board recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for January 24th, 2022.
Okay, thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow morning.